go. Good morning, delegation. Good morning to you all. Welcome and greetings. It's fantastic to see so many reef stewards and custodians coming together to share knowledge to help protect the reef. Welcome to everyone who's attending here in person in Cairns. Welcome to all our delegates joining online, and also welcome to people attending at our watch parties in Townsville and also in Brisbane. Just a few small housekeeping details. So you will have come in through those front stairs. Emergency exits are through those stairs that you came up when you entered the building. So food will be served just outside of this room. There's another set of stairs further on past that room as an emergency exit as well. It is very wet and rainy outside, so please be mindful of wet and slippery conditions while you're moving around Cairns. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Gudjugudju from Yidinji to provide a welcome to country. Thank you.
Now I could have felt like a pirate walking up them stairs there with that one leg, you know, like hopping like a peg leg. Yeah, just like to welcome everybody here on behalf of my mob, Gimuy Walubarra Yidinji people. Just like you say, Bilangaran, Bimbi on behalf of Father, welcome to the country, Bilangaran, Yidinyalan on behalf of the elders as well. Just in regards to myself and my family and, you know, our community as Yidinji, we're also surrounded by other tribal groups as well. My clan is Gimuy Walubarra Yidinji. We have 8 clans. We've got the Walubarra, Djullja, Walubarra, Walubarra as well up on the Atherton Tablelands. And our close neighbours, we've got Yidinji to going a little bit further up north. If you go up northwest, you got Jabagay mob. And then if you go to around Spiwa, you got Bulwai mob up that way. And if you're going down south, you'll end up with the mob from down there, Mamu mob, Jidabal mob. I guess you go further up around the Atherton Tablelands and Natjanji mob around Malanda area, and all the Wundoy mob from a little bit further down south. So our mob was all tasked of custodians to look after and care for country. And when we look at the history of our history, I was on a documentary with David Attenborough talking about the Great Barrier Reef and and the formation of the reef, and from our cultural stories, and you know, and it gave you a bigger insight, I suppose, into where we came from in respect to looking after country, especially when we look after country going out towards more reef, what is now more reef, but we know as Walubarra, you know, like it's the drop off there where it goes into the outer reef systems. And our people have been looking after the outer reef as well as the new reef that was formed some 20,000 years ago. I know you can't call it a new reef now, but an old one. But when you look at the history of Cairns City has only been here for 148 years. And I kind of like to put it into perspective in a sense that, you know, when I was born, you know, Cairns was only about 120 years old, and, you know, like not too. Then my dad and my dad was born because he, if he was alive today, he'd be 110. So you can do the maths from that and taking it away from 148. You know, Cairns City being around 30 years old when he was born. So when my grandfather was born, Cook was still sailing up, coming from down south, coming up this way. And when my great-grandfather was born, who was given the King Plate for Cairns, he was main chief for this country here. Well, Cook was probably on the other side of Western Australia, still coming around to Bonin and coming around to, you know, New South Wales. But in 148 years, we've had a lot of changes. And when I talk about changes, not just the cultural changes that our people had to go from a custodianship role of looking after country, taking care of country and knowing what was there, and even today, where I suppose we always start off with a baseline survey. And when you're talking about the history of cans and stuff like that, baseline surveys for today in the western side of things probably only started 120 years ago. Everybody had a baseline survey. When our baseline survey started 60,000 years ago. And when you look at that history and the memory of myself growing up at Yarrabah on my mum's country, Kunganji country, I grew up, we used to go out to the reef, we used to fish at the reef, and before it became a tourist attraction. And my grandfather actually developed, and looked after and cared for some of the shallow reefs around Wunkala, which is called Turtle Bay today, just outside of Yarrabah. But we used to fish, hunt, and look after the reef. And one of the things we took care of in a sense of taking care of a country was making sure that hunting season was kept, to the regular seasons of hunting. And my grandfathers and all the old people then, the old custodians, would make sure no one hunted out of season. And we're still tasked with that duty today. One of the things and the biggest threat we've had is cyclone. And the other, not just that event, but climatic events that are happening. And one of the biggest issues is, the Crown-of-Thorns. But, we're looking at scientific ways of taking care of Crown-of-Thorns. When everything has, no matter whether you're on sea country or on land country, has an enemy that keeps people and all the food in check. So animal life looks after us and looks after itself. And I think there should be more looking at who are the enemy of the Crown-of-Thorns. I can tell you off the top of my head, I know a couple because of my grandfather and growing up over at Yarrabah. But we're looking at other ways of actually combating that. And when you look at coral and sea and the sea life outside, and we've had climatic events, and I know everybody likes to go fishing and going out to the bommies that are at the reef where, our underground water system actually comes out at certain places in the reef, and everybody loves to go fishing there because that's where all the fish hang out. It's like going to a nightclub and having a drink of fresh water and going back out, Not that people go to the nightclubs and drink fresh water. They drink other, entertaining products. But the thing is if those aquifers aren't running clean, then that's also going to impact on our reef. And I think we should be doing more surveys and studies on the aquifers that actually goes out to the systems, because they cool the reef as well. And I know that we're looking at, getting to net zero by, 2050. But are we looking at the aquifers that actually run out there? And, what happens on land, we know culturally affects what's happening out at sea. So, are the aquifers running clean when we've got the mining industries around Gladstone and everywhere else actually, disturbing that flow and the ebb and flow of that system? And if there hasn't been any research done on it, I suggest that we do research in the aquifers and actually find out, are they running as clean and fast as they normally do? Because we know through our cultural stories, when you talk about Lake Eacham and Lake Barine and that connectivity between Lake Eacham, Lake Barine and the aquifers that run underneath there, and they come out here at Wharf 1, but that system goes underneath again and it comes out around Green Island. Then it comes out again and ends up out at Moore Reef. then it goes the other way and goes up to Arlington Reef. So, you know, all these aquifer system, underground water systems that are there, are they still in check? And have we checked out in regards to the checks and balances of that water and how pure it is? We've been working with CSIRO and we've been looking at the water quality here in Cairns as well. So our ranger group are looking at the water quality, and we're walking the creeks to look after that and start to see where, and we're going to do our baseline study from now. But the old ones were there, and they were there in place. But I'd just like to say welcome. Enjoy your day in this lovely rainy weather that we're having currently. But we all got a role to play, and we all got our part. And, you know, our traditional custodianship was there for thousands of years. So the people with a lot of the knowledge and the strength, a number of them are here in the room from their communities, and their experience and the knowledge that they've gained from their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents and stuff like that, similar to what I have in regards to my being brought up, not just over at Yarrabah, but we also lived in Palm Island, because my dad was a bit of an activist, so they moved us from Yarrabah to Palm Island. I'm talking this is in the 60s, so we used to build our own little canoe out of iron sheets from roof, patch them up, and actually start canoeing around Palm Island, but, you know, back in the day. But today, I suppose, in the climatic event of what's happening, not just here, but globally, we all got to come together, and we all got to look at how we can achieve what we need to achieve for us to survive. Because if a lot of our food stock are lost because of craziness and we're not looking to take care of it, I think we're all tasked with that individually, culturally, and as a group. And today, I'd just like to say, I wish I could be here for the rest of the day, but I won't be. Well, my partners and some of the rangers will be here probably a little bit later on, because we are doing a seagrass project, and we've been doing that with a number of groups who are in the room, Tropwater, JCU as well, and doing stuff with CSIRO and working together. And like I said before, you know, it's about us coming together, working together, because we can't move forward if we're opposing each other. We just like two magnets when you turn them around, north and north face each other, and we just don't want to attract each other. You know, we're going to have that little bit of a north-south thing where we can actually come together. And that's about it. You know, there are forces at play that we've got to contend with, and that's the climate. And how do those events affect what's happening out in the sea? But thank you, welcome. Have a lovely day, and you know, jinan na job good no karat na malawagur nyin while you're here sitting on country, you know, all the good spirits take care of you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Gudjugudju, for that welcome and for sharing some of your knowledge. So while we were planning this event, our traditional owner advisors recommended that we encourage all delegates to share something about themselves to kick off their presentations. They very wisely recognise that the relationships we have with each other are essential to our connection and care for country. So in that spirit, my name's Mia Hoogenboom. During my university years, I spent a year studying overseas, where I undertook a marine ecology field course. Unfortunately, when we arrived at our field site, there'd been local deforestation and sediment runoff that meant the water was just so murky we couldn't really even see the reef. So that was a moment that really inspired me to learn about reefs and to begin to work to preserve them. Today, I work as Acting Deputy Director for the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program at Australian Institute of Marine Science. I'm also Head of Academic Group for Marine Biology and Aquaculture at James Cook Uni and co-convener of the symposium with the wonderful Mary.
Thank you, Mia, and hi, everyone. So good to see you all. Some of my happiest memories from growing up are swimming and fishing on the lakes of Minnesota with my family. I'm a naturally curious person who I think, like many of you, is energized and inspired by spending time in nature. But Minnesota is about as far away as you can get from coral reefs. So it wasn't actually until I was about 20 years old that I had the chance to see a reef for the first time while studying abroad in Kenya. And needless to say, that experience had a huge impact on my life. So today I work as the director of the COTS Control Innovation Program at the Great Barrier Reef Foundation and am co-convener of this symposium alongside the lovely Mia.
Thanks, Mary. So I wanted to give a really brief overview of the program for the symposium and our cross-cutting themes. First, to flag with you also that we've got an updated version of the program on the website, so take the version that's on the website as your point of truth for the schedule. There were a few last-minute changes, as is almost always the case with symposia like this. The cross-cutting themes of the symposium are really around sharing knowledge and innovation in coral reef protection and restoration, around cross-sector partnerships and collaboration and the importance of bringing people from different sectors together to build knowledge and create new knowledge and awareness, and also importantly around First Nations leadership and local stewardship. We have a program of 5 workshops, so it was fantastic to see lots of people out at JCU Smithfield for our workshops yesterday. Thank you a lot to the workshop conveners for sharing their knowledge in those sessions. We've now got 3 days of concurrent sessions here with about 110 talks plus 6 plenaries and 12 keynote addresses. An important feature of the symposium are panel discussion sessions at the end of the day where we're really seeking to synthesise learnings across the sessions each day, bringing experts together to share their knowledge. We also have some networking events and a public forum scheduled for the Thursday afternoon evening. A reminder about our welcome function, which will be held this afternoon. There'll be an address from Senator Nita Green. We're hoping to be able to hold that session up on the pool deck upstairs, but we'll make a call about that at midday. So we'll give you an update about that. If it's not upstairs on the pool deck due to the weather, it will be downstairs in bar 36. Also a friendly reminder about the field trip happening on Friday. So if you're keen to go out and visit more reef and see some of the work that's happening in the local area, please register for that field trip if you haven't done so already. Putting together events like this is a huge collaborative effort. I'd like to ask for a round of applause in a moment for the event managers, the Reef and Rainforest Research Centre, and members of the organising committee for all of their hard work putting together such an excellent program. So please join me in a round of applause. Also, thank you to our generous sponsors who've made this event free for you all as delegates. This is the Australian Government Reef Trust, the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, COTS Control Innovation Program, the Reef Authority, Australian Institute of Marine Science, the CSIRO and the RRRC. So thank you to all of those sponsors for their generous contributions.
Thanks so much, Mia. So this is a really timely opportunity for all of us to come together, share learnings, and identify future priorities for building resilience. There's no doubt that significant action is needed to reduce global emissions. And watching the events unfolding now on the Great Barrier Reef and reefs around the world this summer makes it all the more clear to me that there's an urgent need to also develop and deploy actions that support these incredible ecosystems through the climate changes they're already facing. And global initiatives like the UN Ocean Decade, the growing global community of conservation and restoration scientists and practitioners, and all of you here today and joining us online tell me that I'm not alone. So on behalf of the organizers, we thank you for being here. We thank you for dedicating your time, passion, and expertise to the work you do, and for joining us to share it over this week. We invite you to connect with each other and share your perspectives respectfully to strengthen existing partnerships and make new ones. As Gudjugudju said, we're all in this together, and we've all got a role to play. So welcome everyone to the Reef Resilience Symposium 2024, and let's get stuck in. Okay, so for those of us here in Cairns, we've got Wi-Fi passwords on the screen there. Take note of those. That'll stay consistent through the all 3 days, so you can log in now. And then throughout the symposium, we're using Slido as a way to manage Q&A and connect the people joining us online with the delegates here in the room. So please take a moment to log into the website, the Slido website there, slido.com, and enter the password, which is Reef Resilience 24. So throughout the symposium, we'll have Slido moderators sitting in each session, and they'll be monitoring the questions coming in and asking them on behalf of the people who've submitted them. If you're here in Cairns, you are very welcome to use Slido to ask questions, but you can also do it the old-fashioned way. We'll have mics set up on either side of the stage in each of the presenting rooms. So if you have a question and you don't want to, if you'd rather just join us to answer or ask it, please come to the mics. Has everyone got that one? We've also, of course, got a hashtag, so if you're posting on social media, please tag the symposium. And now we have just a few short remarks from some distinguished guests before we roll into our first plenary. Can I please welcome Professor Selina Stead, CEO of the Australian Institute of Marine Science, to the stage. Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Well, good afternoon, good evening, depending when you are joining from. I was asked to talk for I wasn't sure if that was 2 hours, 2 minutes. No, I've seen a few former students here from my time at Newcastle upon Tyne, so don't worry, we're not going there again with the lectures. But I'm really privileged to be here. It's a huge honour to be able to say a few words, and I'll keep my remarks very short. But I would just like to keep the tradition, if I may, and say a few words about myself. If my father had been alive today, he'd be 102. And when I was a little girl, we were very close, within hours of coming to Australia. And if it hadn't been for my grandfather taking ill, I would have been here quite a few decades ago. And then when I was at the University of Bangor in North Wales, studying marine biology and oceanography, I met Doc Alec from James Cook University, who found out that I had a real passion for coral reefs and sharks. And he was like, "You should be coming all the way to Townsville and Cairns." I'm still practicing how to say Cairns, so you're going to have to help me out over the conference. But that seed was planted a long time ago, so I am truly really happy and delighted to be here. I'm going to keep my message really short. I don't want to stand in the way of the knowledge exchange and the great minds that are here today, but it is a very simple message. Ideas are cheap, but implementation is difficult and it's expensive. To do that, you've got to have inclusive collaboration, not competition. So I ask each and every one of you, regardless of your discipline, regardless of your sector, whether you're from government, industry, NGO, education, whatever sector, we really need to act at pace. And I will certainly be doing everything within my portfolio to ensure we've got the funding, the facilities, and an environment like the Symposium to do that. So thank you, let's act, and really looking forward to networking and hearing all the talks. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Selina. Next up, we have Richard Quincey, General Manager of Operations at the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority.
Good morning. I grew up on Turrbal and Yagara country down in Brisbane, but I've been very fortunate to spend a career involved in marine and island protected area management, mostly up here in North Queensland. I'd just like to reinforce some comments that Mary made about what we see on the reef at the moment and be really clear about the Reef Authority's position on climate change. And that is that we are, as we strongly advocate for reducing emissions, that we need to do everything we can now to manage the reef for now and into the future. In doing that, the Reef Authority has a revised blueprint, and that is about climate adaptation and resilience of the reef. And the blueprint really reinforces the need for knowledge, traditional knowledge, scientific knowledge, and partnerships in delivery of innovative management that we're going to need for the future. It really also highlights that we need to maintain our foundational management and improve it. That continues to be vital, but it's really clear that expanding our reef toolbox is an important part of what we need to do into the future. And that will mean new techniques and also knowing that these need to be progressive and timely, but well considered. And I reflect that Crown-of-Thorns Starfish was once a novel control action. Back when it was site scale in the 1960s at places like Green Island, just out from here, it was not seen as a crucial part of reef management, but that has changed. And the point I reflect on with that is that consensus wasn't always achieved instantly in whether it was an appropriate action, a good action, and it took a while to build and work across areas and in partnerships to do it. And I still think that that doesn't mean that unanimous agreement still exists in it. And I think they're the challenges that we're still going to have to face as we go forward. It took a lot of focused research. It took a lot of partnerships. It took a lot of people, working on that problem to get to where we are. As Selina highlighted, interventions at smaller scale are arduous and resource intensive, and we know that. And I think the perspective for me that brings is many views and strong views often about whether they're the right thing to do or the most important thing to do. And that's also one of the challenges that we've got to face in bringing about a new reef management paradigm. With that in mind, I think we should reflect that it's a challenge that people like ourselves across the world in caring for reefs face. We're not alone in it. And just reinforcing that the building of partnership and the building of knowledge is really key in delivering that for the future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Richard. And finally, can I introduce Matt Barwick, Director of Reef Restoration and Partnerships at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water.
G'day everyone, it's really a pleasure to be here today, and I'm looking forward to the week we have ahead. In the spirit of sharing, I grew up most of my life in inland New South Wales, save for a few little family holidays when I was young. I remember falling asleep up in the front end of a tinny on a bunch of life jackets up around Green Island with my family, and I reflect on those photos much through my childhood, these amazing plate corals and giant clams that you could see in these photos looking down through the water. I think the sense of wonder that I had at that time probably connects a lot of us in this room today. and certainly shaped my career. So it's really wonderful to be able to listen to the expertise in this room and the conversations that will take place around how we preserve and restore the values that we hold dear in terms of reefs. So I've been asked to say a few words about some of the cross-cutting themes that shape the conversation today, including the importance of ecological intelligence and decision support tools, and models for co-design and cross-sector collaboration. Now, if you're in this room, you know that coral reef systems worldwide are facing unprecedented human-induced stresses that are threatening their existence. And if we have any chances of preserving and restoring those values and benefits from reef systems that I referred to, we really need to understand their ecology and their function, and we need to be able to propagate that knowledge into decision support tools that allow us to make fast, consistent, evidence-based decisions. Decisions like what might be the interventions that we would look to test and scale, such as what we're seeing take place in the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, also known as RRAP. It's also vital that we have the ability to build and nurture collaborative relationships, cross-disciplinary partnerships across all sectors, including traditional owners, academia, governments, non-profit organisations, industry and community. On the topic of collaboration, I have to say that as a relative newcomer to the reef space, I was pre-warned from a number of independent sources that I might expect in coming to this environment a highly competitive, elbows out kind of environment where sometimes the dynamics between players take centre stage over what's best for the reef. But I'm really happy to say that that's been far from my experience to date. And that's really important because if we're to have any chance in winning this fight in terms of preserving and restoring some of the key values and benefits of reefs, we're going to need to collaborate until it hurts in terms of working in a cross-disciplinary way and drawing on numerous types of knowledge and respecting each other's views in order to be able to make decisions effectively and move fast, as was said earlier. Moving forward in this way, I think we can develop an innovative, effective and equitable strategies and tools that are needed to provide a positive future for reef systems. So I'd like to thank you for your time this morning. I hope you're as inspired as I am to be able to sit in these rooms and hear the conversations that will take place and the opportunities to share and learn from each other over coming days. Thank you.
Everyone, we're doing pretty well in terms of time, which is great. So for those of you at the back, we do have an empty table up front here if you want to come and make yourself comfortable as I introduce our first plenary speaker of the symposium. Uncle Bob Muir, please join us. Give him a round of applause. He's going to be speaking about First Nations leadership in reef resilience.
Okay, I think I've got to set up the computer first. Oh no, I don't worry about. Oh, down there. Okay, wrong computer. Okay, look. I suppose just I've got a fair bit of a presentation here, but I'd just like to say it's really great to be here, and for me it's a privilege and an honour to be actually here and at this conference. I'd also like to thank the organisers and the people that have supported us in this process. It is something that is a massive job to come together, and I'm learning as I go, that's for sure, because I was on the committee trying to organise some of this. So hopefully it'll all work out for us and we'll all have a great time. Okay. So, yeah, I'm Bob Muir. I'm a Walubarra elder from the Keppel Islands, which is central Queensland. And, you know, I'd like to present my short version of the First Nations leadership in reef resilience. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Gimuy, Walubarra, Yidinji people. Oh, Jesus. No good when you get this wrong, you'll get slapped by someone. Peoples as the traditional owners, traditional custodians and the First Nations people of this land where I'm speaking today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Importantly, the Australian Institute of Marine Science recognises the traditional custodians as Australia's first scientists, and through collaboration and two-way knowledge sharing, we can learn from each other. I'd also like to acknowledge all the elders and the traditional owners from around Australia that are here today, and I'd also like to acknowledge the researchers and the scientists and everybody else here in this room with the same goal of trying to look after country. And we're doing a bit about my journey, introductions, and this is something that we always do for all our workshops. We actually do this personal bit with the traditional owners to make sure we have that connection and also help in explaining who we are and where we come from. So, you know, I am privileged to be in here at this important reef. Pardon me, I'm going to read from the script. And I can feel the energy in the room. And yeah, it's something that's pretty powerful. And the talks that have already happened from our leaders in the reef space, that's something that's really important. And I do appreciate the messages that are being said here today. So, you know, I can feel the energy in the room. I've got to get away from this microphone. And I'd like to point out that for some of us, it's a very scary time. And we are here to listen and hopefully learn how we can make a difference being involved and trying the best we can to look after our own patch. Today I'm going to be talking about three parts: my journey, the leaders in the reef resilience and the reef partners. But I've got to be truthful, I think it's all about my journey as well. So it's something that sort of happens. So this is my wife, Ros. She's been supporting me all the way through this, and she's sitting at home right now, letting me do these type of things. So I'm very privileged there and lucky to have support from my family like that. My daughter, Bethany, she's also there to support me, and my wife, she just lives up the road to be there all the time in that sort of process while I'm away. My son, Robert, he actually is a bit of that succession planning where he now has stepped up onto the prescribed body corporate that I used to be on with the Walubarra Saltwater Aboriginal Corporation. He's also stepped up now to be on the TUMRA, the Traditional Use of Marine Resource Agreement, which I used to be on at one stage as well. So I'm very proud to say that I've sort of had that process with that succession planning where my son's been involved all the way from everything that I've done. And then there's Danny, my other daughter. She's a really talented artist and she's down in Brisbane. She's also now on the prescribed body corporate as well. So our family is pretty strong in the area of sort of the native title and the cultural heritage aspects of our island. And here we go, some photos here. The photo on the bottom left you can see there is a photo of my people, and that was taken in 1902. And really, it's one of those photos that I think it's a bit of a history and lesson. A lot of the historians looked at that photo and actually thought that we wore bark. And it's not true. They just held up that bark just to hide their nakedness in the photo. But history said that we wore bark, so you can imagine how that'd be. Yeah, so... And then, you know, we had an archaeologist come along, Mike Rowland, and he actually was the first archaeologist, I believe, in those days to actually not just study the bones, but to actually find the living descendants. And it really made a difference for our people that with his actions that we started to come together again, and he sort of contacted the elders, and from there it's something that started our journey again with our reclaiming our island. So yeah, that was in 1902. Our people were taken off the island, and it really is something where we were separated. We were sent from up to Yarrabah, we were sent to Cherbourg, Fraser Island. They actually separated families. So we had two sisters that didn't see each other for 40 years because of that impact. So it is something that, you know, I used to joke once that I had relations from Brisbane to Cairns, but it's true. I do, because of that sort of disruption with our family group. There's also, you know, a photo of there, me and my brother on Australia Day in 1993. Walked up the beach and stuck the Aboriginal flag in front of the resort and claimed all the vacant Crown land for the Walubarra people. It took us 17 years to get that, but we ended up with 174 hectares of land on Great Keppel, and it is something that really is, it was sort of, you know, it was something that started a lot of things with that native title as well, and also a TUMRA. The first thing that did happen was the TUMRA side of it. Basically, after I raised my profile, I suppose you could say. I end up in the news and things and a few other things, but the TUMRA process really gave me an opportunity when AIMS came along and spoke to me about the process of some monitoring in our country. And that was the beginning of a great journey for me as well. I'm now employed at AIMS as well, obviously. I'm not sticking to the script here, so I hope I go okay. And I can't scroll down or put in too much. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Okay, and then, you know, we got our native title. That was in 2007. We got our TUMRA in 2014, and that's a unique TUMRA. It's only around the islands, and it's also one of the smallest TUMRAs in the region in Queensland. But it is something that I've always highlighted, that it doesn't matter whether you're a big group or a small group, we have to support everybody there in that space. And then, you know, business and native title. We got our land handed back through the Queensland Government to the unallocated state land. Basically, through the Queensland Aboriginal Land Act, we could apply for that vacant Crown land in them days. I'm not too sure how it goes nowadays, but we were very fortunate. The Queensland Government gave us 174 hectares on our own island, which is an illegal freehold and never to be sold. And from there, we've ended up with the TUMRA, and that sort of is, like I said already, it's fairly unique. It's 17 islands in our group, and you know, it's our sort of area, but it's also, that boundary is also our native title boundary as well. So it's one of the first native title boundaries just in the ocean as well, around the islands. Bit of history. Some people might know about this, but I don't think many would. This is the old Sea Forum, and this was started years and years ago. And basically it was a case where GBRMPA, Great Barrier Marine Park Authority, called a meeting to look at management of dugong and turtles. And the traditional owners at that stage said, well, we can't really talk about the turtles unless we talk about the seagrass, and we can't really talk about that unless we talk about the sugarcane farm, and on this holistic picture of how to try and manage that. And so from that sort of action, the Queensland ATSIC in them days, the Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission, they actually brought together the traditional owners from Hopevale all the way down to Fraser Island. So we ended up with 30 traditional owner groups in that sort of Sea Forum process. And you can see there, it's sort of, you know, it really is something that was aspirational in those days, and traditional owners were running the process. And it only had a short life of about 5 years. And from the first meeting on Magnetic Island in 1997, and from my memory, there were 6 full Sea Forums where the Queensland ATSIC CSIRO and the traditional owners came together to develop a regional agreement and a discussion paper from the Sea Forum. We put that on the government's table and asked them to respond to us. And it's something different because, you know, in them days they always say, here's a plan and you've got 3 months to reply. When we did that to the government, it took them 6 months to reply to us. But it is something that was sort of very seriously looked at by government. And it was unique as it was not incorporated. Yeah, so a chair is elected for the 3 days at each Sea Forum meeting. And at the end of the Sea Forum, a working group is selected with terms of reference developed by the traditional owners with clear directions on their tasks till the next Sea Forum, where they report back to the Sea Forum, then stand down and the process starts again. The interim working group doesn't represent their own group, area or any organisation. They represent the whole Sea Forum and must only do things that the full Sea Forum has directed. I've been chair for a couple of times and on a couple of working groups, and one of the main strengths is that no one else could tell us what to do except for the Sea Forum. I mean, we had a few native title people trying to talk to us about getting things done, and we just said, well, go through the Sea Forum and then we'll do it. Otherwise, you can't tell us what to do. And you can see here there's, you know, a bit of the journey, but it's really about sort of the regional agreements, but also those agreements that address local issues as well. It is something where we negotiate, and I think the other thing was the bit about the communication. We sort of had that ability to be able to look maybe at a trawler management plan and communicate with all the reef traditional owners in one go, and hopefully get a report back to that, say, trawler management plan very quickly. in a more economic way. But that's, you know, these are things that how we're working in the past, and unfortunately it didn't really get going any further. But we did develop a discussion paper. Oop, what happened there? I went too far. We did develop this discussion paper, and it was, you know, it's something that I think everybody, government and foundation, I mean, the Great Barrier Marine Park Authority, really did look at that discussion paper, and it was more about how we want to manage country. And from there, you know, there's a lot of things probably. I'm not saying it was the result of that, but there are things that happened after the Sea Forum. We've ended up with the Tumras being evolving, and you know that was sort of another thing where it came about because of this discussion paper. And you know, with the impacts of climate change, we have limited time, but are still able to have the TO's knowledge help address some of these impacts happening on our country. So I think, you know, we just said before, we've got to really try and listen to the traditional owners and understand what they're doing and you know, be very, very respectful in that process. Because I think there's a lot we can learn, and I know by you looking at our history of traditional owners, we've gone through climate change already. We've walked that reef. A lot of those sites, as you heard from Uncle before, are underwater. So it's not as though it's new to us. So there's a lot, I think, that can be learnt by talking to traditional owners. And here's some of the unsung heroes from the early days. And you know, here I am engaging with traditional owners, but way back then in 2001 I was doing it. That's up in Hopevale, talking to the traditional owners up there about the Sea Forum process. Some of the working groups there, you can see we've got Phil Riss. He might be in the room and he's got hair on his head there, I think. So yeah, then there's, you know, Uncle Merv, Rick O'Noble, Uncle Merv Johnson, Patricia Levy, Uncle Hans Pearson, Shirley Johnson, Gagari George, and then there was ATSIC local, Gail Barry. We also had Alan Dale from Ciro at that stage really supporting us, and I think he was a great person in that sort of facilitating those Sea Forum meetings. We also had Bronwyn Burke, Stuart Cowell. They were sort of our secretariats, I suppose is one word, but they pulled everything together for us. There are other working groups too that aren't in this photo, and there's people like Brandon Walker, Auntie Renata Pryor, Lee Saltner and Melinda Porter. These people were pretty important in the early days of making sure this whole process worked. Next part of our journey is Tumras, and I spoke a bit already, but you know, these are one of the first steps in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority addressing the UNESCO World Heritage requirements, with traditional owners being involved in the management of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. It's another significant milestone in the traditional owners' leadership in managing sea country, with 43% of the marine park coastline managed with 10 tumras, with some more being developed as we speak. Thanks to all the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, traditional owner, the TUMRA, the Traditional Use of Marine Resource Agreement team, for making this happen and, you know, sticking with us through the ups and downs of maintaining our tumras, which I've had personal experience in with the Walubarra tumra. So, you know, the Great Barrier Marine Park Authority have really supported our group, and even though we were the smallest group, like I said, it has been had a lot of great genuine support from the Great Barrier Reef Park Authority. So, you know, here's some photos showing some of the, this is a couple of photos of the Durrumbal Tumra that's just recently sort of happened. And you've got, you know, people there that the Durrumbal Tumra Committee, the directors from GRMPA, or Great Barrier Marine Park Authority, and the staff. And, you know, once again, like I said, I've really got to thank some of the staff for how they've really been there all the way supporting the Tumras. And, you know, and that bottom photo really, it shows how it empowers and brings the traditional owners together in managing sea country. It is really just a great example of how it really unites our community, and those tumras have made a big difference in the way we manage country. Now, I'm on to the Great Barrier Reef Foundation. And, you know, under the direction of Anne Marsden and with the passion from Liz Wren and the staff in the foundation, have developed traditional owner working groups dealing with a whole range of management issues that affect our sea country. Cedric has attended many of the traditional working group meetings and has been a critical link between the traditional working groups and the RRAP process. Their support and guidance with every traditional working group has been incredible, from organising our meetings to making sure that our voice is heard at the international level, attending overseas conferences. So yeah, I suppose I could just reflect on that a bit, because business of when the foundation come along has really been a great game changer for traditional owners. We really have been at the table, and they've made sure that we're there included in a lot of these things that are happening. Even to now being involved in international sort of processes where we're spreading the message of how we're all doing this job in this country. And the role of the Traditional Advisory Group, it really is to provide strategic advice on the Reef Trust partnerships, and until such time that the Reef 2050 Traditional Owner Alliance is formalised. So we're working towards something similar to the LC Forum, and this alliance is going to be bringing the traditional owners together again. And so that's exactly what's happening, and the foundation is definitely supporting that. There's also 19 traditional owners on these working groups, and leading the Great Barrier Reef Foundation's investment in traditional owner-led initiatives. And they're really, for me, they're some of our leaders and our champions for the future. They really are there, making a big difference as we go along with this whole process. And like I said, they're already out there telling the world how we do our business now. And this is just an example of those working groups. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but really they help design some of the grants that are out there for the traditional owners in the healthy water space. And I've seen some really great examples of those projects where they've come back with innovative ideas that are even just simple things like putting stickers on a measuring stick and things like that. It's sort of just very simple things, but I've seen some great ideas coming from the traditional owners on how they're managing their country with the water quality. And then you've got the Crown-of-Thorns Starfish Control, Reef Restoration and Adaptation Science. It's a big sort of acronym, and I had to learn how to say that because I'm the chair. But it is something that really is important again, and I know that through my work AIMS, we were very serious about this process, and we've ended up with 2 of the AIMS workers on this committee as well, myself and Manawari, and really we have helped a lot with different things that are going on and getting involved. And one of the things we're looking at, and I'll talk a little bit later, is the business of biocultural risk assessment framework. Oh, we've got some more guests coming. You can't sneak in, I tell you. Okay. Yeah, and so then we've also, got the Integrated Monitoring Report group as well. And once again, there's some really leading people there from around Queensland here that are spreading this message to the whole world. And right at the moment, they've just been over at the Oceans Conference as well in Barcelona. And here's some of the traditional owner-led projects. And as you can see, we've got a few there as far as reef protection, water quality, healthy water, strong people, strong country, healing country and helping country. There's a few dollars there, and that's pretty serious stuff for our people. A lot of the times with traditional owners, we've always been battling, and I suppose that goes for anyone, trying to get funding. But this is something that shows you how this is a big game changer for our people, and what's been happening with the foundation is something that, is empowering our people in a lot more ways than one. So it really is something, and this is only the beginning. There's still more to go. I know there'll be a bit of a short life with some things, but that's where that implementation plan from the traditional owners will have a life. And as you can see, it's a pretty impressive map showing the locations of 62 of those projects, minus 20 for the Helping Country grants that have just gone out. So it is something that, as you can see, there's a fair range around this North Queensland area, and there is some happening down south, and those things will improve as we go. We'll be covering more areas of the foundation side of it. And hopefully you know about this. If not, I recommend that you all get a copy. It's online as well. The Traditional Owner Implementation Plan is the way forward for the future of traditional owner leadership, and will be around for a long time, giving a united voice on how traditional owners want to work with the 2050 plan on both levels of government. And the Reef 2050 Owner Implementation Plan is about delivering on traditional owner priorities, bringing traditional owners' actions across the reef plan together in one place, honouring the past and looking into the future, ensuring the work of our elders is respected and our voices are not lost, recognising our inherent rights, interests, obligations and aspirations of traditional owners, custodians of the Great Barrier Reef, and the country and the people are one. And also accountability. So, I mean, I wrote a lot more there, but I just can't learn how to describe this screen. But really, from what I'm saying here is, you know, this process really is something that is working towards changing the way we do business on the reef. And it is also an empowering our people to have that knowledge that there is this process where they are going to be supported and help with their managing of country. And someone just done some nice tricks for me then. Thank you, I can read everything now. So yeah, and also just down there at the bottom, this is sort of like the start of the first actions for that in the integration, the traditional owner implementation plan. We're actually employing people. So that's a job there. If you want to go online, you'll actually find that there. So I encourage you to sort of spread the message and try and let everybody know there's opportunities in this space again with the foundation. And if you want to really get a link to that implementation plan, I suggest you go to the Reef TO website and it has a link straight away to it. And I've got a picture there of young Malachi Johnson, the who, what and why of Reefcast. Now, he is a sort of offshoot of all of this in some ways, and he's been promoting all the work we do, and he's been talking to the traditional owners and getting their stories. So if you want to hear some great stories, I suggest you sort of look up that on the website and you'll actually hear some really great interviews from different people. Okay, now, I'm going to have trouble here. Okay, so if there was ever, you know, I mean, these photos here goes to show some of the working groups with the foundation, and it really is pretty powerful. You've got, you know, photos of us as the committees, but we've also got the photos there of the young youth in the women's group that came together, the foundation supported, and also you've got the picture of the women rangers down there, which have made worldwide sort of news lately, and the work that they've done. So it is something that, you know, for us, these sort of is an example of what we do and who's involved. But the heart of the reef, a call for healing. I think if there was ever a time for a voice of traditional custodians to be heard, this is that time. There's been so much damage to our country and she is struggling to recover from threats on a scale never faced before. Country is stressed, country is crying. Country is land, sea, air, stars, rocks, plants and animals, all things living and non-living. She is our spirituality, country is us. The reef is country, the reef is our heart, and the water is the lifeblood that connects us all. She is our family, the reef is an extension of us, and we are an extension of her. The reef looks after us, feeds us, protects us, and keeps us healthy. She's the keeper of our stories, our law. Without her, we will suffer irreversible effects to our identity. For millennia, country and people were healthy. We lived harmoniously according to our cultural law. Our collective connections were strong and balanced through our songlines and interactions with each other. We looked after country according to our seasonal calendars, and she looked after us. Today, country is sick. We are losing our culturally significant plants and animals and places. For many of us, separation from country has meant a loss in intricate connections and knowledge. The imbalanced condition of country is a result of ongoing impacts of colonisation and climate change. The seasons are changing beyond our control, no matter how hard we try to help country heal. We are all suffering and we can't continue this way. The world is now turning to us as traditional custodians for our unique leadership, traditional knowledge and cultural practices. And we call on you to listen to us, to learn from us, and to do it our way, to recognise, respect and accept our laws, to understand that healing is about the relationship between country and its people, that one can't heal without the other. Country needs to hear our children running around, hear our laughter and happiness. In some place, this has been missing from our country for many generations. This was not our choice and never will be. We call on you to stop using the poison frameworks that have made country and people sick, frameworks that fragment country and split families. Learn how to holistic manage country, people, to honour everything as one. We're recognising that healing country means starting with ourselves. We need to rebuild pathways of connection between ourselves and country. We need to rebuild there must be presence of mob on country. Family and elders must come together, hold each other dear. It means placing our young ones at the heart of change. It means using our own languages that tie us to our place on country where we belong and who we are. It means recognising education, justice and health are all critical parts of healing. It means employment and opportunities that get you close to country, to homeland and salt water. It's about being honest and seeing that we can't do it all on our own. We need to see the real threats posed by climate change and face these challenges head on. All Australians need to come together and show the reef the respect she deserves, to help her heal and to make us who we are meant to be. We call on our saltwater brothers and sisters across the Pacific and throughout the world to join us and support us. We need everybody's feet and mouth facing in the same direction. And we need talk to be followed by action. The time to save our future is now. We need to stand up as one mob, one country, one spirit, one voice, and heal. So yeah, that's the heart of the reef, a call for healing, and that was produced by the working groups in the foundation, and it's something that we worked on pretty seriously, and I hope you've got the message, and it's something that's available there for everybody to look at if you want to go around searching on the web. Okay, yeah, back to AIMS now. This is my job where I'm talking a little bit about ourselves. I spoke about my journey before, but I have to say I wouldn't be in this position without my job at AIMS. As an Indigenous Partnerships Coordinator, which has grown now to 22 plus staff in the Indigenous Partnerships team in my 4 years being with AIMS. AIMS is serious with Indigenous engagement with a vision to have our programs silver or above by 2030. Libby Evans-Illich has been a major influence and force, highlighting the value of traditional owner involvement with the AIMS Council and leadership team in AIMS, and has elevated Indigenous engagement to the highest level, not only in AIMS but also now in other levels of government, are now looking at how AIMS Indigenous team is operating with FPIC. Minawari Forrester, who has led the cultural change within AIMS and adds a cultural lens to everything that we do, from meetings to policies, and now has just only come back from the 2024 Oceans Decade Conference over in Barcelona, and that's just one of our overseas conferences. She's always in demand. And the skills and the passion of the Indigenous Partnerships team is incredible, from conflict resolution between traditional owners and researchers, developing fact sheets, tracking the FPIC process, the free, prior and informed consent between researchers and traditional owners, to organise conference workshops with their everyday job, as well as supporting other organisations from universities, government organisations looking at improving their Indigenous engagement to align with FPIC. In our team, they call me the show pony. As I seem to be in demand in the conference circles, it might be my good looks, but it is the AIMS approach to Indigenous engagement and how we apply FPIC is the main message that everyone wants to hear, and I am just the messenger, maybe with the good looks. And you know, everybody, I mean, AIMS operates, sorry I got lost then, and I'm informing everybody how AIMS operates, but also showing how AIMS has applied FPIC not only with the RRAP but with all AIMS projects. So, you know, it's something where I've been around in this space for a lot of years, and I wouldn't be here if I thought it was tokenistic. It's something that's very serious, and I've seen actions and I've seen a lot of things happening in the short space that I've been involved. And, you know, for me, it's very encouraging, and it gives me faith and more strength and recharges my batteries, all of that sort of stuff, to keep doing what I'm doing. And here we go, partnering with Impact for the First Nations Australians. For the past 5 years, we've been building a partnership program with traditional custodians of the places where we work, both at sea and on land. We have demonstrated that our science has greater impact and value when projects interweave Indigenous knowledge and perspectives with our Western science approach. We've learnt that genuine partnerships projects support our First Nation partners in delivering their inherent rights and responsibility to care for country, which is extremely aligned with AIM's mission. We are taking the time to understand their priorities and capacity, especially with the ranger sector, and co-developing projects together that meet our mutual interests and priorities. We have developed our internal policy and procedures to always respect our partners' cultural protocols. And we seek free, prior and informed consent before commencing projects that intersect with sea country. Importantly, we have begun to utilise our research and development as a platform to establish and support training and capacity building pathways in areas of priorities for the traditional owners. For example, projects with several ranger groups in marine monitoring to support their delivery of their healthy country plans, and areas of future workforce need, for example. We have begun working with a cohort of Great Barrier Reef Rangers to help them develop advanced skills and novel innovation reef restoration intervention methods that are now emerging from the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. AIMS is genuinely committed to our Indigenous Partnerships program, and we have set the ambitious targets by 2030, 90% of AIM's science portfolio will be delivered in partnerships with First Nations people. So the Indigenous Partnerships policy and procedures, really it is really empowering our traditional owners that they're at the forefront of this whole project and whatever comes onto their country. It's something that I think how we're engaging with the traditional owners, it's also been told to us, but it's like a breath of fresh air. It's a complete new way of dealing and engaging with traditional owners, where they have more power in what they say and what they do, which never really happened in the past. And I think, the important thing there with the policies is we hold our partners and collaborators to the same standards. So if anyone's working with AIMS, they have to follow our policies as well and procedures. So it's something that, not everyone's doing the right thing, but when they join us, that's what they have to do. And I'm not trying to put down anybody, but it's a process, I think, that everybody's still learning as far as engagement. I know myself, what I've looked around, there's a lot of great people that have got a lot of energy and passion to try and make a difference. But unfortunately, sometimes the company you work for, the organisation, the government mightn't have the policies or the funding for you to do that properly. So it's just a thing that's going to have to reset the way we do business, I think, as far as engagement, and add more time to it instead of just thinking it can happen in 2 weeks. So, it really is something that makes a difference. And here we are. And this is to guide our AIMS researchers' engagement that is expected within projects. We established a 4-tier system engagement from bronze to platinum. In the basic level, bronze, the Indigenous Partnerships team and researchers must identify the right traditional custodians for the area where they are working, acknowledge them in all outputs and provide them with information about the research. That acknowledgement is important, both for showing respect and also providing a mechanism for traditional owners to do a bibliographical and metadata search to independently identify research that has taken place on their country or to be used for their own research. So that's important because, my grandchildren will be able to look up some database and actually just type in Walubarra and all that information will come up. So just that acknowledgement will make a big difference in the future for our people when it comes to managing country and searching for other projects that have happened. So that's, the basic level of bronze. The next level, silver, is bronze plus a deeper consultation and communication to seek and hopefully attain FPIC for projects and discuss opportunities from traditional owners to participate in the research. Although the project is essentially a research-led project, any project that significantly intersects with country by taking samples, deploying equipment or doing manipulative get tongue-tied. Manipulative experiments must at least meet the silver requirement of FPIC. Next, we have gold, the genuine partnerships, which are co-designed and co-delivered. We actually stopped at gold in our draft Indigenous Partnerships plan, and it was till the traditional owners' feedback from its review that prompted the addition of the top level platinum, which is the traditional owner initiated and led projects with aims might support. At any point in time, we would expect our research portfolio to have projects across the spectrum from bronze to platinum, but the tiered system allows researchers to identify the right tier for their work and also the engagement expectations for that tier so they can plan and resource their projects accordingly. It's also a neat mechanism to track the proportion of our research that sits in each tier, which we can look at through time and set targets, etc. And some of you people might have seen some of these if you're at our workshop yesterday, but this is a flow chart and the process of how we help AIMS research seek the free, prior and informed consent from traditional owners. The blue lane at the top is for the researcher. The orange lane in the middle is what we do in our team, and the green lane at the bottom is the actual engagement with traditional owners. First, the researcher contacts us with details of their project and the location, and we give them a set of 9 key questions that we need answers to. This starts the development of the fact sheet about their project. Now, that 9 key questions is questions we come up from working with the traditional owners and when they've asked us those questions. So we're not sort of inventing those questions, we've learnt them from the traditional owners. And so we present that then to the researchers to help develop that fact sheet with them. Okay, now first, this starts, okay. So the IP identifies who the traditional owners are and who has the cultural authority. And we start the FPIC process and arrange meetings and send our fact sheets a week or 2 before the meeting. We then facilitate the meeting, preferably with the researcher, and present the project and go through the fact sheet. Look at the risks and opportunities for involvement, then seek consent. It may take a few meetings. If yes or no, we still must record everything. Yet with yes, the consent might be conditional. Examples of making sure that traditional owner rangers are on board, or consent is only 6 months or for a year, or come back when we're ready, when we establish our committee and things like that. So it's never been a negative no in a way of sort of like, well, you know, I'm trying to be polite here when I say it, but you know, it's not a case of piss off. It's a case of no, we're not ready. So come back when we're ready, and we respect that really. And even if we do get a no, we still go back with any other project. It's not the stop of that relationship. So you know, it's sometimes, unless you know there is no consent, and the researchers, we have to look at a contingency with alternative sites. Then we start the whole process again. So it really is something that helps guide our people and what we do. I'm going short on time, am I? Okay. Well, that's good. Okay, well, here we are. This is an example you'll find in a magazine, a science magazine. And it really just goes to show how we're operating in this space at the moment. It's all about, you know, on-country meeting and truth-telling. The truth-telling side of it is something that sort of, I think we end up putting our turtle shells on our back, because when you go into that room and do the truth-telling, sometimes there's a little bit of people get upset, I suppose, when you tell them that you've been in their country for 50 years doing work and this is the first time we've come to speak to you. So it really makes you know, that truth-telling is very important in the whole start of the process. Then we go in and look for the free, prior and informed consent, and that'll be available later. I think it's also available on the Science magazine at the moment if you want to look for that further. Also, this is, you know, our engagement, the AIMS engagement at the moment as far as the RRAP process, and it really is something that goes to show how we've been fairly busy in this space, but this is only about half the group. There's a lot more to do, a lot more people to talk to, so it's only still the beginning for us. Here's the RRAP program, and you know, these are things you can find on the web, but for me, really these solutions will be developed and delivered in partnership with traditional owners, recognising their ancestral knowledge and the benefits of seeing the Great Barrier Reef as a cultural landscape beyond its biophysical features. Also, The RRAP is repositioning, traditional owners and, incorporating traditional owner interests and rights to co-design projects, including biocultural risk and opportunities in decision making. Now, if you really want to follow that up a little bit more, as far as the biocultural, I suggest that you go to the, on Thursday, 11:30, a research to support Indigenous-led decision-making for reef restoration adaptation. That's a bit of a plug for another AIMS presentation. And as you can see, we talked about training. We're doing these skills, boating licences, radio licence, just to be able to get our people skilled up so they're out there and part of the team working on the project instead of just being observers. But we do have $3 million there that we're going to be using over 3 years to actually train up those rangers that I spoke about before in the new technologies and things like harvesting coral spawn and those other things that are happening now. And this is just one of the many conferences. Our leaders are informing the world how we do business with the Great Barrier Reef Foundation and in this space with the traditional owners. It's good to see Gavin here. He must be pretty tired. He probably only got back yesterday. So it's really good to see. So I'm just highlighting that because it really is important and we are becoming key leaders in this space around the world trying to tell how we do business and how it's done better. I would like to acknowledge and thank the Great Barrier Reef Foundation and the Reef Restoration Adaptation Program, the Australian Institute of Marine Science Indigenous Partnerships team for making sure that for the first time there was deep and meaningful engagement with traditional owners using the FPIC process. I would also acknowledge the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, AIMS and RRAP for supporting the leaders of today and leaders of the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. We are going to transition into morning tea now. Please hold your questions for Bob to have a yarn over morning tea. We're going to break until about 10:10. We'll give you a little bit of extra time to do the business of caffeinating and sustenance before we come back into 3 parallel sessions for the day. This room will have working models of co-design and cross-sector collaboration. Michaelmas K will have ecological intelligence and monitoring session. And the Reef Room will have decision
Hello, everyone. We're going to go ahead and kick off this session. I'm Jennifer Loader. I'm the Director for Community Partnerships at the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, and I'm your chair for this session this morning and throughout the afternoon. In the spirit of sharing, my accent might give it away, but I grew up in the United States, far away from reefs. A dive trip to Palau was enough to spark my motivation to go back and study marine biology in Townsville, and really privileged to be among this amazing cohort of people working to help shape a better future for the reef. I'm really excited to be part of this session about working models for collaboration and cross-sector, working models for co-design and cross-sector collaboration. We have an amazing lineup of speakers on a whole range of diverse topics, but all bringing together different ways of knowing and doing. So it'll be a really rich session with insights and lessons learned along the way in that process. Before we get into presentations, I'd like to take a moment to collectively acknowledge country. We heard a really powerful welcome from Gudjugudju this morning, welcoming us here to Cairns, Gimuy. I'd like to start this session acknowledging the traditional custodians of land and sea country and community in the Cairns region, across the Great Barrier Reef and its catchments, across Australia and around the world. We pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, people here with us today. We have a really packed program, so I need to do my best to help keep us on track, and my appreciation in advance to speakers for helping me to do that as well. We're going to start with a keynote. So we've got 20 minutes and about 10 minutes of questions for that. We'll then roll into a series of talks, which will run about 12 minutes, and then 2 to 3 minutes for questions at the end of each of those sessions. For the Q&A, we have got Slido going for those of you who are joining us online, so please add your questions in there. I understand we've got a Slido moderator here in the room, but I don't know who that is. Amazing, thank you. And those here in person, you can use Slido as well to ask your questions. You can also pop up here to the microphones that are on either side of the stage. And with that, it is my absolute privilege to hand over to our opening keynote, Tarquin Singleton from the Reef Cooperative.
Gudjugudju, Mundraby. Good morning. How's everyone? Yeah, that's good. Good start. Today I'll be talking about connecting local students to culture and conservation. So before we get started, just the formalities. So probably I'll start off with this one. Jiri nura bulumba, jiri nura gurugura, jiri nura buluru. I was basically saying, hello country, hello ancestors, hello creator. I like to, and also acknowledging, so acknowledge Yidinji and our neighbouring groups. Also acknowledge the 70 other groups across the Great Barrier Reef, our elders, the Reef Resilience Symposium, and organisers. So before we get right into it, I'll just explain what the Reef Cooperative is. So the Reef Cooperative is a group of colleagues that share the same vision of coming together and in looking after country and better understanding the reef. It's made up of 5 organisations, so Citizens of the Great Barrier Reef, GBR Biology, Djullja Aboriginal Corporation, Mars Restoration Foundation, and GMY Rangers. and is funded by Cotton On Foundation. So the Reef Cooperative been running just over 2 years now, and the goal of the Reef Cooperative is actually co-design, co-led and co-manage, and with First Nation people, expanding the Great Reef Census, the Mars Reef Stars, and continuing the inclusion of engaging and capacity building for local Indigenous ranger groups. And it's important that we say continue the inclusion, because when it comes to working partnerships and inclusion and permissions and consent, it's always good to renew that and keep that as an ongoing thing. And finally, I'll be focusing this talk on the education program. So so it's actually promoting Irukandji culture and the reef conservation. And the reason why we're doing Irukandji culture is because the schools that we are engaging are on Irukandji country. So with the main objective of these the main objective of the education program is creating a connection. So once we create a connection, people are more inclined to actually do something about it and be more involved. So the first aim of this program is actually starting recognition of traditional owners. So having the students understand whose country they're on and who are the people in that area. Then we expanded on something, a better understanding of First Nation management and creating that connection to the reef. As you can see, we work both on Irukandji and Gudjugudju sea country, and we also have within the cooperative the GMY Rangers and Gudjugudju Rangers. We explain to them partnerships that are already happening out on the reef and how it's come together. A model that we've got as the Reef Cooperative. We explain to them the Reef Cooperative projects like Mars Stars and Census. And hopefully by the end of the program, we sparked an interest in doing more for their country, but also sparked an interest on possibly thinking about a career pathway into management of sea country and better understanding the reef. So one of the first projects that we do is the Great Reef Census. It's a massive photo data survey along the Great Barrier Reef. It is made of a mixed bag of lollies of seafarers. So you have your commercial operators, your tourism vessels, your yachties, even your weekend warriors. Anyone can get involved in the in-water works. Then using a simple methodology of actually surveying the reef, all you need is access to the reef. Being able to swim is quite important. Snorkeling gear is optional, but making sure that you bring a camera with you. And for those who can't actually make it to the reef, there's also the online analysis that you can do on the Great Reef Census website. And that is actually made up of all of these images are analysed by everyday people all around the world. And it's using cutting-edge AI technology to help survey these, help analyse these images and make it simple to use. Great thing about the Great Reef Census, it actually explores reefs that have never been surveyed before. an estimate of 18% of the Great Barrier Reef has been surveyed through the Great Reef Census. Then the data then gets passed on to scientists and other reef managers, and it makes informed decision of future decisions. It also identify key source reef that it also identify key source reefs, and it also prioritises what's actually needed on those reefs. Then we got our Mars Reef Stars. So the Mars Reef Stars, for those who don't know, is actually a rubble stabilisation method. It uses a metal frame coated in limestone, and these hexagon-shaped structures are locked in like a huge jigsaw puzzle, and all that's needed is localised coral fragments and people power. It only works in rubble patches, but it provides a structure for those coral graveyards and help regrow those patches back into reef. These are easy to build frames. You do need a scuba diving ticket to install, but that shouldn't be the limitation, because you can get the general public involved with the tying of the coral fragments onto the frames, and this is this is a great gateway to get your message about the reef and educate the general public. This is very scalable and practical, and it's fairly easy to run, and it can be operated off the back of a tourism vessel. So this site here, this is actually at Hastings, and we managed to do this at the back of Dreamtime. As you can see, we actually Tess is in the crowd. She's the one that installing by scuba. Then we actually have help from GBRMPA Rangers and Yidinji Rangers on snorkeling down to. The biggest feedback that we get about this, we ran these on. We broke these up into manageable days, and they call them reef recovery days. And we we basically utilised that 5 hours on Hastings Reef, and we got people, paying customers to get involved, and at the end of it, they get a certificate. One of the biggest feedbacks that we got of these reef recovery days is, when is the next one? So, yeah. It's action like that actually sort of makes you, gets motivated continuously. Then we have something like the Reef Innovation Training Program. So this has just started. We realised that with these projects, you probably need to actually build and train people in them. And there's no better organisation to do it than ranger groups. Indigenous ranger groups across the country have, they're a great resource, and they can be utilised in remote areas. Plus, they're very connected to the country, and they're connected to their communities. So with the Reef Innovation Training Program, we train them up in Mars Reef Stars and Great Reef Sensors. We also help them. We also train them up in capacity building on manufacturing the Reef Stars and getting them to get their dive tickets. Now, this is all what we talk about in our education program. But with our education program, like I said, we start with the first lesson of getting them to know traditional owners first. Then we expand into the things that we do out on the reef. So originally, Darren was meant to be here today to help co-present this to me, present with me, but unfortunately, she's unable to make it. So so we have like a 5-lesson approach, and we use the KWL method. So we get the students to tell us what they know already about the subject. what they want to know, and what they learnt from our lessons. So when up here is a good example with Newman College, because what they know was actually very interesting to us, because Newman College did have prior engagement with other members of Yidinji, but what they wanted to know is, was pretty consistent. It was actually consistent with other school groups as well, about knowing cultural foods, understanding language. Actually, there's a huge push for that, and learning hunting methods, and just in general, actually getting to know traditional owners in general. But unlike my presentation right now is just by PowerPoint, we actually have, we bring in actual props and 3D models. So as you can see, I'm actually using a 3D map of our country, but it also expands and shows a bit of our neighbouring countries as well. This is actually a great engagement tool for school, for students, but also general public, general community, because we utilised this when I was a ranger with Yidinji, and we used to sit this in the table with meetings with elders, and you can see them actually. You can see them actually staring at the model and get more. Then they start telling you what they want from us. So utilising that and showing that to kids, and actually get them learning a bit more geography. So I asked them, one of the first questions I asked them was, like, can you find yourself on this map? Where do you live? And yeah, and also showing them our neighbouring areas as well. Then we go into something with a bit more technology. So we're using things like the Great Reef sensors. For these girls, these are the first time they're using it, and they actually picked up pretty quickly. Then you got someone like Newman College that has been using it for a while and actually expanding their knowledge on the Great Reef sensors. It's a great educational tool, and it's almost like an introduction into marine biology. But the biggest thing that I picked up of these two groups is that one was 100% Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. The other one was low numbers of Indigenous enrolment. But they wanted to learn the opposite side of the coin. So you had the students more interested in this technology from Wangari Girl College. Then with the Newman College, they wanted to actually learn a bit more about Aboriginal culture. We also bring in the reef stars as well. This is actually a great way to control the class. It gets them out of their shells, and having something to touch and feel, and actually get the feel of the weight, actually it breaks down that shyness barrier, and they get more involved, because this school in particular they were more shy than the other classes, but it didn't stop them from actually getting up and getting involved. But with the, and as you can see, it gets their attention pretty quickly. The great thing about our lessons too is that when we got to the end of it, talking about the careers, go back to this one, it was surprising that it's actually rewarding that we actually had a few of the girls actually considering marine biology as a career pathway, especially coming from girls that grew up in remote areas. So in summary, it is important to create that connection. There's also, while showing them positive impacts that's happening out on the reef, another one is actually all of these projects by the Reef Cooperative, practical, scalable, and community-driven, and having a co-design, co-led management approach with traditional owners and First Nation people is the way forward on land and sea management. Question? Yeah, that could be
I
the
might just
expand.
repeat that question so those online can hear, because they probably wouldn't have heard you. So there was a question from the audience about, is there an opportunity for bringing schools together to help support kind of sharing of knowledge and learning from diverse schools?
Yeah, there is that possibility. At the moment, we just only done term 1. We've engaged about 100 students. We're just about to start term 2, and we're about to engage about 200 more students. This is a pilot program and it's going to continue to grow and adapt. So yeah, that is a possibility in the future.
And those here in the room, I invite you to come on up to the microphone. It's not so scary.
If they don't want to use the microphone in the front, you can sit there on Slido and
Thank you.
I'll speak very loudly. My question is, are there opportunities to collaborate with the Mars program with community groups, so not necessarily schools, but other outside of education and youth bodies?
So yeah.
I might just repeat that question for those online. So the question was about, is there an opportunity to expand the partnership with Mars program and community groups?
Yeah, so the Mars program, it originated in Indonesia, and it was actually based on community as well. So they actually got the islands and villages to actually help build those Mars reef stars, and it's actually showing them that helping them repair damages that happen to their reefs. So they have destructive fishing. The reason why we use it over here in Australia is that we have destructive weather like cyclones, and you could also use it to patch up reefs that have been had boat strikes and vessels run aground. We actually, just out of Moore Reef, is the very first Mars reef site, Mars Stars reef site, and then there's a couple more at Green Island. The one that we've actually done through the Reef Cooperative at Hastings Reef, and I was actually fortunate enough to actually travel down to Walubarra and actually help train the ranger, park rangers and reef authority rangers into installing those. Anything else?
One last question.
Thank you so much, Tarquin. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have a couple questions, but I'll keep the first one for now. The RRAP program, the training program that you talked about, often working with rangers to train up in certain skills. Do you ever work with young people, maybe minors still in school, or young people that are seeking employment into those fields, or do you imagine that there's any space for that in the future of that program?
So, so the education program is sort of the step forward, like giving information about it. The RIT program actually is getting rangers first prioritised to be trained up, then it's eventually going to turn into train to trainer. So actually having rangers training other rangers and making it more, that's how you do capacity building, is that you get people understanding what they're being taught and actually teaching, expanding that on. And that's how that's how it becomes practical and scalable.
Yeah, awesome. I'll probably save some of my other questions for you for later, but thank you so much.
We're going to take just one more question before we wrap up the session with Tarquin.
Good morning, my name's Chelsea. I'm here from Voucher Group Consulting. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise. I would like to ask, is there opportunity for the MILES programme to be implemented with an investment perspective? So for example, in retail packages and tourism ventures?
That's actually probably, it's a good thing that I actually have the founders here for the Reef Cooperative. They will give a better answer on that. But yeah, it's something that at the moment with the Reef Cooperative, yeah, we've been using it to do things like out on Hastings Reef. So we actually have 2 separate sites, and we're actually in the process of trying to set up another site this year as well. So, and yeah, again, implement them off a tourism vessel like Dreamtime.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds like some good fodder for side chats after this. Can everyone join me in thanking Tarquin for his presentation? And I'd like to invite Cathie Page from AIMS to come on up. Thank you, Cathie.
Great, thank you very much for listening to my talk. So today I'm going to talk about traditional owner partnerships for enhanced reef restoration outcomes by way of an example of the Walubarra Coral Project. And I've had the great privilege to work on this project and spend time on Walubarra sea country over the last 5 years. Sorry, I'm going to skip back. It seems to have skipped forward without me. I'd like to acknowledge that the work and intellectual property presented in this presentation is that of my co-authors, but also the AIMS Indigenous Partnership team. Got it. I'd firstly like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and sea country that we work on, and also in particular the Walubarra people, the traditional custodians of the land that this project was based in. So a little bit of background on the project. So it has been a 5-year partnership between AIMS, BHP and the Walubarra Tumra, and a part of the Reef Resilience Initiative along with Reef Song. So the project has 3 main components. The first is traditional owner and community partnerships, and that involves truth-telling, two-way knowledge sharing, on-country workshops and communication. Secondly, aquaculture and restoration training, and that's been delivered via Certificate 3 in aquaculture, high degree research students, and also micro-credentials. And thirdly, restoration science, and this has predominantly been around the drivers of post-settlement mortality in young corals, but also substrate and propagation testing. So I'm going to back up a little bit and provide a bit of background on the traditional owners of the region that we worked in, the Walubarra. You've heard a little bit about them from Bob in his plenary this morning. Thanks, Bob. So the Walubarra were seafaring saltwater people who lived on the Keppel Islands in the southern Great Barrier Reef. And as Bob said, they were enslaved and abused by European settlers. They were used as unpaid labourers or slaved, and in many cases murdered. They were forcibly removed from their land and sea country by 1902. And they were intentionally separated from their kin and relocated throughout New South Wales and Queensland in particular, and that was in an attempt to break their connection with country. So many Walubarra descendants have not stepped foot on their country. Myself and some of you have spent more time in Walubarra sea country than many of the Walubarra descendants. But more recently, Bob showed this slide as well, there has been some positive return to country, facilitated by the return of land to the Walubarra, the formation of the Walubarra Tumra, also this project which was initiated in 2019, and also a successful native title claim in 2021. And this illustration really shows the steps that the 6 steps of the project, and I'm going to focus on the first, the 3, the on-country meetings and truth-telling, free, informed and prior consent processes, and then also local knowledge and site selection. And then I'm going to skip over the science and go into some knowledge sharing that happened during the project. So the project kicked off in 2019 with an on-country workshop held on Konomi Island with 45 Walubarra descendants, and for 40% of these attendees it was their first time on-country. A large part of the workshop involved truth-telling, and that involved AIMS staff telling Walubarra descendants the work that had been done already in their sea country without their consent. So some pretty confronting stuff, including the taking of coral cores, many monitoring trips, but also the interbreeding of Walubarra corals with those from other reef regions. It also involved AIMS outlining the research that was planned quite broadly as part of the Walubarra Coral Project. And after this, we received free and informed prior consent for the project quite broadly. There was also a process of knowledge and cultural heritage mapping undertaken as part of the project. So given the forced removal of Walubarra since 1902, there wasn't that current knowledge of reef ecosystems available to us to allow mapping of reefs. But certainly we were able to map culturally significant sites, and thus this information indirectly informed our site selection to enable us to avoid those sites. So one of the 3 objectives of the project was aquaculture and restoration training, and this was predominantly delivered via the employment of 2 Indigenous trainees at AIMS. So here's a photo of Jamiga and Wada that have been working at AIMS over the last 4 years, and during that time they've gained their Certificate 3 in aquaculture methods. They've experienced working at AIMS as aquaculture assistants in the Sea Simulator, but also in other teams within AIMS, so EcoRAP and the Indigenous Partnership Team. And they've also, importantly, had opportunities to spend time on country as AIMS employees. So Jamiga in particular is a Walubarra descendant, and she's joined us in the field on a number of field trips, contributing to our science objectives. And this is a photo in the top here of Jamiga helping out in the field, pulling in a hydrophone that's been recording baseline soundscapes in her sea country. So really important time on country for her. And these are a couple of quotes from Jamiga with regards the importance of the project for her, or the impact of the project. So to me, it's not just work, it's being involved and having family involved in the renewal of coral life, putting into practice our own culture and science together. And secondly, it's showing that if I can do it, it has opened up these pathways for others. And there she's talking about career pathways for other Walubarra descendants who may not have considered marine science or a trade that might lead to a job in restoration science. Aquaculture and restoration training has also been delivered via micro-credential training. So during the 2022 on-country spawning event that we held, a number of Walubarra descendants participated in coral spawn capture and coral seeding and gained a micro-credential in this. They've also helped to develop culturally safe procedures for the cryopreservation or biobanking of coral gametes in collaboration with Taronga Zoo. And they've also importantly gained on-country field experience and seen the work that scientists are doing on their sea country, and seeing the skills that maybe they can gain to provide them an employment opportunity in this area in the future. So identifying additional training pathways for them. The project has importantly provided Walubarra significant opportunities to spend time on country. So the kickoff workshop in 2019 had 45 attendees, the on Walubarra attendees. The 2022 on country spawning event had 11 Walubarra attendees that really had a very hands-on experience helping collect coral slicks, watching coral spawning and gathering that and helping in the processes of coral seeding and cryopreservation. And in 2024, we've just finished off our last workshop for the project with an on-country celebration with 43 Walubarra attendees, 20 of those who were children. So that was a really fabulous opportunity for us to share the knowledge that we've gained through the project with the Walubarra Traditional Custodians. And I'll just reiterate that for many of these people, it is their first time on country. It's certainly their first time seeing their reefs and first time observing coral spawning. I'd also point out that I didn't realise this, for many of them, given that forced dispersal throughout Australia, they haven't met each other. And so for many of them, it's actually an opportunity to meet their cousins, get to know their aunties for the first time, which was really powerful to see. So this time to connect with country was met with mixed emotions. So certainly elation from some at the opportunity to get in the water and see the reef and get to know their country and kin, but also sadness for the opportunities that they've missed over the last 120 years, having not been on country. And also great sadness for seeing that climate change is changing their reefs before they've had an opportunity to learn about them and connect with them. These workshops have also provided, opportunities for deep connection between AIMS and Walubarra staff. So we've spent weeks on country with Walubarra, getting to know them personally, but also, getting to know their aspirations for their young people for the future. So our restoration science undertaken as part of this project has been around coral seeding and deployments for increasing our understanding of the drivers of post-settlement mortality. It's also included some studies of natural recruitment and also natural recovery following bleaching events. And some of the positive outcomes for restoration science of these strong relationships that we've built with the Walubarra people, that trust and respect, has been a very broad, free, informed prior consent for the research activities that we've undertaken. So as part of that initial workshop, we asked for permission to undertake our research in the Walubarra Sea Country. But as the project has changed along the way, we have reiteratively gone back to the Walubarra Tumba and sought additional or consent to undertake this changed research objective. And so that's again built kind of ongoing trust and respect within the partnership. And this broad FPIC has provided the opportunity for us to undertake 4 years of coral spawning, research, 6 coral seeding deployments, and 23 experiments, and the publication of 10 scientific publications with more to come. It's led to many advances in coral seeding know-how, and I've got a short list here, and I'd certainly encourage you, if you're interested in this space, to attend Carly Randall's talk on Thursday morning, where she'll talk about the science outcomes of this project more deeply. And I suppose just to wrap up, to say that the final 2 outcomes for the positive outcomes for restoration science for engaging deeply with the traditional custodians of this sea country has been the strong relationships between AIMS and Walubarra that have been built and build a platform for the support of ongoing support for future projects in the region. And lastly, the identification of employment pathways for the young Walubarra people. And that's going to be particularly important given the need to upscale our restoration efforts into the future. We'll need a ready workforce willing to work on the sea country. So it's been great to see the Walubarra descendants, I suppose, see themselves potentially as being employed in this sector in the future. And I'll just thank AIMS and BHP for funding the project and the Tumra for engaging so closely with us. Thanks.
much, Cathie, for sharing that journey. Probably got time for one quick question. If there's anyone from the audience or from Slido online. You might just make it off scot-free.
Great.
Also have some side chats. Thank you, Cathie. I would like to next invite up Djullja Mundraby from Gudjugudju Mundraby Yidinji Ranger Program to present. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello and welcome. Good morning. My name is Djullja Mundraby. I'm Mandi Nalpa Yidinji man from Yarrabah. Our project is partnering to build capacity of GMY Rangers to take care, connect and support healthy sea country. Our vision of our project is for us rangers and our people to have strong connection to land and sea country and to build capacity and skills amongst rangers so we could have an active and leading role in caring for our sea country. Today I'll take you through how we have achieved some of those goals, and I'll take you through how we have developed our skills around seagrass and coral and have taken those skills and put them to use out in the field on our sea country. Our first workshop for the project was to identify priority areas. You guys still on there? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, identify priority areas in our GMY sea country for looking at seagrass and coral. Once we identified the areas, we then spent many hours in the lab with drop water, learn about seagrass species and the methods they use in the field to survey them and what we could do when we find them. We took what we learned and put those skills to use on the ground at our local beach at Gudjugudju, and we did one of the very first coastal surveys of seagrass in our country. We found that we had almost a footy-sized field of seagrass meadow on our back doorstep. While we surveyed, we identified 4 species of seagrass in this area by using a quadrat to determine how much seagrass coverage and what species there are in the area. Once we recorded the data on the sheets, we saved them for future references. We then got the opportunity to go out onto our sea country with JCU, Tropwater and Marine Parks to do some seagrass mapping along our coastline to determine what kind of seagrass species are growing and what type of habitat they're in, such as sand, mud, rubble, and some areas we had visibility and some we did not. As you can see, Sterling's putting in an underwater camera that's on a tripod to look at the area of seagrass in our area. And then Keith is taking down the data that Sterling is given to him, while Brody, Dion, and I are determining the percentage of seagrass cover of habitat in the area that we found on Scott Reef. Once we collected all our seagrass data in the field, we went back to Tropwater Lab to enter and validate the data. We then had Tropwater help us to make maps where we found inshore and offshore seagrass of GMY sea country so we could take a look at other potential sites on our sea country. That's some of the guys just putting in the data there. Change. Yeah, we turned GPS marks on a map into maps of where we found seagrass. We looked at 226 sites and recorded what habitat was at those sites. We updated information on seagrass that was over 30 years old and got new information on seagrass in areas that had never been surveyed before, which is good. We mapped 15 square kilometers of seagrass in our sea country. We found that our deep water seagrass is seasonal due to its lifestyle, just like land plants. Some seagrass species drop their leaves through autumn and winter and come back again in the spring. Yeah, so once we once we familiarized ourselves with the seagrass, we decided to take on a big challenge, which is the coral reef. We then switched our focus to learn about corals and their structure, how to ID corals, and some methods used to survey coral and the health of the reef. Again, we had to spend many hours in the topwater lab with both coral experts, Russell Kelly, learn all about coral life and reef structures, hard, soft, and the different coral families which build up the reef and what role it plays in the ecosystem. We went out to our islands and with Reef Restoration Foundation and Topwater to learn different survey and restoration methods. We learned all about coral spawning with the Reef Hub and the reef recruits through spawning school. If you're here a bit later, Stella's going to talk on that. One of the methods we use to survey our reefs is freediving, and wanted to brush up on our skills. We became friends with the best freediver in Australia at the moment, is Anthony Judge. Anthony and the Topwater team taught us all about the science and safety side of breath holds and breathing practices for underwater. We did 4 weeks of training at the Walubarra pool, and during the pool work gave the team confidence while diving and breathing techniques while underwater for a period of time. Some of the team members were a bit skeptical about diving at first, but then overcame the challenge in the end. Once we'd done the classroom work, we moved from there to the pool sessions where we practiced our new skills and put them to the test. We were holding our breaths for up to 1:30 at first, tying bowlines underwater and learning how to use other skills, other hand tools for surveying underwater, so we know what to expect when these skills need to be put to use. The best part was we got to apply all our new skills out on the reef on a liveaboard at the Argo. We went out offshore, GMY country, for 4 days and put our new coral and breath hold skills to use, because some actions speak louder than words. And we had 2 small boats that did Great Reef Census coral surveys that charted us to each reef, and off the back of the big boat Argo, we continued our deep water seagrass surveys with a camera tripod. Within the 4 days, we surveyed 7 reefs in the GMY sea country. We were doing approximately 7 hours of work per day. We did 41 targeted coral reef sites. We each had a camera at each site, and we had to take 20 photos each to record the health of the reef. At the end of the 4 days, we uploaded approximately 1,600 photos to the Great Reef Census platform to be analysed. Before we started doing our surveys, we started diving at about 8 meters just to start off with, to get used to holding and controlling our breath with the current and movement of the ocean, and basically staying calm while down below and not using too much energy. We practiced tying bow knots underwater, which helped improve our time below, which were getting longer with each dive we did. On the reefs we surveyed, we did not find any coral bleaching or cots at that time. We went out in November 2023, so this could have changed now after the recent coral bleaching events and weather conditions such as cyclones. We are heading out again this year to our reef, so we will be able to compare last year's results to this year's at the same time, same sites. We also identified Southern Sudbury as a potential restoration site. We have junior rangers who are in year 10 starting in the team, and we will teach them all the things we have learned in this partnership. It'll be an eye-opener for the younger kids to learn about the reef and how it all connects us and how it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Djullja. Questions from the audience? I invite you to come on up and speak into the microphone.
Good morning. It's Chelsea again from Foch Group Consulting. I have a question for you. Did you identify a specific species of seagrass in your area that you think would be best for reef resilience intervention programs? And would your group be willing to work collaboratively in a community campaign with this species that would be a solution for visitor investments?
Yeah, definitely, because we have 4 different species of the seagrass, so we'll be identifying which one will be growing more in our country than the other. And yeah, we'll be interested.
Thank you for your time today.
Any other questions out in the audience? No. Thank you again for your presentation, Djullja. And I'm really pleased to welcome to the stage Vincent Backhaus from James Cook University as our next speaker.
Thank you all. Good morning. Just wanting to, so I just press this green button here to change, and if I need to go back? The red button. The red button, okay. So I'll just double check. That one. Cool. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of the preliminary results from CSIP 09 today. Just to acknowledge here, Annie Shipton from Gudjugudju is also present with me today as a co-presenter. She'll be presenting on one of the slides at the end, one of the particular case studies that we wanted to talk through. Acknowledging traditional owners in the room that have worked across our CSIP projects. Just for your own understanding, I was only able to get permissions from Darrabul and Gudjugudju to use their logos on for this presentation today. However, forthcoming, I'll be seeking permissions and guidance on each of you regarding how you wish to be represented in the public report. That's forthcoming 1st of June, and other ways that we can continue to engage in this COT space. So please understand we had the institutional deadlines to sort of work towards, and so hence that's why we've got those 2 logos there, but certainly acknowledging there are more traditional owners within the space that were working with us. In making our acknowledgement to country, wanting to also just thank traditional owners across the GBRF. CSIP 09 had the task of connecting with 70 traditional owner groups across the reef through the work that I was leading with our fellow team members in that space. And certainly the task of that in a very compressed timeline of starting 6 months late to think through what are the ways that we could connect, certainly acknowledging the patience and the diligence of traditional owners that have worked within the CSIP 09 and some of the outcomes that we wanted to present to you today, but certainly wanting to acknowledge the guidance and understandings from those of us within the Cairns region, certainly from James Cook University's point of view, Gimuy, Walubarra, Yidinji, Yidinji and Jabagai peoples as traditional owners where our campus is located here and where I reside. I just wanted to make that acknowledgement. Certainly for myself, for those of you in the room, my name's Vincent Backhaus. I'm a Kalkadoon, Kiwi and Malaita man. Live and reside here in Cairns for James Cook University as a researcher here and part of the research team here with also Annie Murray and other TOs that have been participating in this project. Annie Murray, you want to say anything, or you want to say any acknowledgement yourself, or?
Yeah. You want me to start?
Oh, no. Did you want to make a little acknowledgement for yourself?
Oh, yeah. On behalf of my family, my name is Mari Shipton. I'm from Gudjugudju community. What I want to say is, on behalf of my family, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land where we meet on. And I'm down here, living down here for a while as our community was evacuated last year in December. and now I'm working with Vincent through our Great Barrier Reef Foundation. I'd like to say thank you to all the reps that brought us here for this workshop. And it's been very good working with Vincent at JCU. And for my country, all our sea countries start off from Aubrey Point right down to Agent Court Reef. That's where we won both shires. We won Cook Shire and Douglas Shire. And at the moment, we are working very hard to get our rangers going on our country with the help of our CEO, Chris Patterson. And we've got a few workers there working with us on our country up back on Bloomfield River. And it's good to catch up with all this work, what we was missing out on during our wet season up there. And while I'm down here now, I've been working with a lot of our workers down there, our researchers, especially my CEO. We have been very busy at the moment, getting our country back on track again after all our damages along the beach from tropical, the cyclone Jasper damaged all our country up there, especially our reef, our coastlines. And so that's where we are now at the moment. I'll get Vincent back on.
Thanks, Anne. Okay, I'll continue and I'll let you come back. I'll continue with the presentation, and then when we get to your slide, and then you can present your knowledge there from that one. Cool. So just to premise and position us as where CSIP 09 emerged. Cool. Now, just to premise where we are positioned for CSIP 09, just acknowledging the previous good work that's been going on, that CSIP 09 in its development and how it emerged into this space as a very significant Indigenous-led, traditional owner-led project within the CSIP program. Just to acknowledge the reports there and the authors, a sample of some of the literature that we worked through, just to understand the aims and the objectives for CSIP 09. One of the big things coming out was that traditional owners' involvement in the COTS program was quite significant and quite involved. CSIP 09, in trying to think through, well, what does that mean and how do we sort of engage that, was part of the process that we wanted to work through over the last 2.5 years of developing up some of the research scholarship around this, developing up some of the baseline evidence that we could present as part of the CSIP program. Was quite important. There were 4 aims for our project, and it was primarily around developing guidelines and processes, which I'll focus on today, collect baseline data on perceptions of traditional owners around not only the priority of COTS work that's happening on sea country, but the relevance of that COTS work and how that figured in the understanding of what kind of engagement and interactions that traditional owners could have with Crown-of-Thorns Starfish, knowing full well that we have 3 particular industry vessels working across the GBRF catchment doing that COTS work. And so what were the opportunities, what were the perceptions of that work was really part of 09 to sort of think through, share some of the understanding around what COTS control actually does and what were the kind of feedback that they were giving in that space. Certainly 3 was communicate the aspirations of traditional owners in meaningful ways and how 09 could support that process, and certainly facilitate reef traditional owners in their engagement with COTS more broadly, and what does that look like. Certainly for communicating aspirations, for CC09, 2 radio interviews on national talkback radio for a national Indigenous broadcaster, an ABC News report, and certainly the institutional newsletters and comms that we had in there was part of the strategy that we used to try and think through how we could sort of reach a broader audience. Certainly the focus of the project centralised within the Cairns and Gimuy region. How could we connect with others? And so utilising some of those comm strategies was an important first step anyway, because certainly within that first step, trying to work through, well, what does that look like? How do we connect? And where do we go from there? In looking through the research findings, the focus of guidelines and processes was very much trying to focus on, well, what does that look like? And so certainly thinking through what does that process, how do we sort of develop that? This is reflective of how, I guess, the components of the report and what are the areas that we wanted to focus on. Looking at the journey, basically the narrative of 09 and how we arrived at some of the findings right down the bottom there that I'll talk to quite soon. It was certainly trying to isolate into 3 components here where that sort of looked at, and certainly the research proposal, framing of the research questions and the scope, and what were the additional elements there that we needed to look through. But certainly that central component there, the conceptualising space, we might call it pilot studying, exploring those community values and that understanding with traditional owners, and really trying to come through with a co-designing strategy that could be empirically validated and could lead to peer-reviewed publications for traditional owners to sort of have that as a baseline platform to then seek out additional engagements, additional areas where this kind of research evidence could support their exchanges, not only regionally but internationally as well as publications. In that first space of research proposal and assembling the research partners and framing the research parameters, really looking at the existing gaps. Certainly we appreciate that within the work plan we had some lead researchers in that space, but then me coming on at a later date, thinking through what are the gaps, what are the areas that we could sort of build in, very much around research team training, but also looking at the limitations there. It was certainly over the course of doing and engaging in CCP09 research, identifying along the way who was not present in the room at the start and who needed to be in the room as a takeaway message. When, as researchers, as an example, we're looking through the development of our research proposals, some of the conceptualisations and the literature that we're looking at. The other very significant one there is relationship building. That was quite an important part, and that continues on, not only to the conclusion of the CCP09, but beyond. And so how is that working through? What are the additional engagement that we can make in that space? In the research team training, we brought on, as part of a succession planning strategy, Indigenous research assistant to sort of support some of the work that we were wanting to do, mindful of, in traditional owner spaces, that gender balance. So Tia Divanor, I'm not sure if she's in the room, she came on and she was quite valuable to do that women's speak, that women's business that as an Indigenous researcher I wouldn't necessarily be able to participate in, only at the fringes per se. I think the other thing there was framing the research parameters, was trying to look through, well, what are community priorities and needs? And that was a real challenge for 09, was to think through. We had this research proposal with some research questions, but then when you're delivering that with traditional owner groups and talking through whether it was relevant, whether it was relatable, whether it met the priorities and needs of communities on the ground. And so it was very much trying to ask that question, well, how could the research project become a little bit more flexible, try and think through, for those of us who work in institutional spaces, we have a lot of scholarship, we have a lot of power in those spaces, so how do we adapt and change our approach to a traditional owner engagement to have that meaningful connection, to think through what other ways that we could support traditional owners in that space. So it was leveraging off the time and the capacity of 09 to be able to develop that up. And so I think we landed in a middle ground, which was quite useful, not only for long-term relationships, but certainly for the outputs for 09, helped to support that. And one of the particular parameters or outcomes that we sort of looked at was certainly a guidebook or a handbook specific to the traditional owner groups that wanted the development of that for their own organisational capacities, not only the GBRF wanting that broader scalable product for co-designing with traditional owners in the cot space, but then how do we sort of look at that but make it more place-based orientated, more specific to traditional owners on country. And so that was a really important aspect that Animari will talk to, and some of the developments for their handbook that they wanted to talk through. We'll certainly talk through a bit more. No worries. And so within this space, it was starting off with the blue circle. I think Mary may have intimated towards that at the start, co-designing, but certainly exploring that. And so that's an iterative process and trying to think through, well, where does that go? And it was very much trying to ensure that those permissions were always sought, the evaluations around, well, where do we go from that initial conceptualising state, that prototyping, so to speak. And the findings that sort of came out, we landed on these thematic elements here from the couple of workshops that we held. Benefit sharing, genuine partnerships, engagement, accreditation, certainly a process of unlearning for those of us within institutional spaces when we're engaging with traditional owners. Certainly in the report we'll elaborate on all these elements here, but just to give you a brief scope there. But then what was a good thing about, the unique thing about this project was in going through that co-design process was the need for traditional owner exchange, not only regionally, but looking at other spaces where COTS outbreaks are occurring within the Pacific area, and the desire of traditional owners to be able to sort of seek potential opportunities to do that COTS exchange through a co-design process and participate in that more broadly. One of the case studies here, Animari will talk to anyway, and certainly give us an elaboration of what this particular handbook may consider for her country, and we'll end on that one, but thank you. You want to talk?
We stand together. In our language in Gudjugudju is Ngana Morogujane. That's mean for all of us. We stand together as one and talk to different government agencies about what we need on our country, what we want to achieve for our younger generation, and where we want to go forward. And to talk to researchers, our biggest problem is the research is going on in our country. And we like to see that changes happening right through Australia for us, so they can learn from us instead of they going on our country without our permission. We want to teach them our culture, our law, L-O-R-E, not them telling us what to do. So that's where we need a guidance from GBRF to tell the researchers that we want to do the job, not them. We want to get paid for our own country. We don't want researchers going on and damaging our country, because there's a lot of sacred sites on our country, and I can't go to someone else's country. I can't go to Vincent's country and learn about his culture. He's got to teach me and smoke me down. And that's what we want to teach our researchers these days now. And that's where we want to get the message out to them, so we can stand together as one Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people, Indigenous, non-Indigenous people, so we can all learn and teach a younger generation. Yeah. And that's my message from my family and to all the researchers, not only my family, but from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people living in Australia. We want you to come forward to us and talk to us. We're just a phone call away. We've got our CEOs working for us, every corporation. Thank you.
And thank you. The report will contain 2 case studies. The one that Ani Murray's mentioned here, but the other one, which we've got permission at least to speak their name, is the Yadaba Research Protocol from Durable Enterprises, for the sake of the report. But within that space, we know traditional owners that we've spoken to would like further commitment from GBRF to develop their own particular place-based guidelines, and so that's what I'm working on in the background. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Auntie Mari. Thank you, Vincent. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions, but I really encourage you to have some side conversations during lunch. And with that, I'd like to invite up Mary Carmen Martinez-Diaz from CSIRO as our next presenter.
With the green, I go forward with the green button, and then red to go. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mari Carmen Martinez-Diaz, and today I'm going to be talking about sea country mapping to manage crown-of-thorns starfish in the Great Barrier Reef. And okay, so first I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land where I'm presenting today, the Gimuy, Walubarra, Yidinji people, and pay my respect to their elders, past and present, and extend this acknowledgement to the traditional owners of the Great Barrier Reef as well. I also want to introduce myself. I am a postdoc researcher at CSIRO, and my area of interest is how people's values can guide conservation actions. So I'm going to start with a bit of context for this project research. The Great Barrier Reef is facing unprecedented threats, and one of them is the cyclical outbreaks of crown-of-thorns starfish, which are a key threat responsible for the long-term decline of the Great Barrier Reef. So managing COTS outbreaks in a manner that is inclusive and accounts for rights holders and stakes and multiple stakeholders' perspectives demands genuine partnerships. So what's been done to manage crown-of-thorns starfish, the Crown-of-Thorns Starfish program? So there's some trained crews and vessels are dedicated to manually culling crown-of-thorns starfish using a lethal injection, a single shot of bile salts or vinegar, and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority is responsible for this program. So the program initially targeted high-value tourism reef sites, and then the program expanded to target ecologically important reefs along the Great Barrier Reef. So the program monitors controlled reefs to inform planning and adapts when new research is available. So how do the COTS control program decide which reefs to control? Here's where the reef prioritization process comes into a picture. So there are 3,000 reefs in the Great Barrier Reef that could face starfish outbreaks, and prioritizing reefs for protection is essential. So there are different decision-making factors. One of them is the ecological decision-making factors, like the outbreak status of the Crown-of-Thorns starfish, starfish density, coral cover, and larval dispersal. There are also the economic factors, like the tourism data, and also some operational insights, like reef accessibility, weather conditions, and safety considerations. So this is an adaptive process, which means that when there is new information, the process adapts. And this is really important because one of the aspirations of this process is that traditional owner values influence the process as well. So now I'm going to talk about support decision-making through mapping, because the reef prioritization process utilizes the decision-making factors, the ecological and economic decision factors. And in this picture, we can see the map of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, the management area, that is divided in different regions. So then these reefs are selected, and they can have ecological importance or economic importance, or they can have both ecological and economic importance. And to make these decisions, the process uses spatial data and maps. So with the aspiration of also traditional owners guiding the process, then here is where the support decision-making through mapping comes into a picture as well. So therefore, this project proposes to build a co-research partnership with traditional owners to support their meaningful and effective participation in the reef prioritization process. And we are aligning the project with the Heart of the Reef, a call for healing that Bob in the morning read to us, and where traditional owners are asking for their voice to be heard and a holistic management. And also with the Traditional Owner Implementation Plan, Reef 2050, where traditional owners are expressing the need to strengthen their involvement and leadership opportunities in coast management. And also throughout the document, traditional owners are asking for capacity building in mapping for recording and appropriate sharing of Indigenous knowledge and information as well. So we aim to co-develop decision-making tools with traditional owners through dialogue, mapping, and participative digital technology, respecting data sovereignty. And I also wanted to include here some principles for convening co-design. So one of them is consent-driven, and I think that is something that we've been hearing a lot today, and also in the workshop yesterday, free, prior, and informed consent. And also an embodied process where we really build deep connections and also use, also offer deep listening and learning and two-way exchange of knowledge in a visual and creative process that is inclusive for traditional owners to participate the way they want to participate and the way they want to share their knowledge. And also it is a process connected to play, so this means respecting cultural practices as well. So in summary, there are three main topics in this project. One is values-driven conservation. So how can traditional owners' needs and priorities influence how reef managers prioritize reefs for protection? The second one is data ownership, how traditional owners want to share their knowledge and participate in decisions about reef prioritization while leading the ownership and control of their data. And the third one is decision support making tools. So can we co-create together tools that benefit traditional owners, help prioritize reefs for Crown-of-Thorns starfish control, and make decisions about reef conservation more broadly? So can these tools also help traditional owners participate in different projects for conservation in the marine space? And so these are starting points for collaborations and conversations, but this is a project that can adapt to traditional owners' needs and priorities. And so that is what I wanted to share as a point for to start conversations and collaboration. Feel free to contact me if you want more information. And thank you so much. I also wanted to say that I'm very lucky to be working in this space and also learning from researchers like the AIMS partnership teams and all the experience that they've been working. So I think that as young researchers, it's really important to learn from what everyone else is doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary Carmen. In the spirit of opening up conversations, any questions from the audience or online? Nothing online. Oh, good question. Would you mind coming up to the microphone? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Full disclosure, I'm Cameron. I'm a co-author on this presentation. Mary Carmen, what phase are you at, and what's the single best thing that people could do to engage with you?
So I am at the phase of building relationships and sharing the starting point of the project, and I'm happy to present and open the conversation. I am also building these relationships by visiting the communities, so people in their communities. So if someone wants to know more about it, that's also something I can do. Thank you, Cameron.
Great.
Thank you, Mary Carmen. And I'd like to next invite to the stage Katie Chartrand from James Cook University. And Sterling from GMY.
Surprise, I have a co-presenter, even though it's not showing maybe on your schedule. I first just want to acknowledge all the wonderful talks we've already heard today about empowering and deepening First Nations engagement, capacity, and leadership really across the reef space. I'm sure we're going to hear lots more of that today and over the next couple of days. I do want to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land and sea country that this particular project in the Cairns-Port Douglas region has been involved on spawning school, which we'll get into in a minute. I also particularly want to acknowledge the corals that were collected for this project, which came from Yidinji country in partnership with Gavin and his team, so thank you for that. I, along with my colleague Abby Scott, I have not listed everyone that's been involved in the project up on that slide, but the others that are involved here particularly include Abby, who's the co-coordinator of the Cairns-Port Douglas Reef Hub. The Reef Hub is really about enhancing and empowering, connecting people of all walks of life and organizations here in our region to really generate transformative benefits for the community and for the reef working in this space around reef resilience and recovery. I do want to plug her talk. It's tomorrow at 11:15 in the Michaelmas K room if you have a chance to listen to that to learn more about the Reef Hub and the broader work that we're doing. This is just one project that we've been lucky to be involved with. I also want to acknowledge our virtual partners, Reef Recruits, led by Carrie Cameron, who's online watching with us today remotely. They've been a huge part of driving spawning school and all about fostering connection and building capacity with traditional custodians from a very local, regional perspective. I do also want to acknowledge the groups that were able to participate in this start of the program this last year in late November 2023 when we established spawning school. We had Gudjugudju Mundraby Yidinji Rangers as well as GMY Rangers with us for the week-long events, as well as the Gudjugudju community that participated. I'm going to pass on very shortly to Sterling King, one of those rangers that were involved in the program. But I also want to acknowledge Taylor Mitchell from Yidinji, who was also heavily involved throughout the week, and you'll see her throughout many of the slides. At the core of spawning school, there's really two key objectives that we were after, and that was connecting with community. Spawning I've been involved with in capturing spawn for trialing restoration methods out on the reef. And logistically it's challenging, and it inherently limits who can get involved and who can connect with that in that meaningful hands-on way. And while we've had traditional custodians and others in the community out with us, by bringing it back to a land-based facility that we did here at our James Cook University Nomabata campus up in Smithfield, it enabled all generations to get involved in the communities in our region. So inviting in little ones and elders and rangers and making it a collective that it was inclusive to all groups in our area was one of our key objectives in this program and in line with our Reef Hub priorities. Of course, it's also, as we've seen in the Walubarra country, the training of Indigenous rangers is a great gateway to build up skills and capacity. The tangible hands-on opportunities around how you handle corals, the basic biology, and how we can kind of give those practical skills to enable leadership in future for traditional custodians that want to get involved in the space more heavily, understand the processes, and just connect and share, the cultural connections as well as, the potential for job pathways in the future. With that, I'm going to leave it there and pass over now to Sterling King from Gudjugudju Mundraby Yidinji, and let him kind of tell more about his perspective and experience, because I think he'll do a better job than I can. So I'll control this for you if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, before I start, I would like to pay my respect to the traditional owners to this land that we stand upon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sterling King. Yeah, I'm from Yarrabah, and my tribe is the Mandingalpa Yidinji people. I am a GMY Ranger, and I've been employed in this role for the last year. I am one of 4 GMY Rangers who participated in the coral spawning school in 2023. Yeah, so spawning school was good timing, because a month before we did a daily patrol and saw pink slime on top of the water surface at Conjura Beach, as you can see there. Yeah, we talked to Cathie and the team about what it was. They said it was coral spawning. We then learned it comes at after November and October and November, full moon, and wanted to learn more about the whole process. Spawning school was held in November. Sorry, I'm getting a bit nervous, as you can tell. With Reef Hub, with Reef Hub, Reef recruits Kerry, Grant, and Jim. Prior to the spawning school, Reef recruits went out on Yidinji sea country and collected 10 colonies. Then they brought it back to JCU to be ready for the spawning school. Next. Yeah, as you can see from the video, Taylor from Yidinji Ranger, she's breaking a coral branch to see if eggs and sperms are visible. And the photos show the pink eggs. Oh, sorry. Sorry, that the pink eggs, eggs with the empty ones, that's a no good one. So the green tick across there, no. The next one. So we all know that the corals are ready to spawn. So we transferred corals in the individual nally bins to see if anything would happen in the space of a few hours. We followed the process for about 4 to 5 days until spawning. Until spawning happened. Next one. So this is a time lapse of us transferring from the pool into the nally bins. The process of doing that for 4 to 5 days was so at sunset we saw the release of the bundles, as you can see on the left-hand side there. So this is what one bundles look like up on top there. So the pink color is the egg, and the white color on it is the sperm. So next video then, please. So we skimmed off the bundles after
after they spawn to put in a new tub. So yep, so we had to just keep transferring. Okay, next one. Yeah, so we mix the bundles gently, from all colonies, so all 10 colonies. So we do a gentle current. So the Pac-Man stage is a sign of fertilization, so they came together there. So we need to clean off the babies from excess sperm, which is the cloudy water, as you can see in the video. So in the next few hours, the embryos then develop into a 4-cell stage and into a prawn-like chips. As you can see, they look like Chinese prawn chips. Yeah. Yep. So here now, we are counting and monitoring the embryos under the microscope using trays. So it's usually filled with all the spawn in that little tray, and we'll look through in the microscope. Yeah, to keep track of all at the counts as well. So, yep. So it approximately takes one week from spawning to be ready to settle on the reef. As you can see, changes of the shapes and color. Yeah, as you can see in that too, we are now caring for 500,000 babies. Yeah. And clean water as well. So it was with the time it was hectic looking after 500,000 babies. Yeah. So we monitored water temperature and clean mucus from the surface as well, just to keep them healthy. One more, back. Now, so we would look through the microscope to monitor the development on a daily basis. So we had to check every day. Yep. So in their normal habitat, they would find a forever home. But we practice on settling them on the CCA or live rock, which is their favorite. So I like to settle a lot. So we also had the opportunity to look at a 1-year-old recruit from a previous study raised by reef recruits and their team. So it was interesting to see the coral recruits' growth over the year, which were visible with the naked eye. So yeah, you didn't need a microscope for that. So you see, even though because I'm a bit blind and I couldn't see that. So yeah, so we got to share this great opportunity to fellow community members and other traditional owners. So during the spawning school, I had the honor of being featured on Channel 9 News and sharing about this amazing experience. Yeah, so it was great to see young children participating in this program and inspire them to be the next leaders of their TO groups. Yep, and behind the scenes, Reef Cast and an Indigenous film team filmed the spawning school process so we could share it back to our communities and tell other ranger groups about this awesome experience, and we can continue to develop and learn in the future. So yeah, here's a short preview produced by Reef Cast showcasing the spawning school.
Welcome back to Reef Cast. We've got a special production with our friends here at JCU Tropwater, here in the beautiful Yidinji country in Cairns, far north Queensland, to learn about their brand new project, the Spawning School. We're learning about all types of things like corals, traditional owners, and the beautiful World Heritage Area, the Great Barrier Reef. And one question, what does land, sea, and land country mean to you?
Connection. You connected to both because you got song lines, story lines, everything is there, the land and sea. And it's a provider. It provides you with food.
And why TOs? Why working with TOs?
I think really important, we're talking from the Western science perspective of what we know, but there's so much cultural connection and knowledge there. So having that ability to bring people in to connect over what this natural event corresponding from ancient times. So we want to connect those things together and look at where opportunities naturally start to evolve, whether it be jobs or just education with kids or the whole community.
Thank you.
Maybe. Yeah. You're not done yet, Sterling. Sorry. We've probably got time for one, maybe two questions. Anyone from the audience? Allison, come on up, please.
Awesome job, Sterling. I just have a question about the spawning school. Is this something that's going to be happening annually? And if so, is it going to be possible to involve young people and students in like a work experience or training? Is that something you guys are interested in doing?
Most definitely. Reef Recruits I think they're going to be back again this year, and hopefully for more turnouts with Indigenous ranger groups around North Queensland. Yeah. So.
Yeah, cool.
And to get the young kids involved, it'll be a good outcome. Yeah, if they participate. And yeah.
Well, might find you for a chat about that later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sterling is ready to wrap up, and we had the perfect segue because Allison Paley from James Cook University is our next speaker. But please, while she's coming to the stage, one more round of applause for Sterling and Katie.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we're on today, but also to acknowledge the Bindal, the Wulgurukaba, and the Mumbra people whose beautiful country I live and work on and will be featured in my presentation today. And also to pay my respects to elders past and present. So I'm here today to talk to you about a collaboratively designed marine science education and outreach program that strives to engage First Nations youth, and it's affectionately known as the ATSIMS program, which stands for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Marine Science Program. This program works with First Nations Year 10 students from the broader Townsville region, and we focus on Year 10 students because they have yet to make their critical selections for their senior subjects in years 11 and 12. And so one of our major goals in the program is that we hope by sharing opportunities for careers and training and study in the marine science and marine management space, that we might encourage and inspire those students to continue selecting STEM subjects in sciences and maths in their senior years. That would also enable them to enroll in further training and study options leading to careers in the marine industry. A secondary goal is not only to connect our students, but also their teachers with local industry experts and research and training facilities and organizations. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to connect with so many local area teachers, and I think we all can acknowledge that it's really our teachers who are the magic makers when it comes to engaging with our students both in and out of the classroom and providing that encouragement for students to go for new opportunities. So taking the opportunity ourselves to use the program as an informal professional development for our teaching staff to connect them with local industry is also a really worthwhile objective for us. And lastly, that we are working towards striving on creating this pipeline of skills-ready, confident young people who want to be involved in caring for country work. And I think this last point is a fairly lofty goal and worth its own slide. One of the most important aspects, I think, towards the generation of confident young people is to connect them with mentors and role models that they can see themselves in. And we do that throughout the program in a number of ways. Firstly, by making sure that they get to know First Nations employees at all the organizations that we work with, for example, the Australian Institute of Marine Science. And also by connecting them with student ambassadors in the program who are current or recent graduates from JCU, undertaking degrees in sciences, marine science, and education, and are deeply passionate about connecting and mentoring young students. Likewise with other young adult trainees who maybe haven't gone the tertiary pathway but are still in their early phases of training, leading into fruitful professional endeavors. It's also really critical that we get our students out of the classroom and on country. And I believe so passionately about the value and impact of experiential education and being hands-on with our students and young people. And lastly, important to link our students that are interested and engaged with further opportunities. And this is something that I'll continue talking about a little later. Oh dear. So how we do this is we run a 6-week approximate program in the second term of the school year, where we have about 5 events that occur on a weekly basis. And we gather our students together for commencement at JCU's Bebega campus in Townsville, where they get to know one another and they get to engage with the reef education team from the Reef Authority. They start to learn about marine critters that are dangerous and deadly. They start to learn about Great Barrier Reef zoning, including traditional use of marine resource agreements in TUMRA. And they start to get some foundation training for programs like Eye on the Reef, Citizen Science, which they'll carry out on their visit to Orpheus Island. We also spend a day on country with local Indigenous land and sea ranger groups. So for example, our students in the sort of north of Townsville to Ingham and Abergawi will connect with the Girrigan Land and Sea Rangers by going and visiting them on their country in Cardwell and learning about their many and varied roles within their big team, and then getting to hear a little bit about their personal journeys along the way into those roles, which is a really important aspect for our students to participate in. A highlight of the program is taking them on country to Orpheus Island or Golbori for 3 nights where we visit JCU's research station. Here we focus on connection. The students connect with one another from different schools. They have the opportunity to connect with traditional owners who come to engage with the students, and they can connect with the reef through citizen science activities. We also take them to visit the Australian Institute of Marine Science, where we're ushered and welcomed in by the Indigenous Partnerships team, who take the students around to understand the many and varied roles of all of the people working in this organization to contribute to our nation's leading tropical marine research. And lastly, we gather them together again on JC's campus for a bit of fun in our teaching and research laboratory space with some hands-on activities, and to celebrate and award our students and their achievements in the program. I cannot continue talking about the program without emphasizing the strength and value of our industry partnerships, who absolutely make the program what it is. Many of the partners who are here in logo and or listed by name have been with the program since its inception, and in fact were the calling impetus for the creation of the program, responding to calls from the community that they wanted something like this for their young people. So many of our partners provide their time and financial support, but more often both. And we had an estimated more than 700 hours of in-kind support from our partners in the 2023 program. So it is a tremendous undertaking, not only by ourselves at JCU, but by our partners who volunteer their paid salary time to engaging with our students and young people and helping us usher in a new cohort of students each year. So the program has been running for a number of years. We're just about to kick off with our 11th year of the program, and so we can talk about some of its successes and some of our aspirations for where we still want to go with the program. We've had over 430 graduates from the program. We've had 16 schools up until this year participating in the program, and we've worked with more than 10 traditional owners and their groups and representatives throughout it. We have collected many testimonials from past participants, which I've shared some here with you. And if you're interested in learning more about them, we have an alumni feature in each one of our quarterly newsletters, which you can access on our website. In the past year, in 2023, we had a major year of scaling the program where we had over 85 program graduates, which was almost double the amount that we had had previously in previous years of the program. And we, for the first time, had 13 participating local schools participating simultaneously. Before that, we were only able to cater to 6 schools that participated on a biannual basis. So this was a really major undertaking for us last year. And really importantly, we entered a new phase of the program where we awarded students with opportunities for further engagement, which is a really important expansion of our program to extend the pipeline in which we engage with students. You can see that our students clearly feel that the program gave them great satisfaction in participating, and they highly recommend it to their peers. They also reported that they were able to create a lot of new friendships throughout the program and improved in their leadership and teamwork skills, which I think we all agree are really important soft skills when it comes to that confidence building and boosting of young people. Our students participated in a number of awesome citizen science projects. They surveyed over more than 350 coral colonies for Coral Watch. They removed more than 250 kilos of marine debris for the Tangaroa Blue Australian Marine Debris Initiative. And for the first time, we conducted rapid long plot surveys for Mangrove Watch at Orpheus Island. Looking forward to 2024, we're about to kick the program off next month. We have a whopping 21 schools participating in the program this year. This was the first time that we have extended invitations to the program to every secondary school in the broader Townsville region. That includes down from Bowen and Home Hill and Burdekin, Townsville, through to Ingham and Abergawi. We had over 89 student and 35 teaching staff apply to the program. So we continue to scale and we continue to receive a wonderful outpouring of interest in the program, which keeps us going. So I mentioned about awarding our students with further opportunities, and this is a really kind of exciting, inspiring area for us to be moving into in the ATSIMS program, because like I said, it helps us expand beyond our previous engagement with students, where we get to see them for a short period of time in year 10, but then we really don't get to see what happens with them in their years 11 and 12 until we can start to engage with them as adults again. It's tricky working with minors in that way, but by awarding students with opportunities for work experience or mentorship or other skills training that take place alongside their schools in years 11 and 12, we can extend our pipeline and can also help further develop their pre-professional network development and building. So we can see here a couple of our students who just recently completed their open water dive certification as part of a mentorship with Reef Ecologic, and also participating in the Reef Masterclass workshop back on Orpheus Island. We have 2 students who are going to be participating in a work experience later this year with the Australian Institute of Marine Science, and so we're really excited to see how these opportunities carry out. And this brings me into sort of the next phase of where we're hoping to take the ATSIMS program. We're really fortunate to be successful in seeking some funding from a great collaboration with WWF Australia and the VFFF, the Vincent Fairfax Family Foundation, to expand our program with a bit of a spin-off, which we're calling Beyond ATSIMS. And the Beyond ATSIMS is going to help us build on that opportunity to provide training and opportunities for our students through internship, work experience, and network development for students in years 11 and 12, and also young adults. In particular, we're going to start to see an expansion of our own ambassador program within the ATSIMS program by directly employing our ambassadors to help us deliver the program and providing them with opportunities for further engagement with our industry partners as well. So a major motivation in being here today was to, discuss the opportunities for us to scale, whether that means that we maybe connect with new school systems or partners who are a little further north afield of Townsville, or maybe you're sitting in the audience as a member of an organization that thinks, you might have some cool opportunities that you could see some young people coming through your doors and through your ranks, and like to be able to discuss how we might have some touch points. I am really keen and eager to discuss these ideas with you guys as we continue to think about ways that we can scale not only our program, but leveraging our partnerships and resources that we have access to help support other endeavors on a similar grain that are happening in our region. So with that in mind, please reach out. There's our email alias as well as our website. You can access past issues of our newsletter if you'd like to learn a little bit more about us. You can find us on social media. And I'd also like to give a special shout out to the other staff member at JCU who works alongside me in this project, our project officer, Jess Smith, who is viewing from the Townsville Viewing Party. And yes, just to thank you all.
Thank you, Allison. We've probably got time for one question. No.
Maybe not.
I'm sure there'll be lots of side chats coming your way, Allison. Thank you so much for sharing about some youth leadership opportunities in the reef space. And we've now got our final presentation in the session. So welcome to the stage, Angela Marsh from University of Queensland.
Good morning, everyone. I have the most difficult slot of the day. I'm the only person standing between everyone and lunch, so I will endeavour to stay on time. So I'd like to start by recognising the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. As already mentioned, my name is Angela Marsh. I'm a data scientist at the University of Queensland working within the Reef Catchment Science Partnership. I'm here today just to talk about the team and how our cross-sector collaboration is really benefiting the work that we've been doing in the water quality space and our contribution to the Reef 2050 Water Quality Improvement Plan and the Paddock to Reef modelling program. So the partnership is part of a wider operational team within the Queensland Department of Environment, Science and Innovation in the Water Quality and Investigations branch. The team sits across 3 organisations, being the University of Queensland, James Cook University and the Queensland Government. And we have a broad range of skill sets and scientists within the team employed professionally. As well as 3 PhD students and 3 honours students that we count as part of our team. As well as the core team, we work with approximately 70 individuals across the whole eastern coast of Queensland that assist us in monitoring water quality across such a large geographic area. We are responsible for the delivery of the largest targeted water quality monitoring program in Australia, which is made up of 2 large-scale monitoring programs, the South East Queensland Catchment Loads Monitoring Program and the Great Barrier Reef Catchment Loads Monitoring Program. These large-scale monitoring programs track long-term trends in water quality entering the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park all along the east coast of Queensland. This data is used to validate and calibrate catchment water quality models that track our progress towards the Reef 2050 Water Quality Improvement Plan, 2025 water quality targets, and is a big contributing factor to the Reef Report Card. The 5 priority pollutants that are identified as impacting the reef in the WQIP that we track are sediments, especially fine sediments, dissolved inorganic nitrogen, particulate nitrogen, particulate phosphorus, and pesticides. In terms of geographic extent, we have 68 sites spread across the Queensland coast, across 24 basins. Data at these sites is captured by either a manual grab sample or via installed auto samplers. And in addition to these sites, we also have a network of 56 Trias opus sensors installed in the Herbert and Burdekin regions, which feed us near real-time data on water quality. This data provides significant insights into the local waterways and allows our real-time data scientists to find correlations between different water quality readings and other factors around land use, weather, or groundwater, surface water interactions. As I've already mentioned, we have around 70 individuals that play a significant part in our ability to capture data across the whole eastern coast of Queensland. We need to capture data at every one of our sites after every major rain event to ensure that we're able to accurately calculate those yields and loads of pollutants feeding into the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. These samplers represent a broad spectrum of society, including individuals, landowners, industry bodies, NRMs, and traditional owners. Managing these relationships is an absolutely critical part of our program, and part of our engagement strategy is to perform annual training in each of the regions to ensure that all of our samplers are capturing data in a consistent method. This opportunity also allows us to meet new samplers that are coming into the program, allows us to identify or understand any local issues, and just gives us that opportunity to meet face to face. We also take the opportunity to share the data and the data analysis with the stakeholder groups to give them an understanding of what we are doing with the data that's being collected. So using our local samplers provides us with that local insight and knowledge, and provides that bigger picture context to the data that we're generating. And our program wouldn't be able to provide the amount of quality data that we could across such a large geographic area without that larger team of samplers. Another benefit that we found in this collaboration is the ability to develop and shape long-term research projects through our PhD students who are engaged on 3 to 5 year research projects, and our honours students who are committed to a year of research in their final year of undergraduate study. These research topics are defined in conjunction with the program's leadership team to ensure that all of these research projects are adding to the long-term objectives of the program. The research projects are benefited by the ability to use real-world data that's being captured by the program and stored. We've got a really large amount of data stored back through time, and it's all adheres to strict data quality guidelines. They also influence the program by identifying where there are gaps or additional opportunities to capture more data, identify gaps in the data, or identify products that could benefit local stakeholders or the scientific community. These students are incorporated as part of our team and attend weekly catch-ups, and it's a really excellent opportunity to give these students the ability to work in a real-world operational team of scientists and create their own networks. At the University of Queensland, we also co-deliver one of our third-year pollution sciences classes. Our field trip's actually going out this week, so our operations team take out the students to a range of sites across Brisbane to different rivers, capture water samples, send the samples to the labs, go through all the same quality-checked laboratory processes as all of our normal water samples, and the data is returned to the students to analyse and report on. And again, the significance of this is exposing university students to a real-world operational team. So the program is a world-leading monitoring program, and it's internationally recognised. And last year we participated in an international review to identify where our strengths and limitations are within the program. So it's experienced rapid expansion since its inception around 2006 due to an increasing range of stakeholder needs. And while the program's been very agile and successfully addressed these needs, it's now reached a point where we're trying to get a more formal articulation of what's next. So the recommendations that were provided as part of the review are step one, we need to identify a strategic plan to incorporate all the recommendations that have come out of that review. And I've just given a summary of some of the core ones up there, probably placing an emphasis on the fact that we need to do more research and innovation, make our data more publicly available and easily accessible for others to use, and to more understand and incorporate the needs of our stakeholders. So from that, I just wanted to share some of the products that the team has developed to share our data with the public. So Table is our water quality portal, which will be officially launched next month to access all of our quality checked water quality data. The word Table comes from the Turrbal people in Brisbane and is a reference to fresh water. So this portal allows users to select any or all of the sites across Queensland, and it extracts that historic data for people to be able to use it for their own means. We've also started importing some third-party data into here as well from some other universities that are capturing the same types of data, and we're open to other collaborations to make sure that any good water quality data is coming through a single source. Some other products that we have a range of decision support tools related to pesticide use. So the pesticide reporting portal makes pesticide monitoring data collected across the whole coast available to the general public. It allows users to go in, again at a site level, and identify the risks and the influence of overland water flow on pesticide loss under different management scenarios. And another tool that I just wanted to touch on briefly is the pesticide risk metric application, which we've had a lot of ongoing long-term PhD research projects contributing to this and honours projects. And it allows users to go in and see the combined toxicity risk of 22 pesticides at each of our sites. So that risk is expressed as the percentage of species potentially affected or conversely protected by the combined toxicity of all of those pesticides. This tool gives local stakeholders insights into the risks in their regions and creates an additional decision support tool for them. And the last product I just wanted to touch on briefly is our annual report. So our program has annual reporting obligations to share yearly loads and yields for all catchment areas. This started off as a more traditional Word document format, but in recent years, so the last 4 reports, we've shifted it into the ArcGIS Esri story maps to make it publicly accessible, which aligns with our principles of making data more easily accessible, readable and usable by people to understand what the program is capturing. And yeah, these story maps provide a lot of great information on the program, so it's not just about the data that we're collecting, but it goes through some of our data capture processes, our quality assurance procedures, sampler stories, and just again turns the data collection component into more of a story to understand the data that we're capturing and the impact that it has. So that's me. I think the main thing I just wanted to highlight is that, yeah, the program is still growing. We're looking for those collaboration opportunities. I know it's more of a marine crowd here today, but I think it's important to acknowledge, the potential in looking at those end-to-end management processes from catchment all the way through to reef health. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions online or out in the audience?
come on up. I know we're inching towards lunch.
I met the deadline.
Good morning, my name's Chelsea, I'm from Fortune Group Consulting. I recognise that you mentioned you're willing to collaborate in projects within the community. Have you identified any specific bio areas that need intervention strategies? Would you be willing to participate in a community-led forestry for food revegetation programme, which is inclusive of your data collection categorisations?
Yeah, absolutely. Would be willing to participate in any type of those engagement programs. I think for me, the more you can understand around all the different people and industry bodies and organisations that are involved, the better we can all collaborate and work together and figure out a best fit approach.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your input today.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Thank you, Angela, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So a very big thanks to all of our speakers in this morning's session. We've heard a really strong theme across all of these presentations around connection. And some of the things that I've been reflecting on from the talks are around the importance of holding space for truth-telling, around deeply listening, and around taking that time to build relationships and partnerships. We've heard about the importance of spending time on country together. Heard about applied capacity building and using that as a way to drive outcomes. Heard about the process of unlearning and resetting ways of working with traditional owners. And we've heard about the critical importance of working together when you need to care for 500,000 baby corals. We've also heard, some of those amazing stories about the importance of mentors and connections across generations to build that future generation of leaders for the reef. If you're inspired by all of these talks, and how could you not be? It's been a pretty amazing morning. Invite you to attend the session in the afternoon, which will continue on this theme around co-design and collaborative partnerships, both here in this room and also online. And I hope you'll join me one more time in a big round of applause for all of our speakers this morning. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Announcement to say that our first speaker, Tali Vardy, isn't able to join us today. So the good news is you've either got another 15 minutes to have some interesting chats, or you can pop over to one of the other rooms, which is kicking off at 1 o'clock and will officially commence here from 1:15. Thanks. Hope everyone enjoyed a great lunchtime break with some interesting conversations. We are back now for a continuation of this morning's session, focused on working models for co-design and cross-sector collaboration. Another amazing lineup of speakers to share with you coming up. I've got a couple of quick housekeeping updates to share with you before we get into that. I've just gotten word that the weather is not on our side, so unfortunately we won't be hanging out on the poolside deck for drinks for this evening's networking session. We'll be downstairs at bar 36, so follow the crowd at the end of the day. It sounds like we've also had a couple of people just asking for a reminder about the Wi-Fi password so you can be connected to other things. So the internet that you'll look for, the Wi-Fi network you'll look for is the Pullman Conference Wireless, and the password is CANS with a capital C, Reef with a capital R, all one word. And with that, I am really pleased to hand the stage over to Lorna Howlett from University of Technology, Sydney. Thanks, Lorna.
Thank you. So, as already mentioned, my name is Lorna Howlett. I'm representing the Coral Nurture Program today and the University of Technology, Sydney. And today I'm going to be talking about how our researcher and stakeholder partnerships have helped us to aid and improve restoration on the Great Barrier Reef, and hopefully share some lessons that we've learned to help anyone else looking to cross-collaborate across sectors. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and extend my respects to the traditional custodians of the land and sea country on which the Coral Nurture Program operates throughout North and Central Queensland, and also Gadigal country, which is where UTS sits in Sydney. So briefly skip over this. We already know that reef resilience is threatened by climate change, but this has been acknowledged in key peer-reviewed publications, but also recent government publications as well, and outlining that we need to test and deploy methods for reef restoration as part of adapting new approaches to better manage our reefs. And I'm sure throughout the symposium and already we've heard some amazing work that's currently being done on the Great Barrier Reef around reef restoration efforts, ranging from coral propagation, rubble stabilisation to the use of sexual reproduction of corals. But what these all have in common is they tend to be quite labour intensive. There's the added complications of accessing the sites. You need to have vessels to be able to get out there, and all of this combines to increase the cost of these methods. And excuse the pun with the icon there, I was running out of icons, but we are reducing scale of these as well. So this has led into the Coral Nurture Program. So it started off as a collaboration between researchers from the University of Technology, Sydney, and tourism operators based in Port Douglas in North Queensland. And this collaboration came about after the 2016-17 mass bleaching events, because the tourism operators had noticed a big decline in coral cover at their sites, and they were looking to increase that coral cover and provide a bit of ecological resilience, but also resilience of their business as well. So the aim was to integrate coral propagation practices into day-to-day tourism operations, because these guys are visiting the sites already every single day. So integrating that helped to reduce the cost and hopefully upscale, and then the research can help to further optimise those practices as well. So, oh no, I've gone too far. Hold on. So to be able to integrate into day-to-day tourism operations, it's really important to have rapidly deployable but also easily adaptable methods. And especially on tourism vessels where you've got passengers on board, you need to get around workplace health and safety constraints. So using chemical adhesives isn't going to work when you've got passengers all around. So that's why Coral Nurture Program co-founder, John Edmondson, developed what's called the Coral Clip. So that's here in the photo. It's a way of rapidly attaching fragments of coral to areas of coral rock. And to provide a source of fragments at these tourism sites, we installed coral nurseries. And as you can see, quite often they're made from repurposed materials, again, to reduce the cost. So we started in 2018 on just one site, Opal Reef, with one tourism operator. This is our proof of concept phase. Once the corals were surviving really well, the coral was growing well on the nurseries, we expanded our collaborations to include 6 other tourism operators on a further 7 reefs between Cape Tribulation and Cairns. We're then lucky enough to collaborate with the Mars team and the Reef Authority and Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service in a joint restoration effort on Green Island. And following the success of that, we're invited to also help on Bait Reef in a very similar project, but on a much larger scale. And operating for the first time out of Airlie Beach, we're able to get in contact with 3 more tourism operators, which were also really keen to join the Coral Nurture Program. So we then set up a further 3 outplanting sites within the Whitsundays with the tourism operators there. So what we've been able to achieve since 2018 with this huge collaboration is over 105,000 outplanted corals on 30 different sites all throughout the northern and central reef. But also really important to note, especially with this map, you can see there's a big gap in the middle. We're clearly focusing on the economically important reefs, not necessarily the ecologically important ones. So that's obviously a gap that we would really like to fill in the future. So just to go into how these collaborations actually work when you're in the water. So using Bait Reef as an example, this was a site that was impacted by Cyclone Debbie. So what used to be coral bommies, which are really popular with recreational diving, became bare areas of coral rock surrounded by coral rubble. So this was a great example of how 2 different but complementary restoration methods can be used within the same site. The Mars team with their Reef Stars consolidated the rubble that was around the bommies, while the Coral Nurture Program team worked on the rocks all around the area as well. And of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the vessel access and the skill set and divers that came from the 2 tourism operators, Kiana and Redcat, and the Reef Authority and Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service staff and vessels. And it's just a nice pretty view of what the corals planted with the coral clip look like after a year and a half. So we're obviously still going back to the site and doing surveys to see how those are going. So going now the last half of my presentation into the lessons that we've learnt. Hopefully other people here can take these lessons home and adapt those to your own methods. We've found when you're doing any new collaboration, it's important to establish clear project goals from the offset. And this helps to develop trust between partners, but also helps to come up with a monitoring program for how you're going to determine whether these goals have been met. And also, even within just the tourism space, different goals resonate more with different tourism operators. So it's important to keep that in mind as well. So of course, with all the differences in business models and operator models, you know, for example, are the tourism operators just visiting one site in a day or multiple sites? All these sorts of things all confound to impact the Coral Nurture Program model outcomes. So just because it works a certain way for one company in one area doesn't mean it's going to work the same elsewhere, and it's important to acknowledge that and understand that going forward. Sorry to throw graphs at you. Sorry to throw graphs at you. But we found it was really important to track costings. This is a great piece of work done by Rachel Scott within Coral Nurture Program. She found that while we started off integrating into routine planting days or tourism days, which is in the orange, it yields a really low cost per coral, which is great. But that didn't work for all operators, and especially in the Whitsundays, they actually preferred to do what's called dedicated planting days in the dark blue, which is where they just took the boat out and purely planted with no passengers on board, and that often yielded a higher number of corals that were able to be put out per diver hour. But of course, to get a high number of corals planted per diver hour, you need to invest in training and allow time for the people doing the planting to get used to the methods and gain that experience. So important to include that in your budgeting as well. Sorry, more plots, but what this basically outlines is if you want to try and increase coral cover within a site to make ecological changes to the site, determining the success of those goals is going to take time. And that's an important thing to communicate to partners. It's not just plant it and leave it. You have to invest in the monitoring trips to go back and keep checking and doing the benthic surveys. So for example, out of the 6 sites that we've been surveying for 2 years where they've been doing planting, one of them showed a significant increase in coral cover. And of course, you're telling that to the tourism operators that have been working really hard at these sites, and they get a bit deflated thinking it hasn't done anything. But in actual fact, if you instead look at the average size of the corals, we're bridging that gap through planting, having more smaller sized corals within the outplanting site. So it's just simply taking time for the corals to grow big enough that you're going to be able to pick them up in the benthic surveys that we're doing. And we also have to make sure that the surveys are fit for purpose. So this is a really great example of an increase in coral cover due entirely to planting with the coral clip. But if we're, say, doing a line intercept transect, which is counting just the corals that go underneath that tape, we're missing all of the coral growth around that, and we're not really going to be picking up much of the changes that are happening there. So that's why we've been moving towards, for example, using 3D photogrammetry. Important for us, the monitoring efforts, if you've only got a set amount of time that the boat's there with passengers at a site, it's got to be quick and it's got to be easy. And we found photogrammetry is another method that is really good for that, but also captures, as you can see, a huge area. So this one's just a vessel grounding site, which we planted the coral clips in. So key take-home messages from this one. Of course, as we all know, and why we're all in this room, we know reef stakeholder partnerships is what's key to increasing scalability of coral restoration in the short term. Need to establish clear project goals when you start a new collaboration. Good to have easily deployable and adaptable methods, especially if you're putting them on tourism vessels. Good to track costs. Everyone always asks when we start a new partnership, how much is it going to cost me or us or the funders? So you need to have that information ready. Understand that success can be variable, and that's okay. As long as there's a big network of people all learning off each other and we're not in competition, then that's all right. And long-term monitoring, remember, is a long-term commitment, and we need to communicate that effectively. So thanks to all of our collaborators, it's a really great problem to have when you're struggling to fit all of the logos on one slide. So hopefully we'll keep adding more logos into the future. And thank you so much, everyone. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Lorna. Are there any questions from the audience? I also don't know who my Slido moderator is for this session. Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that. No?
I'm off the hook.
You just might be. Thank you, Lorna. Another round of applause for that. And next, I would like to invite up Mark Reed from the Reef Authority and Anthony Cantorino from Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service.
Thanks, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone. and it's a pleasure to be here and for the opportunity to present today. So Anthony and I are going to talk about how you operationalise resilience-based management at the scale of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. So before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners upon the country that we live, work and play, and for the Reef Joint Field Management Program that extends from Moreton Bay in the south all the way through the Great Barrier Reef catchment through to the Torres Straits in the north, and acknowledge elders past, present and emerging. So who are we, everybody? Because people may not be familiar with the Reef Joint Field Management Program. So just a really quick introduction. It's a long-term relationship between the state and the Commonwealth to deliver a field-based program in the World Heritage Area. In 22-23, we had about 193 staff. We work over 5 operational bases. We've got a fleet of 21 vessels that covers the entire World Heritage Area. We deliver a range of activities across that. And all of our work is actually focused on resilience-based management. I mentioned before, this is a relationship between the Commonwealth and state governments. It's actually one of the longest running enduring relationships that you can point to. So this is a 45-year relationship. It was started with the signing of the Emerald Agreement in 1979, and it allows us to effectively deliver services across the World Heritage Area tenure blind. And that's a real advantage when you're trying to debate whose jurisdiction you're working within. And part of that is the beauty of having a zoning plan that covers both the state and the Commonwealth areas. With the delivery of any program, and we've heard sort of repeated measures of it today, making sure your program is well governed is a real key for success. For the Reef Joint Field Management Program, we've got a really well developed governance system that covers both the state and the Commonwealth at multiple levels and allows us to deliver our business effectively and efficiently, but also allows us to pivot when we have a certain situation evolving on the reef, say for example a mass bleaching event like we're currently experiencing. But for us, and probably for most of us in the room, how do we have that unique value proposition in an area and I suppose a work area that's increasingly congested and contested? So how is us at the Reef Joint Field Management Program continue to deliver that unique value proposition across the area the size of the World Heritage Area? And at that, I'm going to hand across to Anthony.
Thanks, Mark. When we were thinking about setting up for this talk, trying to put together and piece together in your mind what resilience means in the first place and how you manage resilience and how you manage for resilience. And the analogy that I could come up with, I guess, was it sometimes feels like you're constantly working inside a big jigsaw puzzle. And I'm sure that everybody in this room would agree that it would be great if the jigsaw puzzle actually was that simple and that easy to sort out. And not only do we have a big jigsaw puzzle to try and put together, but some of us work as a small part of that jigsaw puzzle, and there's puzzles inside that we're constantly trying to resolve as well. So it is complicated. It's a wicked problem dealing with the resilience for the GBR, and coming into a room and an audience like this and seeing the amount of work that's going on and how people are interacting, so that gives us hope. But trying to join those pieces together is a tough gig for all of us in our respective organisations. And as Mark said, the enduring relationship with the Commonwealth and the state, that's 2 big pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. And it really boils down, in a lot of cases, to that personal relationships and the on-ground relationships between officers that give us the grunt to go and do the work that we need to do. And we often sort out some of the politics and some of the other things later on, with the primary goal being the resilience of the GBR. The Reef 2050 plan has a pretty good crack at trying to make some sense of that jigsaw puzzle in my mind, and where all the 8 different investment priorities for the Reef 2050 plan. We fit in here with modern marine park management, but we dabble across a few of them. We have some pretty strong input into traditional owner priorities. We also work within the integrated monitoring and reporting. We also participate with Crown-of-Thorns Starfish control. And we've dabbled in the restoration and adaptation world as well. And I think over the last few years, we've expanded, the program's expanded and doubled in size. And then the new doubling in size of of work on the reef has been what we've seen from some of our traditional owner partners who've presented this morning as well, in a huge workforce out there that is really keen to get in and do some of this work together to protect the reef. So I think over time a lot of these things interact, but we have to be really focused on the most important thing that we deliver, which is modern marine park management. And in the spirit of lots of flowcharts and things, we've also got a bunch of priorities. Intergovernmental agreement that's signed between the state and the Commonwealth sets out 9 priorities. The Reef Joint Field Management Program has 5 key priorities, which are, I know these, excuse me. You can see them all at the top: upholding compliance and all the other ones. They're all important parts of what we try to deliver, but the guiding principles are what we put in. I think Lorna mentioned before about the budgets and understanding what our inputs are and what money we need to deliver what we need to. And also working with traditional owners, which isn't a theme, it's a guiding principle to how we work. And that has changed a lot over the years and is a huge investment for us into the future. Strategically, we spend about we sort of try and put about $1 million a year into building our partnerships with traditional owner groups. But as Mark said, about 70 groups across the GBR. We currently have partnerships in one form or another, whether it be fee-for-service arrangements on a minor scale through to joint management partnerships and where traditional owners are starting to actually lead programs within the field management program. It's important to have line of sight in our program priorities for delivery of the Reef 2050 plan. While there's a plan and while we're talking about resilience in 2030 and 2050, stuff's happening now. We are very heavily engaged in managing the day-to-day use of the Great Barrier Reef. One of our highest priorities was reaching the reef as well, and coming to the realisation that to manage the day-to-day aspects and impacts on the GBR, we really need to be out there doing the work, and that's been part of that investment strategy as well. And we often like to show our big shiny boats and the gear and the capability that we've got, but those are the platforms that we can use to not only get out and do the work that we need to do, but also to work closely with traditional owners, bring traditional owners onto country and build capacity so that traditional owners can start to lead some of these projects. And the next 5 years, I guess, is our challenge. We've expanded now. We're at a point where we've doubled the size of the Reef Joint Field Management Program, and the next 5 years really for us is proving that we were worth it. We're worth the investment. We can get work done. We are a significant contributor into reef resilience, and that the partnerships that we have and that are created through the people in this room promote that. The 2050 plan also talks about the 4 main threats. As many of you know, we are most of the RJFMP is involved in direct human use in our day-to-day management and the work that we can do to manage that direct human use. So we don't have time to talk about all the puzzle pieces, so we just thought we'd use one example of the puzzle, and that's buying time for green turtles, and trying to simplify again from the jigsaw puzzle to resilience. I often think that resilience is about the big things that we're trying to control internationally and nationally, but the small things that we're doing are small scale and sometimes feel small scale, but they're the local resilience. I think, again, stealing from the previous presentation, acting locally has a global impact as well. So buying time for green turtles, as we often talk about our resilience work as a thing where we're trying to buy some time while the big things happen that we need to happen for the reef. And back in the Rain Island, many people in the room will know about Rain Island, the most important green turtle nesting rookery, studied, monitored to death for decades. In the mid to late 90s, started to record the first tidal inundation on Rain Island. Over the following 13, 14 years, a lot of work, more monitoring occurred, and at sort of the late 2000s, between developing relationships with traditional owners, getting sound, good scientific advice, decisions were made around, not sitting on our hands, and we often use those terms when we talk about intervening, but not sitting on our hands and making that decision to do something and take a risk. One of those things led to sort of phase one of the project, which was in partnership with external partners, GBRF, BHP, Commonwealth and State, and most importantly with Wurundjeri people and Meriam Nation peoples, who formed part of the Rain Island Recovery Project team, also a traditional owner working group that was advised by a scientific advisory group, so that we can back ourselves in the decisions that we make and then set up how we're going to monitor what the impacts of those decisions are over time. The first phase was actually doing sand profiling, and many people in this room have probably seen the sand profiling work that was done at Rain Island, in the full knowledge that, again, we're buying time. We know that the sand can't replenish itself there naturally. So we're buying time until we can work out the next steps, and hopefully things can change and some of the big decisions can be made to impact on rain. We've worked into phase two of the project, including before phase two commenced, we also installed things like fencing along cliffs to try and reduce mortality of females. The other thing that we know at Rain Island is it's not producing male turtles, and we're continuing to produce largely a female population of turtles with temperature. So again, in the advice, working with traditional owners, working with the scientific advisory group, we're sort of moving towards phase two of the program, again, with that idea of buying us some more time. Phase two, as many people may also know, that Rain Island is a priority place. It has been declared under the Threatened Species Action Plan as a priority place. So while there is a lot of connection to that place, one of the speakers this morning talked about connection and people's values guiding decisions. One of the key values for the island from the traditional owner perspective has not just been about the island itself, it's been about the species that the island supports. So having turtles long term, regardless of what happens to rain, is extremely important to people. And so phase two will start to move into a traditional owner-led model, which is feeding into that investment area around traditional owner priorities, where the traditional owners have been very clear with us that long term they would like to lead this project and lead the work that happens there, including interacting with other traditional owner groups, because part of phase two will be a proof of concept and around moving eggs from Rain Island to other beaches and other areas, other islands, and potentially the mainland, which also comes with a lot of complexity, mainly around pest species and pigs and things like that. So we've got a lot of work to do, but at the moment we're at proof of concept. At the moment we're working closely with people on what our next stages are going to be. Again, another piece of the puzzle, and in doing this, sort of made us realise that not a lot is known about foraging areas as well, which has led to another project that largely delivered by the program, but largely led by the Reef Authority around the foraging areas for green turtles. A lot of people are working in this space, as Mark said, congested and contested, and I think one of our big challenges in the future, just for this part of the puzzle, is how we all overlap and how we're actually joining together to use that knowledge for the decisions we make. If anybody gets the opportunity to try and make a picture of what your program looks like, I don't recommend it. So if anyone, if your particular organisation isn't up on the wall, I'm sorry, but this is as close as we could get. But I guess it just illustrates the complexity of a multi-use park. Yes, it's a place that is important for conservation for the future, but it's also multi-use. So not only are we dealing with conservation issues and like the turtle piece of the puzzle, there are a lot of pieces of the puzzle that we're continually managing as part of the field management program, and everybody in this room is doing. So I guess the take-home message for us is it's complicated. We have expanded, and we are keen to work in partnership with people. We recognise that people in the room and other areas in the room are the leaders in this stuff, and we can support as opposed to be the leader. And also our commitment to working closely with traditional owners into the future, acknowledging that that's a big area and requires a huge investment into the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Mark. We are actually right on time, so unless there's a really burning question. Oh, we have a question. All right, please.
Thank you. This one's from Phil Laycock, who asked, and I assume, Phil, this is for this presentation here, let me know if it's not, but why the interest in moving to sites of ecological value? Isn't this method better suited to the scale and value involved at reef sites with high economic value?
Ooh,
I'm assuming that may be for you, Lorna. And if Phil, I'm sorry that came in late, Phil, so maybe if that is for you, do you want to just quickly jump up and answer that for the group? I'm sorry. Thank you.
So, yeah, I guess the reason why we started the Coral Nurture program was to focus on high value sites, but that was when we were testing out the scalability of the outplanting efforts. And so it just made sense to focus on the sites which would have more of a social impact, because we weren't sure on the ecological changes we're able to achieve. So now that we know we can increase coral cover at certain sites, now we are looking to go to those sites which have initial low coral cover. So yeah, that's why we wanted to move on to that.
Could I quickly add to that question?
Yeah. Sorry.
So the answer to that, then, at what scale are you talking about ecological value, at the reef scale or at the region scale?
So more at a site level, because it still takes people power to plant corals in the water. Although saying that at Coralpalooza last year, I think if John's here, Wavelength managed to plant out 3,000 corals in one day. So, I mean, they're getting pretty good at the people power side of things. But again, 3,000 corals in one day is great for a site. For an entire reef, would take a lot more effort, and we're not at that stage yet. Yeah.
Multiple examples, but thinking about scaling in the work that we do. And thank you for putting that example in practice about sharing the space. And big thank you to Anthony and to Mark for your presentation. I'd like to welcome Deborah Foote and Kevin Erickson from Australian Institute of Marine Science up for our next talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. So my name is Deb. This is my colleague Kevin and our co-author Dr. Mark Gibbs, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. Kevin and I are part of the Translation to Deployment team in the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. I'd just like to firstly acknowledge the traditional owners and the elders past, present and emerging on the lands that we meet today, but also essentially the length of the Queensland coast where this work either has been or will be carried out in future. I knew from a very young age that marine biology was the gig for me because I loved the ocean and I loved animals. Pete Mumby gave an anecdote earlier in the day that marine biology wasn't always something that was looked up to, and I remember the career counsellor at high school telling me marine biologists were to scientists what teacher aides were to teachers, and that I didn't really want to get into that industry. But it didn't put me off, and here I am today. So Bob gave a great overview of RRAP this morning, so I don't need to, other than to say there's been a large number of people and organisations working very hard on a lot of reef interventions over the past few years. So RRAP has been working for about the last 4 years on developing the intervention science, but now we're at a stage where we need to develop and test the production and deployment supply chains to see if we can take this from R&D into interventions to deployment onto the reef to build resilience. And the way we're going to do that is through the 2025 to 2029 pilot deployments. So RRAP was initially recommended to be a 10-year R&D program. We're about 4 years into that program now, and we're sort of about to split off so that the R&D will continue in parallel with our pilot scale deployments. So the Translation to Deployment team has been working on how we're going to turn this research and translate it into deployable interventions. And now most of our team is going to be moving into managing these pilot scale deployments over the next few years. So initially we're going to start our pilot deployments with 2 interventions, which I'll talk about in a moment briefly, but over time as we move through deployments with the R&D continuing, we're expecting additional interventions to come online. So the deployment objectives, the main outcome is really to develop and test the production and deployment supply chains. So to make sure that we can scale up these interventions that have been developed through the R&D into something that can be deployable on the reef. So to do that, we'll be testing the processes, methods and technologies, gaining further R&D learnings regarding the intervention methods, further understanding the ecological benefits, refining our engagement and decision processes, building further knowledge on future governance and management needs, and we're going to start developing our operational capability through partnering with industry. So there's been some discussion around scale. As we're building up scale from R&D to full deployment, we need to start building capacity outside of our research teams to be able to hit the scales that we're planning to. So pilot deployments will be focused across 3 regions. The northern region, which is roughly centred around Cairns, where there will initially be some capacity building, and then in this region, deployments will be run by industry. The central region, which is centred around Townsville, will be initially researcher-led, and the southern region will be traditional owner-led. So as I mentioned, we're starting off with 2 interventions, conservation aquaculture and slick capture and larval release, which if you've been to some of the talks today talking about moving corals, that's the same method. So I'm just going to talk about these really briefly, more from a definition perspective. If you missed the workshop yesterday on scaling up interventions that really ran into these methods, you missed out because it was a great workshop. So slick capture and larval release, the corals spawn naturally on the reef, and then the spawn's collected from the water surface, transferred into net enclosures for larval development, and then the larvae can either be settled onto tiles or devices and deployed onto the reef that way, or deployed as a cloud by opening up the net and releasing the larva. Conservation aquaculture occurs in an aquaculture facility where spawning, fertilisation and larva culture occur. The larvae are then settled onto tiles. Then there's some optionality around inoculation with symbionts, probiotics for improved diets, and other technologies that are under development. The corals have a brief grow out in the facility, and then the tile fragments with the juvenile corals are inserted into the deployment devices, which you can see on the reef there, and deployed.
Thank you, Deb. I'm Kevin. I'm the Industry Development Lead in RRAP and AIMS. And let me just say it was great to hear the Reef Authority employee earlier today who's also from Minnesota. So shout out to landlocked people from Minnesota. It's very cold, -40 in the winter. Nothing like it is here, but I am shivering at the moment. It's quite cold. So part of the pilot deployment opportunity, hey, you know, Townsville's a cold place, right? Part of the pilot deployment opportunities that we have for industry is to help us scale the production and the larval settlements with the CAD opportunities that we have. And so we have here, well, I think some of you might have been in the workshops yesterday. We met Michaela, and we have some of the coral spat there in the tanks. But we need to harvest the slicks, we need to be able to deploy the coral, and we need to be able to monitor them. So the opportunities that we have moving forward for the future for the RRAP interventions really do, like we heard throughout the day, allow us to partner with all sorts of industries we'll get to here in later slides, including yours.
Thank you. So as we're moving into pilot deployments, there's obviously quite a few considerations. One of them is procurement process, so we'll be complying with the Commonwealth Government's procurement guidelines, as AIMS is a Commonwealth Government entity. There's commercial arrangements, so as the lead contractor, AIMS will have individual contracts with our partners. IP provisions, so a lot of the R&D that's been developed by RRAP is open access. And as we move forward, any partners that we work with that come up with further refinements or other innovations, that'll be covered through contractual agreements, how that will work. The environmental approvals will initially be held by AIMS, and we'll be supervising work conducted under those permits. But moving forward, there may be the opportunity or incentive for partners who are motivated to do so to gain their own approvals, but we'll need to work through that as we move down the line. QA/QC will be undertaken by AIMS. As we're the lead contractor and we hold the environmental approvals, AIMS will be ultimately responsible for activities covered during the pilot deployments.
So we were fortunate enough to be expanding in the pilot deployment team and the translation to deployment team, and part of that is our ever-increasing collaboration with industry partners. So this past February, we were able to hold an industry briefing day at AIMS. Some of you in the audience here today were there. It was attended by members of the aquaculture industry, the coral collectors, and we had some of the charter boat industry representatives there as well. We had to start with a baseline of kind of what RRAP even is. We need to make sure that everyone we'll be working with in the future not only knows what RRAP is, but what AIMS is. We then expanded into kind of what we've done. We brought the scientists into the room to let them explain all of our methodologies and then where we would be going in the future. So Deb and I have just recently started at AIMS to be able to move this R&D now into the deployment phase. When we are initially growing all these corals for the conservation aquaculture technique, at the sea simulator, we are currently expanding, but given our rate of expansion and our need to deploy and grow these corals out onto the reef, we will, and we have forecasted this out, quickly realize that we will not have the capacity at the sea simulator to be able to hold or even grow all of these corals that we need to spawn and then settle and then get out the door and deploy across the Great Barrier Reef. And so we realize that we'll need to have industry participation, albeit from the coral collectors to the aquaculture facilities to a new industry that we're hoping to assist and develop, which will be the reef restoration industry across Queensland and the Great Barrier Reef. So how their plans can fit into our own and RRAPs and all of the plans that we've heard today is really an ongoing story that I hope that we have another one of these meetings, hopefully in 3 to 4 years. We can see how all this is progressing. But hopefully we can create these future partnerships with a hope that we have and can create a restoration industry here in Australia. And I hand it back over to Deb.
Cool. So I'm not going to go too much into the methods about boats for corals because there is a plenary in this room very shortly, which will talk about boats for corals. But it provides an example of one of the ways that we're starting to build capacity in industry to help deploy these interventions. So the project has been jointly led by AIMS and Southern Cross University, and Peter Harrison has a presentation later in the week that will cover some of this. The project's been funded through the Great Barrier Reef Foundation's Reef Island Initiative, and the project's main focus is active capacity building of traditional owners, tourism operators and local resource managers within the Whitsundays to carry out the slick capture larva release method, or the moving corals method. So one of the key considerations we've heard about in some of the other presentations today, this sort of collaborative project is managing the safety considerations when you're working with multiple organisations who have varying safety policies and requirements. So that was something that we had to consider really carefully between the different organisations participating. So in the picture there, you can see there's 3 different tourism operator boats there, and you've seen some of them already today, and an AIMS vessel, and then everyone working together. We're pulling up one of the larval nets out of the pools to release the larvae out the bottom. So doing a cloud release there of our larvae that are ready to settle, and hopefully we now have lots of babies. That was just in November last year, so hopefully now we have lots of babies growing on the reefs there. So the aim now is to use this model of bringing local operators together to work together to scale up deployment across other areas in the GBR, so we can start putting more baby corals on more reefs.
Thank you, Deb. I think it was Matt from DQ earlier who said we needed to collaborate until it hurts, so I definitely agreed with that, and that resonated with me. So we'll be expanding here in the Cairns region here this coming spawning season. In order to kind of build capacity, we actually need to do capacity building. So we'll be using kind of a hybrid slick capture and release methodology along with some of our CAD technology, it's our aquaculture technology, to go ahead and harvest the slicks. We'll rear these larvae in tanks, and we'll settle them onto the CAD devices that you might have heard about already today or in other rooms, and then deploy these devices and then monitor. And then in future years, as we move into the pilot deployment programs, we'll be expanding our cooperation with more and more industry partners, and we'll be expanding this methodology and the partnerships in the Cairns region. One of our other technologies I wanted to briefly mention, and like my coworker said earlier to me, like we're standing on the shoulders of giants here. Deb and I just have the honor of being able to present some of this work. We have the Reef Seed Containerized Spawning System that was recently funded through a CORDAP grant. And we're going to be able to, here's a sketch I think from a couple months ago now, but produce about 4 million larvae per year across 4 species initially. And this would be a containerized spawning system that will go ahead and be able to deploy in various regions that it might be needed in across the GBR and elsewhere in the potential in the world. Just to reiterate the timelines here, in the next steps in the short term, we have the CANS 2024 capacity building. And in the medium term, we have these pilot deployment programs that are between 2025 and basically the 2030 or 2029. And then ongoing after, hopefully, all of this is successful, we'll have an ongoing delivery of these interventions, and along with the continued R&D outputs from the second tranche of funding. And with that, I just want to summarize by saying the pilot deployment commences and the scaling up of RRAP Interventions are starting now. The deployments will be overseen by AIMS and conducted by contractors. The RRAP T2D, or the Translation to Deployment team, has been engaging and building the capacity in external providers. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to Deb and I. We have our email addresses there and phone numbers, and you can email Mark as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deb. Thanks, Kevin. We're just about at time, but if there was one question, we could make some space for that. Otherwise, have a chat with Deb and Kevin in one of the breaks. Thank you so much. Our next presentation is Sam Stone-Jovicich. I feel like I've had the lovely privilege of working with Sam on a few things, and I still can't quite get her last name right, so I hope that she'll give me some grace.
Thank you, Jen. You actually got it right. Well, it's great to be able to actually present right after Deb's and Kevin's presentation, because it gives you a good lay of the land of RRAP. And what I'm going to present today is on a specific project called Community Panels for novel reef interventions. But before I go and proceed, I want to acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and extend that to the traditional owners who are in the room today. So my understanding is green button, is that right, Jen? Okay. So as we heard this morning, oh wow, you can't see the writing down there, so I'm gonna have to look here. As we heard this morning, so the increasing pressure on the reef has really catalyzed a rethinking of the ways we manage the reef. And that also includes in the way we engage with people. And this is a question that in RRAP that we're investigating under the sub-program on traditional owner and stakeholder engagement, which is really dedicated in exploring how we open up spaces for deeper engagement with traditional owners, but also a whole range of different modes of engagement with communities, industry groups, and other stakeholders. And this is really aligned with kind of the notion from responsible innovation, which is about really that opening that space for dialogue and two-way decision making. In this sub-program, there's a range of models of engagement and practices that are being explored with scientists from JCU, from CSRO, from UQ, and QUT. And I really encourage all of you to go and see some of these presentations that are going to be over the next few days. And we've really been trialing these different approaches and bringing in the science, but really thinking about what does that actually mean in practice and sharing the lessons learned from that experience and the 4 years of trialing different things. So today I'm going to be focusing on one of those, which is around community panels. So community panels are place-based panels which give an opportunity for community members to have that deep engagement with RRAP scientists over a long period of time. So there's a space where you can have sharing of knowledge exchange of ideas and get to really explore things a little bit more in deep. We had the first community panel completed last year in 2022-23 in Townsville, and we've just initiated a second panel here in the Cairns-Port Douglas region, and I've seen some community panel members in the room earlier, so it's really great to see those members here. And what we were really interested in doing is having as much of a diversity of community members being able to have an option to participate in this. So we had an open expression of interest call, and then the panels themselves have really focused on a few key interventions, because we really wanted that long-term dedicated engagement from the RRAP scientists themselves as well in this process. So the Townsville community panel focused on 2 coral reef interventions around coral aquaculture and deployment and enhanced corals and treatments, and also that's being led by AIMS, and there are a number of talks around that. And then the marine cloud brightening that's being led by Southern Cross University. So just going on, in terms of the design of the panel itself, so we've structured it around essentially approximately 5 meetings to provide this long-term opportunity to engage together. And the design of those panels, the kind of overarching structure, is really informed by a transdisciplinary approach. So we've looked at different literatures from the social sciences and interdisciplinary literature, but also from the fields of facilitation, and brought that together to kind of construct that overall arching framework and the meetings. But also, as we engage with community panel members and the scientists themselves, they bring in their own perspectives on how the panel should be constructed. So it's in terms of themes to be covered, but also in terms of the activities that we engage in within those meetings. So it's a really joint collaborative effort that adapts over time. And one of the key things for us when we started piloting these community panels was thinking ahead, how could we share the insights and the knowledge that we have gained in piloting this kind of approach, and share it more broadly and translate it into greater use. So that's been at the front of our minds from the very get-go. And one of the literatures that we've been drawing upon is from the notion of scaling up, out, and deep, which is scaling literature from the social innovations literature, but also transitions to sustainability. So when you think about scaling deep in the context of the community panels and RRAP, what we're thinking about is really how do you build a culture of deliberative engagement, a culture where you really promote dialogue, knowledge sharing, and then in terms of scaling up, it's about how do you bring the lessons learned from that kind of deliberative practice and sort of inform some of the more formal institutions. Now, in the literature, when you're thinking about scaling up, it's about changing laws and regulations, but that's not kind of what we're thinking. We're thinking about how do you, with those formal institutions, the reef agencies and funders, and the RRAP program more broadly, how do you explore opportunities for them to play a role in supporting and opening spaces for greater dialogue and sharing of knowledge around reef interventions? And then in terms of scaling out, it's really about how do you create more spaces where scientists and community members can come together and really have that more longer-term, meaningful kind of two-way discussion moving forward. So what I'll be sharing in the next slides is some of the strategies we used, particularly for scaling deep, because for us in the community panels, one of the key things that we were trying to understand better is how do you create a deliberative culture? And the deliberative culture is just one approach of engagement which sort of complements other engagement approaches between community and scientists which currently exist in the reef space. So you've got a lot of instances where you have scientists informing the public, and then you've got spaces where community are consulted and provide an advisory role to scientists. but you don't have many spaces where you really have that two-way dialogue and sharing of knowledge and more deeper discussions. So for us was kind of trying, can we create that deliberative engagement? How would it work? What kind of strategies would work? And so we'll be sharing a few of the strategies that we used that we found have worked well. So in terms of the scaling deep strategies, we found that it was really important to focus on the activities and approaches that really provided an opportunity for community panel members and the scientists there to get to know each other on a personal level. So there were exercises such as sharing your reef story, and the importance of really connecting, which we've heard a lot about today, is really building kind of the space for trust and being able to create sort of the conditions where you're going to go into a genuine dialogue where you can be open and question things and really kind of co-produce your ideas moving forward. Of course, most of the panel meetings have really focused on how can we get that dialogue and sharing of knowledge happening. So we did that through a number of different ways that included sort of the traditional, kind of presentation of information by scientists, but complementing that with sort of Q&A opportunities for community members to ask questions and to have that two-way conversation. We also have incorporated a number of really group-level activities throughout the meetings, so really for scientists and the community panel members to dig in a bit more into the questions that were raised, into the uncertainties, to kind of share some of the concerns, some of the, to ask for clarity. And that's both ways, right? It's for the community members to understand the reef intervention science, but also the scientists to understand some of the concerns that community members have and some of the kind of opportunities and benefits they see in the deployment of interventions on the reef. And then lastly, what we found worked really well was just the opportunity given to continue those kind of dialogues, but in place where you can actually see the intervention itself. So there were visits to Ames, CSIM, and then to the boat to actually see the misting for the marine cloud brightening. In terms of scaling out strategies, we tried a couple of different things. One being we had planned already ahead was thinking about a second community panel, so drawing on the Townsville community panel, what have we learned, what would we adapt differently to pilot a second panel, and that's the Cairns-Port Douglas that just has been kicked off. But the other way we were exploring was whether the community panel members themselves could play a role in sharing their experiences of having that long-term dialogue with scientists and to share that experience and the benefits they got out of that with other community members. So there were opportunities for panel members to post things on their social media about the experience. One panel member presented at a local community event, the Pechakucha in Townsville. And then a couple of panel members had an opportunity to present with myself and Erin at the Social Science Communities Reef Community for the Reef Symposium that happened in Cairns. And in terms of scaling up strategy, one of the approaches that we really tried to unpack and explore was, could we, by deliberating, having scientists and community members come together and talk over an extended period of time through a series of structured activities around the benefits and risks associated with the interventions, could we have that process eventually help inform within RRAP, the risk assessment process and group, and also kind of open up some of the considerations of benefits and risks that the scientists within the intervention programs themselves were thinking of. So moving forward, I mean, one of the key questions for us in the sub-program in general is, as we move from this So these are R&D phase, which was it Deb and Kevin really laid out nicely. So as we're shifting from this R&D phase, which has been happening in terms of the reef interventions, but also within the sub-program for engagement, and we're thinking about the pilot deployments, how could further engagement be structured into a process where, as you're going into the planning for the pilot deployments, you can really embed further engagement into those decision-making and planning processes. And for us specifically from the community panel work, it's really thinking, what is the contribution of what we've learned from the community panels in terms of those more deliberative practices of engagement, those dialogues, those exchange of knowledge, the co-production of knowledge together. How could that potentially inform as we move forward into the pilot deployment phase? So some of the things that we've been kind of thinking about, and this is really early phase for us, is thinking about, so in terms of scaling out, it's not necessarily, producing a number of community panels up and down the coast. It's about the spreading and the sharing of kind of the principles of deliberative engagement, about dialogue and two-way exchange. How could those potentially be embedded in different spaces, both within the collaborative planning process, but also with our partners where we're engaging about the reef intervention space? In terms of scaling up, how can we be thinking about embedding sort of the practices in that collaborative planning process, but also like when I was talking earlier about how can we talk with our partners, so the agencies that are working in the reef and the funders, about what kind of role can they be playing in terms of raising awareness about the value of these kinds of deliberative methods, but ways to support and enable greater spaces for that to happen. And then within RRAP, it's about also how can we further expand the considerations about benefits, co-benefits, and also risks into the next points and decision points in the planning process for pilots. And then with scaling deep, I think one of the key things for us has been how can we harness what we've learned from building a deliberative culture? Because one of the things that we came out from the Townsville panel in particular was both community members and scientists really sharing back with us how much they valued that opportunity and what they got out of it for themselves personally, but also professionally. So there is one of the key lessons for us was that there is an interest and there for that kind of deliberation. So how can we keep fostering that in a way that complements other ways of engaging together, and to embed that more into RRAP and other spaces in the reef? So thank you.
Thank you, Sam. We're just about at time, but any quick questions? Hey.
G'day, thank you, Sam. I just had one question on the Slido from an anonymous person just inquiring whether local marine advisory groups were consulted in building the community panel for this.
Thanks for that great question. In our Cairns-Port Douglas community panel, we have a member from the LMAX. So when we reached out with those expressions of interest for the panel here, we made the LMAX aware of that expression of interest and really actively encourage them to apply so that we can engage with that person, but also part of moving forward is thinking more broadly about how do we engage more sort of deeply around this space with the LMAX. So how could the LMAX learn from our experience in doing this deliberative kind of engagement in the community panel, but also what can we learn from the LMAX themselves, from the long history of engagement that they've had. So that's definitely part of moving forward. Mm-hmm.
Great question, and thank you, Sam. Our last speaker in this session is Christopher Lawson from University of Queensland. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Jane. Hold on.
Let's get this going. Hello, friends. All right, I'm Chris Lawson. I'm a postdoc at UQ with Pete Mumby. So I'm going to talk about the Great Reef Census, which is a project. So the science communities combined of UQ and JCU, and it's run by Citizens of the Reef, who are NGO based in Cairns, who I think most of the team's here. I'm going to quickly fly through this because I've crammed so much in there. I'll try to get through the methods quickly. Andy, the CEO of the NGO, Citizens of the Reef, is giving a talk tomorrow, which should give a little bit more of the conceptual background as well. All right, what is the Great Reef Census? So where did this come from? So it sort of arose a few years ago as a response to the mass bleaching. Here we are again. And so it was started by a group of scientists, reef managers, not-for-profit Citizens of the Reef, as well as traditional owner groups, tourism partners, and so it fits very well in this theme. And it's the whole point is basically inform the resilience-based management that everyone is talking about here at this conference. So it provides information for that. And so what's the point, right? Is broad-scale reconnaissance, right? And so rather than, it's not trying to be the AIMS long-term monitoring program, it's not trying to get really, highly detailed species-specific data at, particular locations and track that through time. It's kind of trying to cast the net very wide and get sort of relative changes in coral cover, but across very large areas, and doing it cheap, flexible, and engaging. So cheap as in there's a lot of volunteers, there's a lot of leaning on technology to try to make it as efficient as possible. Flexible as in it can sort of be catered to locations or different years depending on what sort of the question or the main issue is. So for example, bleaching. And engaging in that it engages a lot of the community from sort of a ground level. And importantly, it's not just a sort of raising awareness campaign, like it is to provide sort of meaningful scientific data and research infrastructure. Very briefly, how does it work? This ugly map here is our sort of reef priority schedule. So every single reef is ranked according to the set of priorities for that year. And so, for example, the data from this goes into models fed directly to the COTS team. And so the COTS reef, their target reefs for that year are high on the priority schedule. And so we can target other things as well, like thermal refugia, or where we think that which reefs will be particularly important for sort of natural recovery or restoration or whatever your question is. People capture photos, very simple method. Basically, people go out and go on snorkel with GoPro, take photos about 3 meters from the reef, take a photo, kick 10 times, take another photo in that. So you do this 20 times and you've got a survey. Sorry for butchering that. And then once you've got these, ideally each image is geotagged, but at very least the site where they were, the one point on the site is geotagged, and that's uploaded to a platform. And a few sort of basic questions are answered. Did you see COTS? Was there bleaching? And then you do that several thousand times, and you've got a whole bunch of photos across the reef. The next stage is how do you get information from those images? And so there's two main methods at the moment. One is purely by AI and one is by AI and volunteers. And so people start to have heart palpitations and clench up when they see analysis and volunteers in the same sentence. But give me a chance. So the AI has built a semantic segmentation model with SegFormer. That's the current model, but that might change. And the volunteers, it's a website that's on the Citizens of the Reef website. It's a sort of fun, engaging, slightly gamified, there's leaderboards, and basically they get an image and the AI will draw sort of an area around what it thinks is one thing, and then you click on that and one of 8 options. Is it plating coral, is it branching coral, is it sand, whatever. There's a few very basic questions. And so the people doing this are essentially volunteers, which is anyone wants to, so all of you. But also it's in schools. So Nick from Citizens is running a very large school program, so he's got thousands of school kids doing this, and that's constantly growing. There's corporate partners, so all these companies here are doing this as part of sort of their ESG commitments, and basically anyone who wants to. So the sort of reach of this process, this is a little bit old, but there's nearly 5,000 surveys done, over 100,000 images. I think just last year there was nearly 200,000 individual analyses done. And so there's clearly sort of an appetite for this, and this was done very cheaply, right, without much funding. And so there's clearly an appetite for this, and we can collect lots of information, and that's great, but does it work? And so that's what I'm going to talk about. So one of the key things that arose from the very initial discussions with GBRMPA when this was starting was identifying these key coral morphologies, right? And so we can validate habitat maps with this of plating coral, boulder, branching, these kind of key groups that will be important to different people for different reasons, recovery, vulnerability to COTS or for tourism or whatever it is. But people are interested in these key groups. And so our metric of how do we know that the information we're getting is right. So the next slide, I'm going to show an extremely simple table that is, it's only got 4 numbers on it, but those numbers are just the difference between what the AI has given us back and what our sort of expert panel has said. And so the experts are trained scientists who are paid to do this. They're not volunteers. They're people who know what they're doing and they're paid. And they go around every single image and manually draw around the coral groups and assign a label to it. And so then for each image, we know what's actually in it. And so the AI spitting out, so these are just the average differences between what the AI is telling us and what our known values are. And so for example, for branching coral, say it's -1.5, and so the AI is underestimating branching coral by 1.5% of that image. And so that's an absolute sort of image amount, right? So if the experts say there's 10% branching coral in this image, the AI is saying 8.5. And if the experts say 50%, then the AI is saying 48.5. And so that is good, right? We somewhat arbitrarily chose 5, plus or minus 5% as that's a pretty reliable estimate. And so this is doing quite well. A few years ago, this is probably really exciting, but now you probably just shouldn't be surprised if you've been paying attention at all. What is slightly more interesting is how do the human volunteers go? And so, somewhat surprising to me, plating and boulder coral, they're actually smashing it. They're really good. Which is maybe some key learnings there. And so they're really good for that. Branching coral, they're a little bit higher, so they're overestimating in general. And I think that's because apparently the general public are not good at identifying dead branching coral. And so when it's just a dead coral, they kind of just see the shape and think that's live, which maybe is, there's something bigger there. And so how do we improve this? And so photo quality is a big one, which I'll talk about in a second. But it may also just be a training thing. And so if you provide a little bit of training for these people, say this is what dead branching coral looks like, then maybe people will do better. And a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's constantly improving the system. We're constantly doing a lot more. So there's a lot more that can be kind of added into this. But for now, conveniently, this the AI is very good at what the human volunteers are not so good at. And so you can kind of take the good from each one and get nice estimates of coral cover for each of these categories for each image and kind of put it into one funnel, and you've got some nice results. So sort of another obvious question, I guess, is total coral cover. And so if you lump all these categories together and get total coral cover, what can it do there? And so a key question here is, well, how many people do we need to analyse each image, right? If we need 1,000 people to analyse every single image to get a semi-reliable result, then maybe the system's not going to work because it's just, then it becomes not scalable, which is the whole purpose of it. And so this y-axis is just the sort of traditional measure of precision, so standard error over mean. And again, this is every study will use a different value. 0.2 is pretty common for sort of to capture the variability in marine benthic areas. And the x-axis is how many people do we need to sort of get a reliable level of precision, right? Do we need 5 people to analyse every single image? Do we need 10 people to analyse every single image? Do we need 15? And you can kind of see by about 6 or 7 analyses per image, you get down to a level of precision that you sort of start to be confident that you're capturing the variability in responses. And so if we say round up, say you get 10 people to analyse each image, then that, based on the sort of level of engagement we've had last year, that's actually achievable, which is nice. There's 1,000 different ways you can slice and dice all this data, but one of interest is, well, how does it do? That's just the average of all images, but what about for reefs where there's low coral cover or very high coral cover? And so this is just essentially the same data but divided into these 10% coral cover bins, right? And the accuracy number is the same metric as I described before. And so you can see in the middle it does very well. At these very low coral covers, it's overestimating. At the very high coral covers, it's underestimating, but that probably doesn't matter as much as the low ones. Is more interesting. And so this is obviously very common for this kind of data because it has to be between 0 and 100. You can't have negative coral cover values. And so people are either, sorry, that's a really terrible graph. Don't stress too much. Just look at the very clear distribution there. Is that if, for example, if an image has 1% coral cover, the system is either going to get it correct or it's going to be an overestimate. And so then, in the middle where they balance each other out, it can sort of overestimate coral cover at, overestimate coral cover at low images and underestimate at high coral cover. And this again largely is the images that it's not doing so well on is ones with pretty bad photo quality. And so the problem with the AI is that it can kind of give you these insidious errors where it will give you an answer, but you don't know if it's correct or not, right? And so you get all these images in there that, someone's taken it too far away from the reef, or it's really bad visibility, or it's just a bunch of dudes on the boat afterwards drinking bintangs, taking selfies. And so how do you get rid of those images? And so the human element of this can be useful in 3 ways. And so one is there's a bad image button on the system, and so they can just flag them, you can get rid of them. 2, they can say, I don't know. And so if a lot of people are saying, I don't know what this thing is, it probably suggests that the photo's not that great. And 3rd, their variability in their responses gives us a good indication of how good the photo is. So when some people say it's 10%, some people say it's 90%, generally that means that it's a pretty bad image. And so if you can create a filter based on the standard deviation in the responses of the volunteers, then you can filter out some of those images and just look at the first row, you can kind of get it down to an accuracy that then is useful for management purposes. All right, I'm nearly done. Benefits is why do this kind of this whole system, right? I said cost-effective tool, so it's cheap, right? It's much cheaper than paying a whole bunch of scientists to go out and do this. I guess you can kind of piggyback other things onto it, so it's cheap research infrastructure. So we had over 100 boats, I think, go out last year, and they go out to all these remote areas, and these are funded by tourists paying for it, or millionaires with yachts, or corporations. And so you get this kind of cheap research infrastructure that, I need to go collect some eDNA samples out here, or chuck an acoustic receiver off the side of the boat. You can kind of piggyback that onto these things that are going out to all these areas already. As a lot of people have already spoken about here, the photos are a permanent record, so you can go back and analyse them with AI for something completely different later and look at trends and blah, blah, blah. Engages and empowers community. So again, this is a lot of traditional owners involved in this, a lot of just people who have vested interest in their local reefs who then can sort of become involved and have a sense of agency in this kind of constant onslaught of negative climate change media. They can kind of feel like they can actually do something. And slightly different, I think this is a really important one that I think we sort of as an industry do a really bad job of, is engage people who otherwise wouldn't be engaged. And so it's very easy to stick to our bubble, right? Everyone's very passionate here. But when I talk to friends and family about this kind of thing, who in completely different fields, they say what's coral bleaching or what's coral? They think it's a rock, literally they have no idea. And so you've got thousands of school kids doing this, so it's kind of a gateway drug to conservation. And you've got HR managers at Microsoft and accountants in New York for, Salesforce and Virgin doing this who completely would otherwise just not care or be completely unaware. And so this kind of gets out of this bubble that we're all in, which I think is important. So last slide, I promise. So it's a way, a scientific tool to mainstream conservation. This combination of this decentralized volunteer workforce plus leveraging AI, you get good data very cheaply. Importantly, the number of analyses needed, so the number of people involved, is actually reasonable based on the engagement we've had. It's actually probably achievable. Humans can still be useful in a world dominated by AI. This is a bunch of people involved. Scan the QR code. We'll go to the Citizens of the Reef website where you can analyse photos on your phone right now. It's live, right? Yeah. Do that because I didn't put Citizens of the Reef logo on here and Andy will slap me. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'm mindful that this room is booked for the next set of talks. We've got time for one question if anyone wants to sneak something in. Do you want to come on up to the mic? Got to do the stroll.
So that's really cool. Lots to like. Just a question. When you're talking about coral cover, are you just talking about coral cover of the image or more broadly? Have you tried to do anything to translate that to something else? Because I'm guessing there's a lot more information you require to go beyond that.
Yeah, so that's one of the many things that I didn't include in this. So that's all per image, and then I'm doing a whole bunch of analysis at the moment on essentially how many images we need per site and per reef to get a sort of representative understanding, right? It's like, first, can we extract information from the image? Yes, and then if we have
so that's work
50,
in progress.
100, and so as you get to the sort of site level, something more.
Yeah, because if you just go to the nice corner and take all your photos, you get a non-representative image at scale. So
100%. And anyone who's looked at the different methods of surveying reefs will very quickly realise you got 5 different methods of surveying a reef in the same time, and you'll get 7 different answers. Thanks.
Thanks, David, for a great question. Thank you, Chris, for a great presentation. And big thanks to all of our speakers in this afternoon's session around co-design and collaborative partnerships. Thanks to our active listeners and askers of questions here in the room and online. This session, really built on this morning with that continued theme around connection. So I wanted to share a couple of the takeaways that I picked up from the really varied presentations that we've just heard. Heard about the importance of agreeing on project goals with partners and having really open communications to help build trust. We've heard about the importance of long-term commitments to help drive social and ecological outcomes. We've heard about the importance of really deep relationship building and partnerships and engaging people in decision-making to help support scaling at lots of different levels and help look at ways to build a whole range of pathways for people to get involved and build capacity in these efforts to tackle some of the big issues that we're facing in the face of climate change. We've heard about standing on the shoulders of giants, about learning from traditional owners with deep cultural connections and knowledge on the Great Barrier Reef, and learning from partners around the world and thinking about ways to adapt and bring together those different ways of knowing and doing. And we've heard about the power of making space for two-way dialogue and using that as ways to support scaling up, out, and deep.
And then lastly, we heard this reflection on the resilience puzzle and kind of reflecting on where each of us as individuals and as organizations bring value in a really complex landscape with some really wicked issues that we're trying to think about solutions to help tackle, and really being united in that effort. So with that in mind, I hope that you'll join me in giving all of our presenters one last big round of applause. And at 2:50, there'll be a plenary here in this room on research and tourism partnerships for reef resilience. So take a moment to gather yourselves and then join us back here soon. Thanks.
Good afternoon, delegation. How are we all? I've had a fantastic day so far, so hopefully you've all had a wonderful day enjoying talks and meeting colleagues, discussing, collaborating, building new partnerships. We're now moving to our afternoon plenary session. You might have noticed in the program that many of our plenaries are co-presented talks at the symposium, and that was a deliberate strategy from the organising committee to showcase some of the cross-sector partnerships that we've developed over the previous years. So it's a great pleasure to introduce two speakers to the podium. We have Nicole Rosser from ZigZag and the Whitsundays. Nicole, interesting fact about Nicole is she did an honours project on microplastics. So now is working in the tourism space in our Boats for Corals programs. And Dr. Kevin Erickson from Australian Institute of Marine Science is presenting in place of Mark Gibbs. Mark is in the middle of the ocean on a boat, currently on his way back to Australia, and had some delays, so unfortunately couldn't make it today. So over to Kevin and Nicole, and a welcome to them for their talk.
Thank you, Mia. And Mia, before you leave the stage and everyone involved, I used to run conferences for a living. So thank you to Mia and the committee and the organizers and the staff of the hotel and the AV staff. Let's give them a round of applause. They're often forgot about. I'm taller than you, Mia. I apologize. Yeah, Mark gives his regards. He's actually off the southeast coast of Japan right now, steaming back on a marine conservation ship, so he won't be here. So on his behalf, I'm helping present the reef resilience capacity building with the tourism industry. I couldn't have said it better. Selina, I think you're in the room here somewhere. You mentioned earlier that implementation is difficult and expensive, and we need to act at pace. So thank you for saying that this morning. We are going to have scaling challenges as it comes to reef restoration, adaptation program implementation, and we need to figure out how we're going to scale, like we've heard today in this room, and I'm sure in other rooms, from these micro or site scale projects into these regional scale projects. There's a bottleneck for both current and emerging practices for the intervention is the on-water infrastructure. And appropriately skilled human people, yes, human resources. We need to develop these approaches that are more labor and infrastructure efficient, and we've heard a lot about that today as well. It's great to have all these points already so well addressed, and we need to have the ability to mobilize the non-research provider labor and resources. My job at AIMS and many of the partners in the RRAP program, our job isn't actually the implementation of the R&D, it's the R&D itself and helping translate all of those R&D findings into industry. So we have identified, and I'm sure many of you have identified, the tourism operator community as the key reef stewards, or the key stewards of the reef. They have this knowledgeable source of local reefs and resources available. They're out there oftentimes every day, if not multiple times a day. They are beneficiaries of the reef resilience efforts that many of us are conducting R&D on. They are the owners and operators of marine assets that they already own and operate every day. They have the ability to be the essential local businesses that have the human people, like I mentioned earlier, all ready for us to utilize. And in some cases, like we've heard in some of the talks, these tourism operators are actually already participating in reef restoration projects. And actually, someone who was in this room earlier said that they couldn't put all of the logos on the page because there were just too many, and that was a great problem to have. And so some of the challenges, I think if I click again, yeah, some of the challenges that these tourism operators have are going to be aligning their production operation deployments with their existing tourism operations already. So here we have a video from one of our partners in the Whitsundays taking video of our Boats for Corals methodology that we'll get into later in this presentation. But this is them out on site in the Whitsundays along with the two other operators in the background there during the daytime when they would normally be operating their own tourism excursions. And so we want to make sure that as we scale and as we utilize these tourism operators that are already out there, that we're not interfering and interrupting their day-to-day programs. And plus, it's just a beautiful video. I had the opportunity, along with Deb, who's in the room, who presented with me earlier, to be out there, and it was a beautiful location. So like I mentioned earlier, the tourism operators, they actually already have these on-water assets. And the reef interventions, they need these basically deployable and redeployable assets on the water, because oftentimes we don't have the ability to leave them out on site. We need to be able to have them be efficient with regards to their operational requirements, but still have the boats and crews available for our methods and for their day-to-day employment. There we go. So ultimately, the tourism operators, which are the sector with the largest capacity of commercial boats on the reef, plus the tourism operators as the essential reef stewards, they are our ability to deliver a high potential to deliver the reef restoration interventions that we have. However, the commercial operations need to be optimized around delivering the particular services to customers. So here in the bottom left, we conveniently have a ZigZag boat doing what it does best, delivering the tourists to the reef to go see the beautiful coral and the door closing reef options that they have available to them. So therefore, a key challenge is how best to integrate the requirements for delivering the reef interventions with the existing and planned operations. And we need to consider the revenue opportunities, the safety, the permits, the vessel capabilities. And as we scale this methodology not only to the Whitsundays like we've already done, but we implement this methodology into other locations, these considerations, not only as a T2D team, but an RRAP and other implementers around not only Great Barrier Reef, but elsewhere in the world, need to take all these points into consideration. It's, as we've heard, I'm sure in other rooms as well as here, we need to make sure that the methods that we're expanding and having the reef tourism industry lead are simple enough for them to be able to carry out, because more and more I think we're trying to deliver methodologies that are potentially overcomplicated, and so we need to make sure that the interventions are becoming simple enough and operational enough to be able to be implemented. So some of the challenges that we've identified with the tourism operators, unfortunately, is their workforce can be, let's say, transient. They might not have the same staff from year to year. They're balancing their seasonal tourism workload with our seasonal intervention workload. We were there in November and December this past year in the Whitsundays, and it was great, but it was also kind of the start of spring, and it might interfere with school holidays, maybe in Queensland or elsewhere. And so we need to make sure that what we are asking of the tourism operators as we go ahead and move forward and work with them, they're able to take on board. Additionally, I have coworkers who are, and many of us are interested in the governance and the funding arrangements for these collaborative efforts. At the moment, we have the ability to assist in the funding of these tourism operators as they help us and we help them scale these efforts. But we need to make sure that there is a funding arrangement in place for them into the future. Also, we need to make sure, like I'll say in a separate slide later on, that the scientists are there initially to help guide the science, but we're not always there moving forward. The R&D teams and the scientists who are kind of assisting with all this are on tap and not on top. So the intervention sites are oftentimes the easiest locations for the tourism operators to go to. They might be near their port or nearby their home location. In some cases, the reason that they're there is because it's actually an economically important reef or close by to a port, as we see in the Whitsundays. A lot of these photos we'll talk about later as well, but this just happens to also be the boats for corals and the RRAP. One of the good things that we saw in this case study that we'll acknowledge here shortly with Boats for Corals is that we have multiple operators working collectively together. A lot of these photos that we've chosen for this presentation are not only traditional owners working with the reef tourism industry, but these are the tourism industry working with other tourism industry operators. They're coming together to collectively have a beneficial impact on the Great Barrier Reef. In the bottom right, we have two tourism operators, we have an employee of AIMS, and we have some of the local TOs as well. we're capacity building, but we're also building confidence. It was kind of amazing to see. I took this top right photo. This is 4 tourism industry boats from 3 different companies all working together on the Boats for Corals program. And in the bottom right, we have one of our IP team, our Indigenous Partnership team members, Jordan, who was here with us yesterday, leading kind of the evening safety talk before we go out and utilize the industry boats and the traditional owner boats to capture the coral slick. And as the interventions develop, we need to go ahead and understand that the deployment needs to be led by organizations other than these research providers. We're there, in this case, as the kind of the final year to hand off the program. And in many times we have seen now, I think on this top right photo especially, actually all 3 of those have, tourism operators have been involved now for more than 3 of the 5 years. These tourism operators, they're not competing with each other. This is really great to see. I took all of these photos, and it was actually amazing just to see everyone helping out with each other. In the bottom left, we're actually doing another safety induction once we're on site already. I happen to be standing on, I believe, which ZigZag, and next to us we have an ocean rafting boat. But we have, I think, what was 9 different organizations represented on this trip, all coming together to talk about the day's mission. In the bottom right, we actually have members of 2 of those tourism operators coming together to pour that collected coral spawn into the nets. And then on the top right, I believe we're on board ZigZag, and we're actually taking the collected coral spawn onto ZigZag rather to bring together. This is the photo of all of us together, apart from myself, oftentimes being the only normally hided person in the group. I'm tasked with raising my arms up high and taking a photo. But it was great to see everyone come together. I do see some bunny ears in that photo now that I look more closely. And here's another photo of all of us combining together to, in this case, we're always listening to Mark, who unfortunately isn't here, or Jordan, so they caught the stage here. So I'll go into this Boats for Corals case study that I've been talking about, and I normally like to pace, but I apologize. I'm going to look over to my right shoulder now. So this commenced as a pilot program in 2020, and this was actually outside of RRAP. It's currently funded through June 2025. And with the help of SCU, AIMS and SCU oversee the operations, and we hold all of the relevant approvals and conduct the research alongside the restoration activities. And so I believe up until this past year, the SCU representatives had to do more R&D, and the AIMS representatives were in the Whitsundays continuing to assist the tourism operators and the traditional owners. The restoration activities are based off the larval movements developed by RRAP, and that R&D, like I just mentioned with CSIRO and SCU, will be continuing hopefully into the future as well, and we'll take their findings and implement them into the pilot scale deployments. And so this past year when we were in the Whitsundays, this was funded through the GBRF Reef Island Initiative. Like I said, it was AIMS-led. In the bottom left, we have the 5 anchor points, so where we initially anchored the pools, and we were able to deploy into those green targeted sites with the help of, I believe, 4 different industries, 2 different traditional owner groups, and I believe we had some visiting tourism operators from up in the Cairns region as well. But you've seen this photo a couple times now that was taken by one of the tourism operators with their drone. We have all of us here actually on the pool doing a kind of a targeted deployment of that coral spawn onto a reef that was kind of identified to us as needing restoration. So if you're not familiar, I don't think it's been covered, at least in this room yet, of the kind of the moving corals or the larval slick capture and release. We go ahead and we collect the naturally occurring coral spawn at night from the ocean surface. I'm just going to make sure that everyone realizes that we're doing this often from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. at night. And so many of the tourism operator staff and volunteers who were with us, they had started, I believe, at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. that same day. They got off of their day boat trip. They quickly, had a drink, and then they were with us at that photo that you saw with Jordan and Mark giving the safety induction. And they're out there. They were actually more excited than I was. And normally I'm jumping up and down saying, boats for corals, just to get morale up. But they were there with us from all the way until 2 or 3 in the morning. So we're out there collecting that naturally occurring coral spawn. We go ahead and we relocate that coral spawn to the pools that you've seen in the previous photos. Here we have a photo that Chris Staropoulos from CSIRO took in the past of his wild collected spawn. And we can go ahead and let that coral develop, the coral spawn develop over time, and then we can release those coral spawn once they developed into the locations that have already been identified. And this goes ahead and increases the chance of that coral larvae surviving to adulthood. So in this past year, we had the participants, like I mentioned earlier, we have ZigZag. You might have seen them in the red shirts throughout the presentation. We had the, but ZigZag in the blue shirts in the previous presentation. I apologize. The red cat adventure in the red shirts. The ocean rafting in the yellow shirts. You see Nick here, who's one of our RRAP partners from QUT, wearing the very brightly colored orange neck buff as part of our PPE, branded PPE that I put together for everyone, but that says Boats for Corals and has all the partners on it. As well as we had members from various NGOs, traditional owner groups, and we had some visiting tourism operators from other regions. It was also great to see, like I just mentioned, the traditional owners. And earlier today, I was reminded that many times these families and these individuals haven't actually been on their own country. And Bob's nodding, thank you. Is bringing them back to country and bringing them back to the actual, their sea country was quite impactful. And so we had, I think this is an inclusive photo of all the traditional owners and the T2D team on the bottom right. I think, Deb, you're in there as well, yep. And it brought them back to country, and they were there, not only just watching us, but I took this photo in the top right, and those gentlemen and Mark and myself, we were the ones hauling the chains and the ropes and tying the knots, and they learned so much from us. And actually, we went home at the end of the day, and we were supposed to have a day off, and I was there with them the next day on that day off, actually teaching them more knots, because they wanted to actually learn and ingest all of that knowledge from everyone. And that was great to see. And so they were involved in every part of the way, including the bottom and left on ZigZag, actually. Convenient photo. Who put that there? Like I mentioned earlier, we're at the point now with the Whitsundays and hopefully into the future in other locations that this is going to be a kind of a science on tap and not on top. We're always going to need this ongoing role for scientific inputs. Many of the interventions will require, scientific input and guidance along the way, whether that's from AIMS or from some sort of managing authority from the RRAP interventions into the future. And that the research is also required, is going to be continued. And so as those outputs from the future R&D are put out, we can go ahead and implement those. And with that, I will pass it over to Nicole from ZigZag to finish the presentation.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, I'm Nicole. Thank you for having me. It's a great honour to be speaking here today. It's not something that I envisioned doing a few years ago. I'm the owner and operator of ZigZag Whitsundays. Sorry, thank you. And that is a marine tourism company in the Whitsundays, funnily enough. I also work in a number of other businesses as a manager and director in a Coral Sea Technology, a technology company, an AV company. I'm involved in seagrass restoration with CQU and Great Barrier Reef Foundation. And I'm currently studying as well, so I've got a few things on my plate. I've been working in marine tourism for almost 15 years now. I've worked across many businesses and tour types, from the overnight maxi market, large capacity reef experiences, 120-year-old tall ship, as well as small day tours. I've worked as a hostie, a deckhand, a skipper, a marine bio or reef educator, as well as in operations. I've had some amazing times working on the reef. But I've also been there for some of the lower times in this industry, such as when Cyclone Debbie ran through the Whitsundays and the multiple shutdowns that we saw through COVID. In 2017, my partner and I started ZigZag Whitsundays 5 days after Cyclone Debbie hit our area. It was definitely not the best time to be starting a new tourism business, but somehow we pulled it off. Now we run one boat. We take 30 guests a day snorkeling, on bushwalks and to Whitehaven Beach. We have 10 staff and we can take up to 10,000 passengers a year. One of the goals that I had when I started ZigZag was to provide a transformative experience rather than just a sightseeing tour. When people see the reef for the first time, it creates the perfect opportunity to foster a connection and care for the environment. People become more receptive to learning about the environment, its threats, and how it can impact them personally. And I believe that educating our passengers in that moment is one of our responsibilities as tour operators and as stewards of the reef. And that's one of the reasons that I get so excited about these cooperative projects. I first became involved in the Boats for Corals project in 2022, working alongside the other tourism operators and traditional owners and the researchers. We get contracted for 2 vessel days where we are involved in the setup and the larval deployment, as well as 2 night times for the spawn collection. Like Kevin said, I was one of those lucky people that got to work from 5 in the morning until I think it was 3 or 4 a.m. the next day, and then get back on the boat the next morning, which is obviously not great fatigue management. So 6 of our staff are keen to be involved in as much as possible, which is really encouraging, from the planning, the setup, spawn collection, larval release, and they even wanted to be involved in the pack down, which was nice of them. We're also involved in the Reef Authority's Tourism Reef Protection Initiative, where we perform reef health impact surveys across 5 reefs, as well as tourism weekly surveys at our stewardship site and COTS and Drapeller culling. Some of our contracted days involve surveyor work during a regular tourist day, whilst others are dedicated survey days, and that allows us access to areas that we can't visit while we have passengers on board. There are many benefits to our involvement with these projects, and obviously there's the positive environmental impact and protecting the reef for future reef tourism to be an option. I've always tried to ensure that my crew are knowledgeable about the environment and confident to pass on that information to guests. When we're involved in these projects, we gain such a greater understanding of the ecology, the environmental threats and the potential solutions to these problems. It's so much more than my crew can learn by any formal training that we do or any of the information that I provide to them. The conversations and knowledge sharing that occurs is great not just for our understanding, but as an effective way to communicate new science and management strategies to the general public. Science communication is notoriously challenging, particularly to the general public, and when there's so much misinformation around, and tour guides are seen as a trusted source of information, so we can be an effective channel for this communication. The knowledge sharing goes both ways, as we're the ones on the reef every day, seeing the changes in real time and building in-depth local knowledge of our areas, and we can share this knowledge with researchers and people planning fieldwork so that we can save time and costs. A good example of this was the planning for the Boats for Corals sites, which involved staff from multiple companies, and we identified the areas which could not only benefit from restoration, but had a history of decent coral coverage and tourism use prior to cyclone damage, as well as meeting the logistical needs of the project. If we were to try and identify a site that met all those parameters by a group that didn't have this local knowledge, it would be very costly and time-consuming. So there are financial benefits for everyone involved. A lot of operators began their involvement with projects as a result of COVID, when they needed to find alternative revenue streams and ways to keep their staff employed. With minimal additional training, staff and vessels could be deployed in this different capacity. For a lot of crew, it's also great to be able to do something different. My crew love the days that are dedicated to projects. It's a chance to build on their connections with the environment and with each other without the demands of passengers, and this comes through when they then return to a regular passenger day. Becoming stewards of the reef rather than just users of the reef fosters that deeper connection and can increase our staff retention. When you feel like what you do matters, that you're having a positive impact on the world, that can have such a massive impact on your job satisfaction and therefore my staff retention. When we share the work that we do with our passengers, it enhances their experience. So they feel like they have a level of involvement and like they're having a positive impact just by choosing to travel with us. So whilst there are many benefits, like any project, there are going to be challenges to work through. Logistically, a lack of flexibility with timing and organisation can raise issues on both sides. Unfortunately, like Kevin mentioned, the Boats for Corals program, the spawning can occur at the start of our peak tourism season. So in years where there might be a split spawn, if we need to organise a second round of collections at the last minute, that might mean that our vessels are already fully booked, or the businesses may be unwilling to redirect staff and boats away from more lucrative activities. If we cancel our passengers, it can give us a bad reputation with customers as well as with travel agents, and those relationships are essential to us running our business. It also impacts all the companies in our vessel supply chain. Permits are a constant source of confusion, and that's before we even add in any of the research or intervention permits. In the Whitsundays, we have to comply with zoning regulations, commercial activity permits, marine parks permits, as well as the Whitsunday Plan of Management regulations. So adding anything in on top of that, it can get to be quite a lot. When you're working with multiple businesses across a single project, that can have its challenges despite our ability to cooperate really well and how much we enjoy working together. Choosing a leader for the project from one company over another could potentially damage relationships between not just the businesses, but also with the collaborators. Again, Kevin mentioned the transientness of the tourism industry. So knowledge loss is a big issue, particularly when the project's activities occur infrequently, or if a lot of time and effort has to go into the training to be involved in the projects. And at the end of the day, the tourism industry is a business. And whilst one of the benefits of these partnerships is that because we already have the infrastructure in place and we've had the desire to do so, it means that we've been subsidising the costs. As tourism returns to pre-COVID level and requirements for an alternative revenue stream are reduced, it may become less desirable to bear these costs despite the other benefits provided. Some businesses are able to run their projects alongside regular tours, and this is more applicable to the larger capacity tours, which have the numbers to provide a range of options throughout the day. This is where permitting can get really confusing if your tourists are also going to be involved in the projects. Whereas other businesses have to run projects in place of their regular tours, as the requirements from the project could detract from our guests' experience. Now we need to make decisions on whether it's actually viable or practical to be involved. Insurance issues are also a huge problem for the tourism industry, with less insurers willing to cover us. And every year it's like playing Russian roulette of whether we can even continue to operate. We have seen a number of businesses shut down because they were unable to be insured. So if we want the tourism industry to be able to provide the infrastructure, the staff and subsidise costs, then we need to have drastic changes made to the government policies regarding insurance so that we can actually continue to have a tourism industry available for collaborations. So whilst flexibility and simplification of permits would be a great solution, I do understand that changes to that system is not a small undertaking and it's not going to be taken lightly. I think an intermediate solution would be better communication between managing agencies, crews on board, collaborators, so that everybody involved has a very clear understanding of what's allowed under different situations. Not being transparent with the true costs of involvement is probably a hole that we've dug for ourselves, where we've significantly subsidised costs because we have had the desire to achieve the outcomes of the projects, or we've been seeking ways to keep vessels running and crew employed during slow times. This can become less desirable as either revenue from tourism returns, or if the passenger numbers are remaining low, businesses may no longer have that financial capacity. When we consider all the costs that need to be included, you need to include additional crew for planning, or pack downs, administration tasks such as working and amending your SMSs and OHS policies, all the paperwork involved, rostering, and the potential for crews to end up working overtime in small businesses with limited crew availability. We also need to understand whether projects can be run alongside a regular tour or whether specific days need to be set aside and the financial implications of these differences. When it comes to leadership, having someone from outside the tourism industry can be really beneficial. We've been extremely fortunate to work with Reef Catchments who have taken on a leadership role. They've gone from initiating contact with the different businesses that might be interested, arranging planning meetings, funding, all sorts of other things that you can ask Cass about. She's been very prominent in that in the Whitsundays. And that really simplifies our involvement, and it can avoid the chaos of having too many people trying to take charge. I believe it's also really important to have management involved, not just in organising or grant writing, but physically on board and hands-on. It's not just so that they can retain that knowledge of the processes in such a transient industry, but also so that they can connect with the projects and experience the full benefit of involvement. I think that's also going to be a good way to increase their support for future projects. Hopefully, I have managed to provide some insight into what these projects can mean for the tourism industry, and that while there are some challenges, they're all possible to work through, and that I believe these projects are extremely valuable as we move into the future. Thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone that has been involved in these projects, that has included us, and also to the organisers of this event.
And Kevin, just a reminder to everyone for questions, if you can come down and use these microphones at the front so the online audience can hear the questions as well. So I'll open for questions. Anyone keen for a walk down to the front for questions? Russell, you were moving. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Phil Laycock, Cairns and Port Douglas Reef Hub. Great, realistic presentation about the ins and outs of what these early stages of these partnership interventions look like. Just interested in your reference just then in your closing remarks about flexibility with permits. Now, is that flexibility within the process? Is it within the permit? Is it within the collaboration? Where is that flexibility needed? Is it in all areas there? Or is it more agility than flexibility?
Probably more agility. I think if we can have better understanding of what's happening with those permits, and if there is flexibility and who can actually handle the permits, as in whether they go to the researchers, whether they're going to the operator, whether they're going to the crew that are actually doing the work, who may be working between a number of different vessels. So there are so many different parameters that apply, which is why you need to possibly look at a situation approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation, Nicole. I was just interested how you're saying potentially once COVID finishes, if it ever does, that the tourism numbers will probably get back up there. So at some point, tourism operators will have to make a decision. Do we take a boatload of tourists or do we go and do the spawning stuff? Obviously, the tourists will probably win because that's, like you say, you're running a business. What capacity is there to bring other people in, like traditional owner groups, to build their capacity up to do that type of work within that region? And like it's only once a year, so obviously you're not going to be able to run a business for it, but that's something where I could see there could potentially bring up some of the local groups that are interested or that have been in the boats for corals and just say, well, how can we build their capacity, or is there just not enough boats? Like, just say you had to go on a trip, can you bring another boat in to do the spawning stuff, or that's just not possible?
Yeah, engaging traditional owners to do this work is definitely possible, and I think that's one of the aims of the project, is to bring them on board and have them running projects. We can always bring on more vessels, but if it's just for 4 days a year, like the marina at the Whitsundays is pretty full, and there's only a few boats that aren't running. They're not running because they can't get insurance. So they're not going to be able to get insurance to do this kind of work either. They're also not going to have the crew available. We are just looking at a few days a year, it doesn't detract from what we're doing. We're definitely more than willing to be involved in that. I think I was referring more to long-term projects where you are taking the boat off the run for, say, 1 day a week or possibly a week at a time, that level of activity. And I think because they're trying to scale up all of these intervention works and there's more things in the planning, that's something that is going to be an issue in the future.
Thank you. Renata, thanks.
Thank you, Kevin and Nicole. That was really interesting. I think probably half the people here are scientists. So I'd like to hear a little bit more what you think is the ideal science on tap rather than on top, or scientists on tap rather than on top.
I think utilising the scientists in the future is going to be essential to improving the projects as we go. We might come up with new ideas of how we want to do things. We're obviously going to need to run that by the scientists so that they can let us know if that's actually going to work from the science perspective or the biological perspective, whereas we might be able to tell you if it's possible to do logistically.
We probably have time for one more question if there's any, or thanks, Warren.
Just following up from Rena, it is clear when I see passionate tourist operator owners talk that you are not involved with this for the money, because doesn't make it any easier. So there is an inherent sort of interest in being involved. Apart from, for the scientists, apart from helping developing things and checking what you do, what information could make you and the people that think like you want to continue doing it? What kind of feedback from the scientists could help you maintain that sort of, sacrifice or effort that is not compensated economically?
I don't think it's necessarily additional information that we need from the scientists. We already are engaging with this work from an altruistic point, but it does come down to that, is it financially viable? Companies like my own, where we do have that desire to be involved in conservation, reef protection, but there are also companies that are purely running it as a business, and so that is probably where the financial issues are going to arise. But I think that we already get such a lot of information from the scientists, and like I mentioned, it's one of the amazing things about being on board for these projects is seeing all of our crew learning so much and finding new areas that they then go and dive into, and I love seeing that, so I appreciate that from everyone involved.
Okay, please join me in saying thank you to Nicole and Kevin once more. have one small announcement about the welcome event. So because it's been so wet all day, we did decide to move that to bar 36 downstairs. It may not be raining right now, but the pool deck upstairs is going to be very wet. So we've decided to move that downstairs later. So move there after our panel discussion. We've now got a short break for afternoon tea, and then please return promptly at 4 for our final panel discussion of the day. Thanks, everyone. No, you're right. Time to take your seats, please, team. I'll give you all a few minutes to file in. I could sing a little song while we're waiting, but I don't think anyone wants that, no. No, it's not a good idea. I was singing at home the other day and my little son said to me, "Mummy, you're a terrible singer." So, I know, the things kids say. That's for you. Yeah, you may sit up there. Would you like to facilitate standing or sitting? Okay, yeah. We'll give everyone some time. So I'm just going to talk a little bit. Okay, so I'll invite our panel members to take a seat up on the stage, please. Thank you, panel members. Jim, would you mind giving people a little rustle up to move in, please? Sorry to interrupt you. Thanks, Jim. Sorry, he was just close to the door, so I thought I would call on Jim. Okay, team, in the interests of time, we'll make a start this afternoon. Can I have a show of hands from everyone who's met someone new today? I've definitely met a few people. I guess another show of hands for someone who's learned something in a field they knew nothing about before. Great. Okay, so I think we've already achieved some of our symposium objectives on day one. Thanks for all joining us again for this panel discussion at the end of the day. So in our organising committee, when we were developing the program for the symposium, we really wanted to include some sessions where we were able to facilitate shared learnings by drawing out diverse perspectives. So a key aim of the symposium is to bring together people from different sectors to continue to build those partnerships and enhance the way we work together. So an aim of the panel discussions is really around facilitating shared learnings, bringing out different perspectives. Partly a listening session for you in the audience as well. We also wanted the panel discussions to synthesise insights across those different sessions that have happened today. So I imagine nearly everyone was in a position today where they had to choose between a few talks that they would have liked to see that were happening all at the same time. So to make sure we're drawing together knowledge from all of those sessions, we asked our panel and facilitator to share one of their take-home messages from what they saw in the talks today. So I'm going to hand over to Libby Evans-Illich to introduce herself and the panel and the topic for discussion today. Thanks, Libby.
Thanks, Mia. And hi, everybody. Thanks for coming back to this session. So my name's Libby Evans-Illich, and I am from the Australian Institute of Marine Science, where I have the great privilege of being part of developing our Indigenous Partnerships program. And it's great to have this opportunity to reflect on today. I have spent most of the day in this room, but I've had a couple of spies in the other two rooms, and so I can say with confidence that creating strong and effective partnerships really is a cross-cutting theme of this symposium. And just reflecting on that, some of the common denominators across all of the sessions is about connections between people and also connections with the reef and everybody's deep love and care for the Great Barrier Reef. And that sometimes these relationships are very deep and long-term, and we heard this morning about a 45-year partnership between the state government and the Commonwealth government in the management of the reef. And we've also heard a lot about the challenges of scaling at a whole range of different levels in order to address the issues that are now faced by the reef. And in the last plenary session, we heard about some of the regulatory, financial and logistical challenges of being able to meet those challenges. There are a range of different players. We've heard about the government players and the Commonwealth and the state, but also the government partners in the Reef Trust Partnership and all of the other government agencies that have some sort of an interest in management and the health of the reef. In the other sessions particularly, we heard from all of our wonderful science organisations, the partners in the Reef Restoration and Adaptation program. We heard about the importance of ecological intelligence and monitoring, and particularly being able to understand the depth of the components of the reef ecosystem and how it all fits together. And also the modelling that's going to bring all of that knowledge together so that we can have the best possible knowledge base in order to create the best possible evidence for good decision making. We've heard about the tourism industry and the importance that they play both in earning a living on the reef but also as participants and partners in caring for the reef. And we heard about the potential for other industry players. For example, the aquaculture industry may play an important role in helping to scale up the production of baby corals for reef seeding. We heard about the importance of community partners, particularly in the community panels that are convened at the moment, wonderful citizen science initiatives, and we heard a number of things, including the Great Reef Census. But I think something that I really want to reflect on before I hand over to the panel is that the positioning of traditional owners at the forefront of reef business. So I was reflecting that it was 30 years ago that Bob Muir, younger Bob Muir, put that Aboriginal flag into the beach in front of the Great Keppel Island Resort and declared possession of the unallocated state land for the Walubarra people. And, you know, some years later, that land was handed back. But at that time also there was the creation of the Reef Forum, which actually was an effective mechanism for traditional owners to have a say in reef business. Now, 30 years later, we're now faced with having to recreate something like the Reef Forum. But in the meantime, today, we also heard about a whole range of projects where traditional owners played a role in participating in the work, learning about developing new skill sets to be able to participate in reef restoration. And we also heard about projects that are genuinely co-designed and even traditional owner-led. But we now have a traditional owner implementation plan for Reef 2050, and I was really pleased to hear that last year, 2023, we have a new intergovernmental agreement between the state government, the Commonwealth government, and the third party to this agreement is the Traditional Owner Task Force, with a commitment to establish a Sea Country Alliance and resource and implement the Traditional Owner Implementation Plan. So we were almost there 30 years ago with the Sea Forum, and now we're coming back to that position and the reliance on traditional owners and positioning traditional owners where they need to be at the forefront of traditional owner business. So with that, that's my take on today. I'm now going to hand over. We might just go from right to left. I might start with you, Phil. If you would like to introduce yourself and give us your key take-home messages from the talks you attended today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land as well. Thank you to Gudjugudju this morning for giving us a warm welcome to their country here and the neighbouring groups. I'm a Nawagi person from around the Ingham area, and like Bob, you saw he mentioned me this morning with a lot more hair. As you can see, I have less hair now. But we've been involved with this for a long time, I suppose. But the take-home message for me with this whole stuff that we've been hearing, that I've been hearing all day, is partnerships and how we build stronger partnerships. Because at the moment, you know, that reef out there is in a lot of trouble, and the partnership that we've enjoyed and our people have enjoyed for 1,000 years was exactly that, a relationship between us and our country and the reef. And that relationship, that partnership has been there for 1,000 years. We've got to look at different partnerships now. And that reef really deserves that partnership, that relationship between us. And it's bringing us together like never before. So this is a time for us to really come together with new partnerships and developing new relations, because that reef demands it. It's crying out for us to come together. Where once it was a relationship between us and that reef, we stood alone. Now we've got to stand together, because that reef's in a really bad way, you know, and we've got to do what we can, I suppose, to really, you know, look after it for our future generations. A lot of the traditional owners along the East Coast here say that is our Uluru, and it's our you heard Bob this morning reading that speech there this morning, the healing of country and all this sort of stuff, and it's so true. So this is a new partnership that we've got to really embrace now, because we really have to. And that's the biggest thing for me for this morning was this new partnership building between ourselves and relationships.
Thanks, Phil, and afternoon, everyone. Bruce Taylor from CSIRO. I guess reflecting on today, and particularly sitting in the session in this room, it struck me that the language that we use around partnering and partnerships is pretty ubiquitous in the environmental management or natural resource management, health, community development space. You know, it's a word that we use regularly and sometimes not particularly thoughtfully. And what struck me from a lot of the presentations today is that they really embodied a lot of those core principles of good partnership working. I heard a lot of people talk about the importance of recognising diverse motivations of partners. So partners can agree to work together, but they don't all necessarily have to subscribe to the same songbook. You know, you can be partnering for different reasons, and that's okay. You know, it might be, I mean, I heard Nicole mention altruism as a really dominant rationale for partnering versus maybe, you know, in other cases it was about learning and knowledge sharing, or in other cases it was about providing opportunities for employment and other benefits. And I guess the other key factor in partnering that I heard today was a lot of discussions around the importance of mutual benefit. So it can't just be one way. A partnership isn't something where one partner engages another to achieve its objectives. There has to be two-way flow of benefit to all the parties involved. And I think a lot of the examples that people spoke to today, I really heard that. So that was great to hear.
Thank you. My name's Nicole. I'm from ZigZag Whitsundays, so I work in tourism. I think that today I definitely felt an overarching sense of optimism that despite everything that the reef is going through, there are so many wonderful people that are working on it. They're finding ways to solve these complex problems. And I think one of the favourite quotes I got from today was that building resilience is a puzzle and everyone has a piece of that puzzle. And I think that for a long time, science has been seen as working for scientists rather than working with the community and to share that information. And so now working with these partnerships and in the collaborations, people are no longer working in isolation, and that's going to benefit everybody. I also really liked the idea of a reef intervention industry. Sign me up, please.
So I think that I'm now going to ask you all what you think makes a good partnership, but you've kind of already answered that. So my next question is about perhaps the challenges associated with collaborating across disciplines and across sectors, and what you think might have been the key barriers that have prevented effective partnerships in the past that we're now able to overcome, or perhaps we're still to overcome. Who would like to go first?
Is that on? Yes. Excellent. So I think that flexibility plays a big role in cooperative partnerships, whether it's being flexible or the inability to be flexible. Sometimes the timing of research may not be compatible with the availability of the infrastructure. I think understanding is also essential, whether it's for the requirements of the level of involvement that's actually going to be needed, and also involving many different players. So you see a lot of marine science graduates moving into tourism and becoming reef educators. It would be good to see the flow go both ways. So maybe people that are studying marine science before going on to develop some of these projects could spend some time working in the tourism industry so that they can gain a better understanding of how they can work their projects in with us, or even having someone from, say, the tourism industry or whichever industry you're collaborating with involved in project development.
So do you think that there might be an opportunity for some kind of internship or work integrated learning or something like that for undergraduates to go and spend an amount of time working with a tourism operator?
Yeah, I definitely think that industry placements would be really, really beneficial. You know, they'll gain experience not just with the industry, but also like on water, doing practical field work and engaging with the public.
Great. So all of the people here from universities who facilitate work integrated learning placements, that's a great opportunity to explore. Okay, anybody else want to talk about some of the challenges that you've experienced in some of the partnerships, or how you've overcome them?
I'm not sure if it's a barrier as such, but I think certainly some of the considerations that come into play working across sectors in particular is that we can often come from very different starting points, you know, different languages, even different cultural backgrounds and expectations, and also, you know, people having access to different levels of resourcing when coming into a partnership, and those sort of factors can be quite influential. And, you know, one of the strategies, certainly not the only strategy, but one of the strategies for getting around some of those differences can often be, and again, what I heard today is people being willing to spend time, not just in doing the partnership, but building the partnership. And so that time, that relationship building, that trust is fundamental when you're basically often talking or coming from different places. And also I think the importance of having someone in the broader group, and sometimes that's another organisation or a mutual friend who's really good at brokering and understands how partnerships work, and can help build and structure that relationship.
Yeah, I think there are many challenges when for traditional owners, this has been part of our life, the challenges that we've had to endure and deal with for many, many years, and how we deal with that stuff as a minority group, as a marginalised group of people in society is very challenging for us, and partnerships is definitely the way, in my experience, to move forward with this stuff. I think some of the other challenges is leadership. I think it was mentioned earlier. You know, I sometimes call it rat bag leadership, you know, leadership that's not responsible and so forth, and respectful, and appreciate each other's space and place in this whole thing. But it always comes back to people and the relationship between ourselves and each other, and how we respect each other and appreciate each other is the key to moving forward with everything, I think. And if we have that as a fundamental base, then I think we can achieve anything, you know, despite the challenges.
They're great insights. One of the comments that we heard quite a lot today was that this space is sort of no longer feels competitive, and rather it's collaborative, and I think that that's come through very strongly, certainly in the talks in this session. What about adjusting and adapting to partnerships in response to change? How do you think that's likely to change in the future?
We talked this morning about how long people like Bob and myself have been involved in this thing, and I was talking to Sue Barrell this morning about it as well, and we wonder why we are not further down the track than we should be with this stuff when you're doing it for so long, you know, and it gets really tiresome, and you can be burnt out and all the rest of it, and that's part of the challenge as well, and we've got to deal with that, you know. I think part of the problem, in my view, is this stop-start mentality and lack of leadership and the change in government and all this sort of stuff. So we've got to go back and the change in leaderships within organisations and so forth. And you get that, you know, in one of the constant in this whole debate around the reef is traditional owners. And they're always going to be there. They're always going to be, you know, doing this stuff, and you know, we've got to pass the baton on to the younger ones as we go along. But they'll always be there, and sometimes the leadership is challenging within that as well. But I really think the stopping, starting, and all this sort of stuff is, you know, you want to build critical mass and momentum and really keep that going all the way through, you know. But it's very difficult to do that when you haven't got the proper leadership, the right leadership, and the support around that to make that happen. So I think how we build it, and this is a really good start, and I'd really like to see the momentum really build, Libby, and continue on with what we're doing. But I think that's a real problem, the stop and start business.
So that's about the longevity of the funding commitment, as well as the government's and the leadership's commitment. And you also sort of touched on succession planning, and Bob mentioned that in his plenary this morning about the succession planning within the Walubarra eldership, moving to the next generation. Are you seeing that happen as well amongst other traditional owner groups? And I guess that should apply to all of us. None of us are going to be here in 50 years' time, so, or maybe less, but maybe more for some of us. But just quickly, I'll stop there. I'll just dig deeper. But yeah, so you're seeing that happen across the board?
Yeah, I think that we're seeing more and more of that happen. And again, the resources to make that happen, you know, whether it's finances or you know, manpower or whatever, then that needs to happen. You know, and there's this different system as well. There's this Aboriginal system and the leadership that's needed there. You know, we hear from time to time, oh, somebody else's turn to step up now. But what does that mean? How do we support that person to step up? Not only in a white fella context, but in a black fella context as well. The knowledge, the understanding, the way that Aboriginal people have been doing business for a long time, our connection to each other, and our respect for each other, and all the rest of it. Man's business, woman's business. We were at a conference, a men's business conference, a few weeks ago, and the idea, one of the main things there was, how do we as men deal with the cultural load that we have, not only in our personal life at home and our families and that, but in our professional life as leaders within our community. And that's a huge question. How do we deal with that cultural load, you know? We're still working out how we can do that, but that's a huge, and that's part of leadership and succession planning as well, you know, for our younger people, both men and women, you know. So it's a challenge. We face so many challenges in our business. Apart from doing the business, there's so many other challenges amongst ourselves as well.
Panellists, anything to add to that?
I think when we're wanting to build partnerships that are adaptable to change, it's really important that we have those strong relationships that are built on trust and honesty, and that we can actually openly communicate with each other. When we have problems that arise that might change the relationship or change our ability to be involved in a project, we need to be able to talk to the other collaborators about that without feeling judged or without feeling like we're going to be letting people down. I think you touched on changes in government, and I think that's a really good point, because continuity of work is really important. You know, if we're going to be changing our businesses to be involved in projects, we need to know that those changes that we've made to allow us to do that work are going to continue. We're not going to have this stop-start approach and potentially have a long period where we don't have an income because we've directed all of our resources towards this one project, which has now come to an end. So that's definitely a challenge. But again, if there's like open and honest communication between all of the partners, then that can be overcome.
Bruce, have you got something to add? Yes, we've got time, I think. Yep.
I guess just reflecting on some of the sort of R&D or science-based partnerships that Cyro and myself have been part of over the last 4 or 5 years, and I think one of the really critical elements of those is sort of having a shared sense of vision or mission that the partners really subscribe to, and a common goal. And I guess in the context of the question about, you know, how those partnerships change and survive change over time, is that you do have to, as a group of partners, regularly sort of reaffirm or return to or recommit to that goal, and be conscious of what is changing around you as you're doing that, and that you're adapting the partnership to be more fit for purpose and fit for context. So I think that's a really important thing. Like any relationship, it has to be tended, and you know, having that shared sense of mission is kind of really critical, and returning and recommitting to that mission over time is a...
Fabulous, yeah. Any comments from the floor for the panellists, or from whoever's keeping an eye on Slido? Have we got any questions about creating strong and effective partnerships in this space? Well, we might wrap it up there, Mia, if there's no further questions. Or are there any final closing comments that you'd like to make, Phil, Bruce, or Nicole? Okay, back to our MC.
Thank you, Libby. I'm sure there must be some questions from the floor, though. So we'll give you a moment to overcome your reticence to walk down to the microphones at the front. Questions from the floor? Yes, thank you. Yeah, please come on down.
This isn't a new question, really. It's probably come up many, many times before, but it's certainly been highlighted to me today and yesterday. Science and scientific research is a complex business. We've created our own languages, and within our fields, we have created even further languages. We need, in my view, to be able to distill that down to messages easily understood by Year 9 students. And I say that because maybe we can capture them before they go off to do another career move. And so everybody around Australia can understand it and hopefully support what we are so passionate about. So my question to the panel is, if they have any comments about how we could go about achieving that, please let us know.
High school students' interest in careers in this space?
Simplifying our scientific messages to Year 9 language and getting them out publicly.
I think that one effective method of this communication is the tourism industry, and especially when we're working in partnership with the researchers, that is a really effective way of us learning the ins and outs of the research, and we are very used to talking to people on that level. So then we can take what you've said to us and we can, for want of a better word, dumb it down so that people can understand it, as well as they see us as a trusted source of information. So their willingness to take that message on board can be stronger than if they're being just spoken at by somebody in a language that they don't necessarily understand.
Any other comments? I mean, I've probably got a comment about that because within the Indigenous Partnerships team at AIMS, we put a lot of effort into science communication and interpreting the, I mean, I think you saw the diagram at Bob's plenary this morning, and those that were at the workshop yesterday would have seen it as well. So we work a lot with our scientists to produce fact sheets and presentations so that the consent that we seek from traditional owners is truly fully informed. But it's a really tricky situation. It's about using accessible language, but not necessarily dumbing it down, because we do want that consent to be fully informed. So we've got to tell the whole story, and we've just got to find a way to do that properly. So that was a really good comment. Thank you.
And I guess in the context of partnerships as well, I guess my experience has been it's a lot about being able to tell a shared story, to be able to formulate a story and share and tell that shared story and tell it in a way in which all the partners can own that story and connect to it. I think those stories that we tell about ourselves and who we work with and how we work are fundamental to, I think, being able to get up in the morning and go again the next day, you know, when you're dealing with a challenge which is as significant as the one that we're facing in the reef. And so stories can be a really, really powerful way of framing relationships and framing, our goals and objectives.
Okay, any other questions? Here's one.
Yeah, sorry, Barbara had a question first, and then we'll go to you. Thank you. Barbara.
Thanks. Libby, your comment earlier about the increasing collaboration and, reduced kind of cutthroat competition in this space was a good one. And some of that's due to, people putting much more effort and the amount of goodwill there is in order to achieve outcomes for the Great Barrier Reef. But I suspect some of it may also be because we're going through a period of growth at the moment. We're trying to grow our capacity to deal with these very urgent challenges, and there's been money backing that growth. I was wondering if the panel had thoughts on how we maintain that collaborative mindset if down the line we go through a period of shrinkage.
Oh, that's a good question. Who would like to tackle that? Well, Phil's already told us that the traditional owners will still be there. Yeah.
I think you hinted in part at one of the drivers, Barbara, which is around having investors who expect us to work together, like as a requirement for accessing resources. And even though that might be a pretty strong nudge, more of a push or a pull factor sort of thing. I think, over the last few years in particular, it's been a particularly important factor in bringing parties together to work together on shared problems and being able to articulate the value of working together. I think in terms of your question about future uncertainty, I'm being optimistic in terms of the fact that I think the culture that's been built around collaboration in the reef is very strong, and I think there's enough shared intent and shared commitment to kind of see through any sort of bumps in the road in the short term. I mean, that's my feeling.
Phil, do you want to make a comment?
My hope is that we don't see any shrinking in this area, but I think from the tourism perspective, there is an expectation from our passengers that we will be involved in some kind of conservation, sustainability efforts, and that's only growing. And so eventually I see a point where the businesses that aren't involved in those kinds of projects aren't actually operational because people don't choose to travel with them. So that's definitely a big push for us to be involved, whether it is financially beneficial working on those projects or not. And I also think that, I am hopeful that there will just be more and more growth in this area, as it is just an expectation that this work is done, and people are not going to sit back and let all of this work just stop and for things to deteriorate. People really, really care, and the care is just increasing.
I think from a traditional owner perspective, and I'm just talking about from my own self here, is that I think as a collective we have to look at it from a sustainable perspective, and whatever that is, come up with some sort of limit, and hopefully the limit's based on sustainability of the environment, the reef and everything's out there. And if we agree to that as a collective, then we should try to stay with that. From a traditional perspective, we've been always in a deficit position a lot of times, and we have to make decisions about how many turtle we hunt, or how many dugong we hunt, and all this sort of business, because above all else, you won't have any culture if you haven't got those animals in the water. So I think it's always got to be a sustainable question, and when we decide on what's sustainable, then I think that we really need to try and stick to that. Otherwise, we're gonna lose it.
Okay, I think we have another question.
Company, Footprint Energy. I just wanted to continue with the point that the previous speaker made about simplifying the message for Year 9 students. Just as a background, the OECD in 2015 did a survey of 15-year-old students worldwide, and including the Australian students, about 8,000 of them. 2/3 of them are pessimistic about the future of the environment over the next 20 years. Now, that's the environment, not only marine environment, the environment. And so the message needs to get to these children that there is some positive elements for the future. Otherwise, some of them are suffering from depression, are saying, what's the point in having kids if they're going to die? And so just to let you know that there is a need for students at high school to be given a message that is accurate, but perhaps has some positivity about it. Otherwise, that it can lead to a lot of social problems. And as I say, That's what some students are saying. And the worst part about it is the intelligent students, the high-performing students who are pessimistic about the future of the environment. So my suggestion is that in any environmental situation, it's great to be alert and to do something, but also give something positive to them because they need it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think ecological grief, I think, is the term, is probably something that we all feel at some point or another. But would anyone on the panel like to comment further about the need for keeping some positives in the message when we're talking about the challenges, the environmental challenges that we face?
I'm also part-time CEO of the Gudjugudju Aboriginal Corporation based out of Carl, which represents 9 traditional owner groups over a huge area. And that's, from a traditional owner perspective, that speaks volumes about partnerships, starting with ourselves as traditional owners first and foremost. And in our organisation, we started a program through the Junior Ranger program, and we're hoping that'll become bigger than just the Junior Ranger stuff. You know, so any of the kids in our school, we've got about 30 schools in our footprint, and we are working with kids from prep all the way through, and we're trying to develop a localised cultural curriculum about what that might look like, talking to different groups within the footprint, and coming up with what they think that should be involved in a cultural curriculum, a localised cultural curriculum. And it is about that messaging, it is about identity, it's about belonging, and it doesn't matter in our program whether you're black or Aboriginal. You are part of that program if you like, you know. But it is about the messaging, it's about that identity and belonging, and being developing and progressing the game changes of the future, and really getting that right message with the game changes of the future, irrespective of whether it's about research or whatever, but it's the basic essence of law and custom and all this sort of stuff that's really important, that we want all our kids to really understand and appreciate, and those game changes will change the way we do business in the future, I think, with a really strong sense of, you know, all that I spoke about.
Any other final comments on that last point? I think you were looking like you want to say something.
I'll try and keep it brief, but I think that's a really excellent point. There is a lot of people that are really struggling with the outlook for the future, and when we provide some of our messaging on the boat, it can be a bit challenging to find a way to present the threats to the reef, climate change to our passengers without it being a doom and gloom message. And I think that's why some of these partnerships can become so important, and some of the work that's being done here is so important, because once we've told people all of these really negative information, we can then turn around and say, hey, but these are the things that we're doing to help. These are ways that you can help. I've also seen the school that my kids go to, they regularly have people come in and talk to the kids about environmental impacts, environmental threats, but also the positive work that's being done. So the seagrass restoration project, they regularly get the kids involved. They take them out to the seagrass meadows and they get them to help pick the flowers and things like that. So they're not just hearing about these positive things that are happening, but they're also experiencing them.
Yeah, great. So that's probably a nice thing to finish on before we hand back to our lovely MC. You know, the importance of these effective partnerships, and I guess we just need to look after each other in these challenging times. So over to you, Mia.
Thank you so much, Libby. Thank you, audience, for your questions. Please join me in a round of applause for our panel. Thanks for their insights. Okay, so a briefing about tomorrow morning. So we're starting tomorrow morning alongside our theme of facilitating shared learnings and capturing diverse perspectives. Tomorrow morning we'll commence with a World Cafe style workshop. So we'll invite you all to arrive around 8:15, move promptly into this room. We'll be doing a workshop exercise around these round tables before moving into our plenary by Roger Beeden from the Reef Authority. So that's tomorrow morning. Please come prepared for discussing and sharing your perspectives. Really looking forward to that session. There'll be a similar version of that for our online participants, obviously not working around round tables, but working through the same topics that we'll be working through in the room. Now, I believe it's time for us all to move downstairs for a welcome function. So we're kicking off downstairs at 5 p.m. Please don't disappear from the venue. Move from this room downstairs to bar 36. We'll have some mingling, networking, some canapes, an address from Senator Nita Green, and some of our other distinguished guests speaking as well. So thank you everyone for today. See you all downstairs soon for a welcome.